Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. This is audible. Agnes Torres parked her white Ford Escort in the little parking area outside the hedge and stepped into the cool dawn air. The hedges were 12 feet high and as impenetrable as a brick wall. Only the shingled peak of the big house could be seen from the street. But she could hear the surf thundering and smell the salt air of the invisible ocean beyond. Agnes carefully locked the car. It paid to be careful, even in this neighborhood. And, fumbling with the massive set of keys, found the right one and stuck it into the lock. The heavy sheet metal gate swung inward, exposing a broad expanse of green lawn that swept 300 yards down to the beach, flanked by 2 dunes. A red light on a keypad just inside the gate began blinking, and she entered the code with nervous fingers. She had 30 seconds before the sirens went off. Once, she had dropped her keys and couldn't punch in the code in time, and the thing had awakened practically the whole town and brought 3 police cars. Mr. Jeremy had been so angry she thought he would breathe fire. It had been awful. Agnes punched the last button and the light turned green. She breathed a sigh of relief, locked the gate, and paused to cross herself. Then she drew out her rosary, held the first bead reverently between her fingers. Fully armed now, she turned and began waddling across the lawn on short, thick legs, walking slowly to allow herself time to intone the Our Fathers, the Hail Marys, and the Glorious Bees in quiet Spanish. She always said a decade on her rosary when entering the Grove estate. The vast gray house loomed in front of her, a single eyebrow window in the roof peak frowning like the eye of a cyclops, yellow against the steel gray of the house and sky. Seagulls circled above, crying restlessly. Agnes was surprised. She never remembered that light on before. What was Mr. Jeremy doing in the attic at 7 o'clock in the morning? Normally, he didn't get out of bed until noon. Finishing her prayers, she replaced the rosary and crossed herself again, a swift, automatic gesture made with a rough hand that had seen decades of domestic work. She hoped Mr. Jeremy wasn't still awake. She liked to work in an empty house, and when he was up, everything was so unpleasant. The cigarette ashes he dropped just behind her mop, the dishes he heaped in the sink just after she had washed, the comments and the endless swearing to himself, into the phone or at the newspaper, always followed by a harsh laugh. His voice was like a rusty knife. It cut and slashed the air. He was thin and mean and stank of cigarettes and drank brandy at lunch and entertained questionable guests at all hours of the day and night. Once he had tried to speak Spanish with her, but she had quickly put an end to that. Nobody spoke Spanish to her except family and friends, and Agnes Torres spoke English perfectly well enough. On the other hand, Agnes had worked for many people in her life, and Mr. Jeremy was very correct with her employment. He paid her well, always on time, he never asked her to stay late, never changed her schedule, and never accused her of stealing. Once, early on, he had blasphemed against the Lord in her presence, and she had spoken to him about it, and he had apologized quite civilly and had never done it again. She came up the curving flagstone path to the back door, inserted a second key, and once again fumbled nervously with the keypad, turning off the internal alarm. The house was gloomy and gray, the mullioned windows in front looking out on a long seaweed-strewn beach to an angry ocean. The sound of the surf was muffled here, and the house was hot, unusually hot. She sniffed. There was a strange smell in the air, like a greasy roast left too long in the oven. She waddled into the kitchen, but it was empty. The dishes were heaped up, and the place was a mess as usual, stale food everywhere, and yet the smell wasn't coming from here. It looked like Mr. Jeremy had cooked fish the night before. She didn't usually clean his house on Tuesdays, but he'd had one of his countless dinner parties the prior evening. Labor Day had come and gone a month before, but Mr. Jeremy's weekend parties wouldn't end until November. She went into the living room and sniffed the air again. Something was definitely cooking somewhere. And there was another smell on top of it, as if somebody had been playing with matches. Agnes Torres felt a vague sense of alarm. Everything was more or less as she had left it when she went away yesterday, at 2 in the afternoon, except that the ashtrays were overflowing with butts, and the usual empty wine bottles stood on the sideboard, dirty dishes were piled in the sink, and someone had dropped soft cheese on the rug and stepped in it. She raised her plump face and sniffed again. The smell came from above. She mounted the sweep of stairs, treading softly, and paused to sniff at the landing. She tiptoed past Grove's study, past his bedroom door, continued down the hall, turned the dog leg, and came to the door to the 3rd floor. The smell was stronger here, and the air was heavier, warmer. She tried to open the door, but found it locked. She took out her bunch of keys, clinked through them, and unlocked the door. Madre de Dios, the smell was much worse. She mounted the steep, unfinished stairs, 1, 2, 3, resting her arthritic legs for a moment on each tread. She rested again at the top, breathing heavily. The attic was vast, with one long hall off which were half a dozen unused children's bedrooms, a playroom, several bathrooms, and unfinished attic space jammed with furniture and boxes and horrible modern paintings. At the far end of the hall, she saw a bar of yellow light under the door to the last bedroom. She took a few tentative steps forward, paused, crossed herself again. Her heart was hammering, but with her hand clutching the rosary, she knew she was safe. As she approached the door, the smell grew steadily worse. She tapped lightly on it, just in case some guest of Mr. Jeremy was sleeping in there, hungover or sick. But there was no response. She grasped the doorknob and was surprised to find it slightly warm to the touch. Was there a fire? Had somebody fallen asleep, cigarette in hand? There was definitely a faint smell of smoke, but it wasn't just smoke somehow. It was something strange, something foul. She tried the doorknob, found it locked. It reminded her of the time when she was a little girl at the convent school, when crazy old Sister Anna had died and they had to force open her door. Somebody on the other side might need her assistance, might be sick or incapacitated. Once again she fumbled with the keys. She had no idea which one went to the door, so it wasn't until perhaps the 10th try that the key turned. Holding her breath, she opened the door, but it moved only an inch, blocked by something. She pushed harder, heard a crash on the other side. Santa Maria, it was going to wake up Mr. Jeremy. She waited, but there was no sound of his tread, no slamming bathroom door or flushing toilet, none of the sounds that signaled his irascible rising. I pushed at the door and was able to get her head inside, holding her breath against the smell. A thin screen of haze drifted in the room, and it was as hot as an oven. The room had been shut up for years. Mr. Jeremy despised children, and dirty spider webs hung from the peeling beadboard walls. The crash had been caused by the toppling of an old armoire. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect, then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Jeremy wasn't sleeping, not with his charred eyes burned permanently open, the ashy cone of his mouth frozen in a scream, and his blackened tongue swelled to the size of a chorizo sausage, sticking straight up from it like a flagpole. A sleeping man wouldn't be lying with his elbows raised above the bed, fists clenched so hard that blood had leaked between the fingers. A sleeping man wouldn't have his torso scorched and caved in upon itself like a burned log. She had seen many dead people during her childhood in Colombia, and Mr. Jeremy looked deader than any of them. He was as dead as they come. She heard someone speaking and realized it was herself, murmuring, "En el nombre del Padre, y del Hijo, y del Espíritu Santo." She crossed herself yet again, fumbling out her rosary, unable to move her feet or take her eyes from the scene in the room. There was a scorched mark on the floor, right at the foot of the bed, a mark which Agnes recognized. In that moment, she understood exactly what had happened to Mr. Jeremy Grove. A muffled cry escaped her throat, and she suddenly had the energy to back out of the room and shut the door. She fumbled with the keys and relocked it, all the while murmuring, "Creo en Dios, Padre Todopoderoso, Creador del cielo y de la tierra." She crossed herself again and again and again, clutching the rosary and holding it up to her chest as she backed down the hall, step by step, sobs mingling with her mumbled prayers. The cloven hoofprint burned into the floor told her everything she needed to know. The devil had finally come for Jeremy Grove. The sergeant paused from stretching the yellow police tape to take in the scene with a jaundiced eye. It was a mess that was about to become a really big mess. The barricades had been set up too late, and rubberneckers had overrun the beach and dunes, ruining any clues the sand might have held. Then the barricades had been set up in the wrong places and had to be moved, trapping a matched set of his and hers Range Rovers, and the two people were now out of their cars, yelling about important appointments, hairdresser, tennis, and brandishing their cell phones, threatening to call their lawyers. That wet sound over his shoulder was the gosh already hitting the fan. It was the 16th of October in Southampton, Long Island, and the town's most notorious resident had just been found murdered in bed. He heard Lieutenant Brasky's voice. "Sergeant, you haven't done these hedges. Didn't I tell you I wanted the whole crime scene taped?" Without bothering to respond, the sergeant began hanging the yellow tape along the hedge surrounding the Grove estate. As if the 12-foot hedge with the concertina wire hidden within wasn't enough to stop a reporter, but the plastic tape was. He could see the TV trucks already arriving, vans with satellite uplinks, and could hear the distant dull thud of a chopper. The local press were piling up against the Dune Road barricade, arguing with the cops. Meanwhile, backup squad cars were arriving from Sag Harbor and East Hampton, along with the South Fork Homicide Squad. The lieutenant was deploying these newcomers along the beaches and dunes in a failing attempt to keep the public at bay. The SOC boys were arriving, and the sergeant watched them entering the house, carrying their metal crime lab suitcases. There was a time when he would have been with them, even directing them, but that was a long time ago, in another place. He continued hanging tape on the hedges until he reached the dunes along the beach. A few cops were already there, keeping back the curious. They were pretty much a docile crowd, staring like dumb animals toward the shingled mansion with its peaks and turrets and funny-looking windows. It was already turning into a party. Someone had fired up a boombox, and some buffed-up guys were cracking beers. It was an unusually hot Indian summer day, and they were all in shorts or swimming trunks, as if in denial over the end of summer. The sergeant scoffed, imagined what those cut bodies would look like after 20 years of beer and chips. Probably a lot like his. He glanced back at the house and saw the SOC boys crawling across the lawn on hands and knees, the lieutenant striding alongside. The guy didn't have a clue. He felt another pang. Here he was, pulling crowd control, his training and talent wasted while the real police work went on somewhere else. No use thinking about that now. Now the TV trucks had unpacked, and their cameras were set up in a cluster, with a good angle on the mansion, while the Glamour Boy correspondents yammered into their microphones. And, wouldn't you know it, Lieutenant Brasky had left the SOC boys and was heading over to the cameras like a fly to a fresh pile. The sergeant shook his head. Unbelievable. He saw a man running low through the dunes, zigzagging this way and that, and he took off after him, cutting him off at the edge of the lawn. It was a photographer. By the time the sergeant reached him, he'd already dropped to his knee and was shooting with a telephoto as long as an elephant's appendage toward one of the homicide detectives from East Hampton, who was interviewing a maid on the veranda. The sergeant laid a hand on the lens, gently turning it aside. Out. "Officer, come on, please. You don't want me to confiscate your film, do you?" He spoke kindly. He'd always had a soft spot for people who were just trying to do their job, even if they were press. The man got up, walked a few paces, turned for one final quick shot, and then scurried off. The sergeant walked back up toward the house. He was downwind of the rambling old place, and there was a funny smell in the air, like fireworks or something. He noticed the lieutenant was now standing in the middle of the semicircle of TV cameras, having the time of his life. Brasky was planning to run for chief in the next election, and with the current chief on vacation, he couldn't have gotten a better break than if he'd committed the murder himself. The sergeant took a detour around the lawn and cut behind a small duck pond and fountain, keeping out of the way of the SOC team. As he came around some hedges, he saw a man in the distance, standing by the duck pond, throwing pieces of bread to the ducks. He was dressed in the gaudiest day tripper style imaginable, complete with Hawaiian shirt, Oakley eye jacket shades, and giant baggy shorts. Even though summer had ended over a month ago, it looked like this was the man's first day in the sun after a long, cold winter. Maybe a dozen winters. While the sergeant had some sympathy for a photographer or reporter trying to do his job, he had absolutely no tolerance for tourists. They were the scum of the earth. "Hey, you!" The man looked up. "What do you think you're doing? Don't you know this is a crime scene?" "Yes, officer, and I do apologize." "Get the hell out."
"But, Sergeant, it's important the ducks be fed. They're hungry." "I imagine that someone feeds them every morning, but this morning, as you know—" He smiled and shrugged. The sergeant could hardly believe it. A guy gets murdered, and this idiot is worried about ducks? "Let's see some ID." Of course, of course. The man started fishing in his pocket, fished in another, then looked up sheepishly. "Sorry about that, officer. I threw on these shorts as soon as I heard the terrible news, but it appears my wallet is still in the pocket of the jacket I was wearing last night." His New York accent grated on the sergeant's nerves. The sergeant looked at the guy. Normally, he would just chase him back behind the barriers, but there was something about him that didn't quite wash. For one thing, the clothes he was wearing were so new they still smelled of a menswear shop. For another thing, they were such a hideous mixture of colors and patterns that it looked like he'd plucked them randomly from a rack in the village boutique. This was more than just bad taste. This was a disguise. No, you won't.
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction, disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The sergeant took out his notebook, flipped back a wad of pages, licked his pencil. "You live around here? I've taken a house in a Magazine for a week. Address? The Brickman House, Windmill Lane." Another rich jerk. "And your permanent address?" "That would be the Dakota, Central Park West." The sergeant paused. "Now that's a coincidence." Aloud, he said, "Name? Look, Sergeant, honestly, if it's a problem, I'll just go on back." "Your first name, sir?" he said more sharply. "Is that really necessary? It's difficult to spell, even more difficult to pronounce. I often wonder what my mother was thinking." The sergeant gave him a look that shut him up quick. One more quip from this jerk, and it would be the cuffs. "Let's try again. First name?" "Aloysius." "Spell it." The man spelled it. "Last?" "Pendergast." The pencil in the sergeant's hand began writing this down, too. Then it paused. Slowly, the sergeant looked up. Slowly, the sergeant looked up. The Oakleys had come off, and he found himself staring into that face he knew so well, with the blonde white hair, gray eyes, finely chiseled features, skin as pale and translucent as Carrara marble. "Pendergast? In the very flesh, my dear Vincent. The New York accent was gone, replaced by the cultured Southern drawl he remembered vividly. "What are you doing here?" The same might be asked of you. Vincent Augusta felt himself coloring. The last time he had seen Pendergast, he had been a proud New York City police lieutenant, and now here he was in Hampton, a lowly sergeant decorating hedges with police tape. I was in a Magazine when the news arrived that Jeremy Grove had met an untimely end. How could I resist? I apologize for the outfit, but I was hard-pressed to get here as soon as possible. You're on the case? Until I'm officially assigned to the case, I can do nothing but feed the ducks. I worked on my last case without full authorization, and it, shall we say, strained some high-level nerves. I must say, Vincent, running into you is a most welcome surprise. For me, too, said D'Agosta, coloring again. Sorry, I'm really not at my best here. Pendergast laid a hand on his arm. We shall have plenty of time to talk later. For now, I see a large individual approaching who appears to be suffering from emphraxis. A low-pitched, menacing voice intruded from behind. I hate to break up this little conversation. D'Agosta turned to see Lieutenant Brasky. Brasky stopped, stared at Pendergast, then turned back to D'Agosta. Perhaps I'm a little confused here, Sergeant, but isn't this individual trespassing at the scene of a crime? Well, Lieutenant, D'Agosta looked at Pendergast. This man isn't a friend of yours now, is he? As a matter of fact, the sergeant was just telling me to leave, interjected Pendergast smoothly. Oh, he was he? And if I may be so bold as to inquire what you were doing here in the first place, sir? Feeding the ducks. Feeding the ducks. D'Agosta could see Brasky's face flushing. He wished Pendergast would hurry up and pull out his shield. Well, sir, Brasky went on, that's a beautiful thing to do. Let's see some ID. D'Agosta waited smugly. This was going to be good. As I was just explaining to the officer here, I left my wallet back at the house. Brasky turned on D'Agosta, saw the notebook in his hand. You got this man's information? Yes. D'Agosta looked at Pendergast almost pleadingly, but the FBI agent's face had shut down completely. Did you ask him how he got through the police cordon? No. Don't you think maybe you should? I came through the side gate in Little Dune Road, Pendergast said. Not possible. It's locked. I checked it myself. Perhaps the lock is defective. At least it seemed to fall open in my hands. Brasky turned to D'Agosta. Now, at last, there's something useful you can do. Go plug that hole, Sergeant, and report back to me at 11 o'clock sharp. We need to talk. And as for you, sir, I will escort you off the premises. Thank you, Lieutenant. D'Agosta looked with dismay at the retreating form of Lieutenant Brasky, with Pendergast strolling along behind him, hands in the pockets of his baggy surfer shorts, head tilted back as if taking the air. Lieutenant L.P. Brasky, Jr. of the Southampton Police Department stood beneath the trellis of the mansion's grape arbor, watching the SOC team comb the endless acreage of lawn for clues. His face wore a stolid mask of professionalism as he thought of Chief Macready playing golf in the Highlands of Scotland. He pictured in his mind the links of St. Andrews in autumn, the narrow doglegs of Greensward, the grim castle, the barren moors beyond. He'd wait until tomorrow to give the chief a call, let him know what was going on. Macready had been chief for 20 years, and this golf trip was one more reason why Southampton needed fresh blood. Brasky was a local boy, with roots in the town and friends in City Hall, and he'd also managed to build up some powerful relationships among the summer people. A favor here and a favor there worked wonders. A foot in both worlds. He'd played his cards well. And now this. They'd have the perp in the bag in a week or two, and come November and the elections, he'd be a shoo-in. Maybe he'd call Macready the day after tomorrow. Gee, Chief, I really hesitated to interrupt your hard-earned vacation. Brasky knew from long experience in South Fork homicide that the first 24 hours of a murder investigation were often the most crucial. Fact was, if you didn't get on the trail and follow it right away, you might as well hang up your hat.
find ingress and egress, and everything that followed, forensic evidence, murder weapon, witnesses, motive, would form a chain leading to the perp. Brasky's job wasn't to do the work himself, but to make sure everyone else did theirs. And there was little question in his mind that the weak link in this chain was Sergeant Vincent DaGosta. He didn't do what he was told. He knew better. Story was, DaGosta had once been a homicide lieutenant himself in the NYPD, and a good one. Quit to write mystery novels, moved to Canada, went broke, and had to come back with his tail tucked firmly between his butt cheeks. Couldn't get a job in the city and ended up out here. If Brasky were chief, he'd never have hired someone like that in the first place. The guy might know his stuff, but he was guaranteed trouble. Not a team player. Had a chip on his shoulder the size of Manhattan. Brasky checked his watch. 11 o'clock, and speak of the devil. He watched DaGosta approach the trellis. A real type, fringe of black hair hanging over his collar, growing gut, attitude oozing from his pores like B.O. Here in Southampton, he stuck out like a bunion. No great surprise the man's wife had decided to stay behind in Canada with their only kid. "Sir," said DaGosta, able to make even that single word a trifle insolent. Brasky shifted his gaze back to the SOC team, combing the lawn. "We've got an important case here, Sergeant." The man nodded. Brasky narrowed his eyes, looked toward the mansion, toward the sea. "We don't have the luxury of screwing it up." "No, sir." "I'm glad to hear you say that. I have to tell you, DaGosta, that ever since you came on the force, you've made it pretty clear that Southampton isn't where you want to be." DaGosta said nothing. He sighed and looked straight at DaGosta, only to find the pugnacious face staring back at him. His go-ahead make my day.
That man should have been ejected immediately. No discussion. You think you can do things your way? I can't have that. He paused, scrutinizing Sergeant DaGosta carefully, thinking he might have detected a smirk. This guy really had a problem. The lieutenant caught the glimpse of a loudly dressed presence to his right. It was that same scumbag in the Hawaiian shirt, baggy shorts, and expensive sculpted shades, approaching the grape arbor as cool as could be, once again inside the police cordon. Brasky turned to DaGosta, speaking calmly. "Sergeant, arrest that man and read him his rights." "Wait, Lieutenant." He couldn't believe it. DaGosta was going to argue with him? After everything he just told him. His voice became even quieter. "Sergeant, I believe I just gave you an order." He turned to the man. "I hope you brought your wallet with you this time." "As a matter of fact, I did." The man reached into his pocket. "No, I don't want to see it for Chris' sakes. Save it for the booking sergeant down at the station." But the man had already extracted the wallet in one smooth movement, and as it fell open, Brasky caught the flash of gold. "What the?" The lieutenant stared. "Special Agent Pendergast, Federal Bureau of Investigation." The lieutenant felt the blood rush to his face. The man had set him up. And there was no reason, none, for the FBI to justify their involvement. Or was there? He swallowed. This needed to be dealt with carefully. "I see." The wallet shut with a slap and disappeared. "Any particular reason for the federal interest?" asked Brasky, trying to control his voice. "We've been treating it as a simple murder. There's a possibility that the killer or killers might have come and left by boat from across the Sound, perhaps Connecticut, and interstate flight. That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? It's a reason. Yeah, right. Grove that probably been laundering money or dealing drugs, or maybe he was even involved in terrorism. These days, with all the gosh going down in the world, you couldn't break wind without a phalanx of feds dropping down on you like a ton of manure. Whatever the case, this put a whole new spin on things, and he had to make the best of it. The lieutenant swallowed, held out his hand. "Welcome to Southampton, Agent Pendergast. If there's anything I or the South Fork PD can do for you, just let me know."
While the chief is on vacation, I'm acting chief, so you just come to me for anything. We're here to serve." The man's handshake was cool and dry, just like the man himself. Brasky hadn't seen a Fed quite like him before. He looked even paler than that artist who used to come out here. What was his name? The weird blonde guy who did the Marilyn Monroes. Autumn or not, by the end of the day, this guy was going to need a quart of solar cane and a pitcher of martinis before he could even sit down. "And now that we've straightened things out," the man named Pendergast said pleasantly, "may I ask you for the courtesy of a tour? I trust the immediate workups have been completed, clearing the way for us." He looked at D'Agasta. "You will accompany us, Sergeant?" "Yes, sir." Brasky sighed. When the FBI arrived, it was like getting the flu. Nothing you could do about it but wait for the headache, fever, and diarrhea to go away. Vincent D'Agasta followed Pendergast and Brasky across the lawn. Over in the shade of a vast patio, the South Fork Homicide Squad had set up an impromptu interrogation center with a video camera. There weren't too many people to interview beyond the domestic who'd found the body, but it was toward this shady spot that Pendergast directed his footsteps, walking so swiftly that D'Agasta and Brasky almost had to jog to keep up. The chief detective from East Hampton rose. He was a guy D'Agasta had never seen before, small and dark, with large black eyes and long lashes. "Detective Tony Innocente," said Brasky. "Special Agent Pendergast, FBI." Innocente rose, held out his hand. The domestic sat at the table, a short, stolid-looking woman. For someone who had just discovered a stiff, she looked pretty composed, except for a certain unsettled gleam in the eyes. Pendergast bowed to her, held out his hand. "Agent Pendergast." "Agnes Torres," she said. "May I?" Pendergast looked inquisitively at Innocente. "Be my guest." "Videotapes rolling, FYI." "Mrs. Torres, Miss." "Thank you." "Miss Torres, do you believe in God?" Innocente exchanged a glance with the other detectives. There was an awkward silence. "Yes," she said. "You are a devout Catholic?" "Yes, I am." "Do you believe in the devil?" Another long pause. "Yes, I do." "And you have drawn your own conclusions from what you saw upstairs in the house, have you not?" "Yes, I have," said the woman, so matter-of-factly it sent an odd shudder through D'Agasta. "Do you really think the lady's beliefs are relevant?" Brasky interjected. Pendergast turned his pale eyes on the man. "What we believe, Lieutenant, shapes what we see." He turned back to her. "Thank you, Miss Torres." They continued to the side door of the house. A policeman opened it for them, nodding at the lieutenant. They gathered in the foyer, where Brasky paused. "We're still trying to get a handle on ingress and egress," he said. The gate was locked, and the grounds were alarmed. Circuit breakers and motion sensors, activated by keypad. We're checking out who had the codes. The doors and windows to the house were also locked and alarmed. There are motion detectors throughout the house as well as infrared sensors and lasers. We've tested the alarm system and it's working perfectly. As you can see, Mr. Grove had a rather valuable collection of art, but nothing seems to be missing. Pendergast cast an admiring glance toward one of the nearby paintings. To D'Agasta, it looked like a cross between a pig, a pair of dice, and a naked woman. "Mr. Grove had a party last night. It was a small party, 5 in all. Do you have the guest list?" Brasky turned to D'Agasta. "Get the list from Innocente." Pendergast stayed D'Agasta with a hand. "I should prefer that the sergeant stay here, Lieutenant, if you could spare another officer." Brasky paused long enough to cast a suspicious glance at D'Agasta, then gestured to another cop in the room. "Pray continue." "By all accounts, the last guest was gone by 12:30. They all pretty much left together. From that point until 7:30 this morning, Grove was alone. Do you have a time of death?" "Not yet. The M.E. is still upstairs. We know he was alive at 3:10 a.m. because that's when he called a Father Cappy." "Grove called a priest?" Pendergast seemed surprised. It seems Cappy had been an old friend, but he hadn't seen Grove in 30-40 years. They had some kind of falling out. Anyway, it didn't matter. All Grove got was the answering machine. I'll need a copy of the message. Certainly. Grove was hysterical. He wanted Father Cappy to come over right away. With a Bible, cross, and holy water, by chance? Pendergast asked. I see you've already heard about the call. No, it was just a guess. Father Cappy arrived at 8 this morning. He came straight after getting the message, but of course by then it was too late, and all he could do was give the body the last rites. Have the guests been questioned? Preliminary statements. That's how we know when the party broke up. It seems Grove was not in good form last night. He was excited, garrulous, some say frightened. Could anyone have stayed behind or perhaps slipped back inside after the guests had left? That's a theory we're working on. Mr. Grove had, perverse sexual tastes. Pendergast raised his eyebrows. How so? He liked men and women. And the perverse sexual tastes? Just what I said. Men and women. You mean he was bisexual? As I understand it, 30% of all men have such tendencies. Not in Southampton they don't. D'Agosta stifled a laugh with a burst of coughing. Excellent work so far, Lieutenant. Shall we move on to the scene of the crime? Brasky turned and they followed him through the house.
The peculiar smell that D'Agosta had caught a whiff of out on the lawn was much stronger here. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The peculiar smell that D'Agosta had caught a whiff of out on the lawn was much stronger here. Matches, fireworks, gunpowder, what exactly was that? It mingled with the smell of burned wood and a gamey roast of some kind. It reminded D'Agosta of the bear meat he had once tried roasting at his house outside Invermere, British Columbia, brought to him by a friend. His wife had walked out in disgust. They'd ended up ordering pizza. They mounted one set of stairs, threaded a winding hallway, came to a second staircase. This door was locked, said Brasky. The housekeeper opened it. They climbed the narrow, creaking staircase to the attic floor. At the top was a long hall with doors left and right. At the far end, one door was open and a bright light shone out. D'Agosta breathed through his mouth.
"The door to that far room and its window were also locked," Brasky continued. "The deceased, it appears, piled furniture up against it from the inside." He stepped across the threshold, Pendergast and D'Agosta following. The stench was now overpowering. It was a small bedroom tucked beneath the eaves of the house, with a single dormer window looking out toward Dune Road. Jeremy Grove lay on the bed at the far side of the room. He was fully dressed, although the clothes had been slit in places to accommodate the ME's investigations. The ME was standing beside the bed, back turned, writing on a clipboard. D'Agosta dabbed his brow. Maybe it was the sun on the roof, maybe the bright lights in the room, but it was stifling. The smell of badly baked meat clung to him like greasy perspiration. He waited near the door while Pendergast circled the corpse, his body tensed like an eagle, examining it from every angle, the look on his face so eager it was unsettling. The dead man lay on the bed, eyes goggled with blood, his hands clenched. The flesh was a strange tallow color, and its texture seemed off somehow. But it was the expression on the man's face, the rictus of horror and pain, that forced D'Agosta to look away. In his long years as a New York cop, D'Agosta had accumulated a small, unwelcome library of images stored in his mind that he'd never forget as long as he lived. This added one more. The ME was putting away his tools, and two newly arrived assistants were getting ready to bag the body and load it onto a stretcher. Another cop was kneeling on the floor, cutting out a piece of floorboard that had a mark burned into it. "Doctor," Pendergast said. The ME turned, and D'Agosta was surprised to see it was a woman, hair hidden under her cap, a young and very attractive blonde. "Yes?" Pendergast swept open his shield. "FBI. May I trouble you with a few questions?" The woman nodded. "Have you established the time of death?" "No, and I can tell you that's going to be a problem." Pendergast raised his eyebrows. "How so?" "We knew we were in trouble when the anal probe came back at 108 degrees. "That's what I was going to tell you," said Brasky. "The body's been heated somehow." "Correct," said the doctor. "The heating took place most strongly on the inside." "The inside?" Pendergast asked. D'Agosta could have sworn he'd heard a note of disbelief in the voice. "Yes. It was as if the body was cooked from the inside out." Pendergast looked closely at the doctor. "Was there any evidence of burning, surface lesions on the skin?" "No. Externally, the body is virtually unmarked, fully dressed. Aside from a single, rather unusual burn on the chest, the skin appears unbroken and unbruised." Pendergast paused a moment. "How could that be? A fever spike?" "No. The body had already cooled from a temperature greater than 120 degrees, far too high to be biological. At that temperature, the flesh partially cooks. All the usual things you use to establish time of death were completely disrupted by this heating process. The blood's cooked solid in the veins. Solid. At those temperatures, the muscle proteins begin to denature, so there's no rigor, and the temperature killed most bacteria, so there's been no decomposition to speak of. And without the usual spontaneous enzymatic digestion, there's no autolysis either. All I can say now is he died between 3:10 a.m., when he apparently made a telephone call, and 7:30 when he was discovered dead. But, of course, that's a non-medical judgment. That, I assume, is the burn you referred to earlier?" Pendergast pointed at the man's chest. There, burned and charred into the sallow skin like a brand, was the unmistakable imprint of a cross. He was found wearing a cross around his neck, very expensive by all appearances. But the metal had partially melted, and the wood burned away. It seemed to have been set with diamonds and rubies. They were found among the ashes. Pendergast nodded slowly. After a moment, he thanked the doctor and turned his attention to the man working on the floor. "May I?" The officer stepped back, and Pendergast knelt beside him. "Sergeant?" D'Agosta came over, and Brasky hastened to follow. "What do you make of that?" D'Agosta looked at the image burned into the floor. The finish alobit was blistered and cracked, but there was no mistaking the mark of a huge cloven hoof, deeply branded into the wood. "Looks like the murderer had a sense of humor," D'Agosta muttered. "My dear Vincent, do you really think it's a joke? You don't?" "No." D'Agosta found Brasky staring at him. The "my dear Vincent" hadn't gone down well at all. Meanwhile, Pendergast had gotten down on his hands and knees and was sniffing around the floor almost like a dog. Suddenly, a test tube and tweezers appeared out of his baggy shorts. The FBI agent picked up a brownish particle, held it to his nose a moment, then, sniffing, stretched it out toward the lieutenant. Brasky frowned. "What's that?" "Brimstone, Lieutenant," said Pendergast. "Good Old Testament brimstone." The Chanticleer was a tiny six-table restaurant tucked into an Amagansett side street between Bluff Road and Main. From his narrow wooden seat, D'Agosta looked around, blinking. Everything seemed to be yellow. The yellow daffodils in the window boxes, the yellow taffeta curtains on the yellow painted windows, the yellow linen tablecloths. And what wasn't yellow was an accent of green or red. The whole place looked like one of those octagonal French dinner plates everybody paid so much money for. D'Agosta closed his eyes for a moment. After the musty dark of Jeremy Grove's attic, this place seemed almost unbearably cheerful. The proprietress, a short, red-faced, middle-aged woman, bustled up. "Ah, Monsieur Pendergast," she said. "Comment ça va?" "Bien, madame." "The usual, monsieur?" "Oui, merci." The woman turned her gaze on D'Agosta. "And you, officer?" D'Agosta glanced at the menu, scrawled in white chalk on a slate near the door, but half the dishes he didn't recognize, and the other half held no interest for him. The reek of Jeremy Grove's flesh was still strong in his nostrils. "Nothing for me, thanks." "Anything to drink?" "A bud, frosty." "So sorry, monsieur, but we have no liquor license." D'Agosta licked his lips. "Then bring me an iced tea, please." He watched the woman depart, then glanced across the table at Pendergast, now dressed in his usual black suit. He still couldn't get over the shock of running into him like this. The man looked no different than the last time he'd seen him.
As I mentioned, disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. As I mentioned, I've taken a house here for the week. What is that phrase? Location scouting. Location scouting? For what? For the, shall we say, convalescence of a friend. You'll meet her in due course. And now I'd like to hear your story. The last I knew, you were in British Columbia, writing novels. I have to say, I found Angels of Purgatory to be readable. Readable? Pendergast waved his hand. I'm not much of a judge when it comes to police procedurals. My taste for sensational fiction ends with M.R. James. D'Agosta thought he probably meant P.D. James, but let it pass. The last thing he wanted to do was have a literary conversation. He'd had more than enough of those the last few years. The drinks arrived. D'Agosta took a big gulp of iced tea, found it was unsweetened, tore open a packet of sugar. My story's soon told, Pendergast. I couldn't make a living at writing, so I came home. Couldn't get my old place back on the NYPD. The new mayor's downsizing the force, and besides, I'd made more than my share of enemies on the job. I was getting desperate. Heard about the opening in Southampton and took it. I imagine there are worse places to work. Yeah, you'd think so. But after spending a summer chasing people whose dogs have just left a steaming load on the beach, you'd think different. And the people out here, you give a guy a speeding ticket, and the next thing you know, some high-priced lawyers down at the station with writs and subpoenas, raising heck. You should see our legal bills. Pendergast took a sip of what appeared to be tea. And how is working with Lieutenant Brasky? He's a jerk, totally political, gonna run for chief. He seemed competent enough. A competent jerk, then. He found Pendergast's cool gaze on him, and he fidgeted. He'd forgotten about those eyes. They made you feel like you had just been stripped of your secrets. There's a part of your story you left out. Back when we last worked together, you had a wife and son, Vincent Jr., I believe. D'Agosta nodded. Still got a son. He's back in Canada, living with my wife. Well, my wife on paper, anyway. Pendergast said nothing. After a moment, D'Agosta fetched a sigh. Lydia and I weren't that close anymore. You know how it is, being on the force, working long hours. She didn't want to move to Canada to begin with, especially a place as remote as Invermere. When we got there, having me in the house all day, trying to write, well, we got on each other's nerves, and that's putting it mildly. He shrugged, shook his head. Funny thing was, she grew to like it up there. Seems my moving back here was just about the final straw. Madame Merle returned with Pendergast's order, and D'Agosta decided it was time to change the subject. "What about you?" he asked, almost aggressively. "What have you been up to? New York keeping you busy?" "Actually, I've recently returned from the Midwest, Kansas to be precise, where I was handling a case, a small case, but not without its, interesting features. And Grove? As you know, Vincent, I have an interest, some might call it an unhealthy interest, in unusual homicides. I've traveled to places far more distant than Long Island in pursuit of them. A bad habit, but very hard to break." Pendergast pierced an egg with his knife, and yolk flooded out over the plate. More yellow. "So, are you official?" "My freelancing days are over. The FBI is a different place." "Yes, I'm official." And he patted the cell phone in his pocket. "What's the hook? I mean, for the feds? Drugs? Terrorism?" "Just what I told Lieutenant Brasky. Possibility of interstate flight. It's weak, but it will have to serve." Pendergast leaned forward, lowering his voice slightly. "I need your help, Vincent." D'Agosta looked over. Was he kidding? We made a good team once. "But He hesitated. "You don't need my help." He said it more angrily than he meant. He found those very eyes on him again. "Not as much as you need my help, perhaps." "What do you mean? I don't need anybody's help. I'm doing fine." "Forgive the liberty, but you are not doing fine." "What the heck are you talking about?" "You're working far below your capacity.
Not only is that a waste of your talents, but it's all too clear in your attitude. Lieutenant Brasky seems to be basically decent, and he may be somewhat intelligent, but you do not belong under his supervision. Once he's chief, your relationship will only grow worse. You think that jerk is intelligent and decent? Christ, if you could spend a day working for him, you'd change your tune. It's you, Vincent, who needs to change your tune. There are far worse policemen than Lieutenant Brasky, and we've worked with them. So you're going to save me, is that it? No, Vincent, it's the case that will save you, from yourself. D'Agosta stood up. I don't have to take this gosh from you or anyone. He pulled out his wallet, dropped a crumpled 5 on the table, and stalked out. 10 minutes later, D'Agosta found Pendergast in the same place he'd left him, the crumpled bill still sitting there. He pulled out the chair, sat down, and ordered another iced tea, his face burning. Pendergast merely nodded as he finished the last bite of his lunch. Then he removed a piece of paper from his jacket pocket and laid it gently on the table. This is a list of the 4 people who attended Jeremy Grove's last party, and the name and number of the priest who received his final phone call. It's as good a place to start as any. Considering how short the list is, there are some rather interesting names on it. He pushed the paper across the table. D'Agosta nodded. The burning sensation began to ebb as he looked at the names and addresses. Something began to stir in him, the old excitement of working a case, a good case. How's this going to work, with me being on the Southampton PD and all? I will arrange with Lieutenant Brasky to get you assigned as the local FBI liaison officer. He'll never go for it. On the contrary, he will be only too happy to get rid of you. And in any case, it won't be presented as a request. Brasky, as you pointed out, is a political animal, and he will do as he is told. D'Agosta nodded. Pendergast checked his watch. Almost 2. Come on, Vincent, we've got a long drive ahead of us. Priests dine early, but we might just catch Father Cappy if we hurry. D'Agosta felt like he'd been swallowed by Ahab's white whale, cushioned as he was in the white leather interior of a '59 Rolls-Royce Silver Wraith. Chauffeured, no less. Pendergast had certainly come up in the world since the bad old days of the museum murders, when he drove a late-model Buick from the Bureau pool. Maybe a relative died and left him a few billion. He glanced over. Or maybe the time for dissembling had simply passed. The car was cruising up Route 9, along a beautiful stretch of the middle Hudson Valley north of Poughkeepsie. After months spent among low sand dunes and beach scrub, the lush greenery and rolling hills a relief to the eyes. Here and there, old mansions could be seen, set far back from the road, overlooking the river or tucked in among copses of trees. Some had signs identifying them as monasteries or retreats. Others still seemed to be in private ownership. Despite the warmth of the day, there were already strong
Without a word, he ushered them into an acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters. Example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Without a word, he ushered them into an elegant interior smelling of thyme and wax polish. Pendergast bowed and presented the monk with a card. In turn, the monk nodded and beckoned. They followed him through several turnings and twistings of corridors to a Spartan room, whitewashed and bare save for a single crucifix and 2 rows of hard wooden chairs along opposite walls. A single window near the exposed rafters let in a bar of light. The monk bowed and withdrew. Moments later, another figure appeared in the door. He too was dressed in a monk's habit, but when he drew back the collar, D'Agosta was surprised to find a man well over 6 feet, broad-shouldered, square-jawed, with black eyes that sparkled with vigor. In the background, he could hear the faint peal of bells as the changes began to ring in the tower. Somehow, it gave him the shivers. Father Bernard Cappy, the man said. Welcome to the Hyde Park Carthaginian Monastery. Here we're under a vow of silence, but we meet in this particular room once a week to talk. We call it the disputation chamber, because this is where we complain and grumble. You build up a lot of resentments in a week of silence. He swept his robes back, taking a seat. This is my associate, Sergeant D'Agosta, Pendergast said, following the monk's lead. He may want to ask questions as well. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The priest crushed his hand in greeting. This is no gentle Lamb of God, thought D'Agosta. He eased down in the chair, shifting, trying hard to get comfortable. He failed. The room, despite the sunny day outside, felt cold and damp. God, he would never make a good monk. I sincerely apologize for this intrusion, said Pendergast. Quite all right. I just hope I can be of help. This is a tragic business. Well, take as little of your time as possible. Perhaps we should begin with the telephone call. As I told the police, the call came to my home at 3:10 in the morning. The answering machine registered the time. But every year I take a 2-week retreat here, and so I wasn't home to receive it. I check my messages upon rising. It's a violation of the rules, but I've got an elderly mother. I immediately headed out to Long Island, but of course it was too late. Why did he call you? That's a complicated question requiring a long answer. Pendergast nodded at him to proceed. Jeremy Grove and I go way back. We met at Columbia as students many years ago. I went on to the priesthood, and he went to Florence to study art. In those days, we were both, well, I wouldn't call us religious in the usual sense of the word. We were both spiritually intrigued. We used to argue to all hours of the morning about questions of faith, epistemology, the nature of good and evil, and so forth. I went on to study theology at Mount St. Mary's. We continued our friendship, and a few years later I officiated over Grove's marriage. I see, murmured Pendergast. Grove stayed in Florence, and I visited him several times. He was living in a beautiful villa in the hills south of the city. D'Agosta cleared his throat. Where'd he get his money? An interesting story, Sergeant. He bought a painting at an auction at Sotheby's that was billed as being by a late follower of Raphael. Grove was able to prove it as the hand of the master himself, turned around and sold it for $30 million to the Met. Nice. Indeed. Anyway,
While living in Florence, Grove had become quite devout, in an intellectual kind of way, as some people do. He loved to engage me in discussion. There is, Mr. Pendergast, such a thing as a Catholic intellectual, and that was Grove. Pendergast nodded. He was very happily married. He adored his wife. And then, quite abruptly, she left him, ran off with another man. To say that Grove was devastated is not saying enough. He was destroyed, and he focused his anger on God. I see, Pendergast replied. Grove felt betrayed by God. He became, well, you certainly couldn't call him an atheist or an agnostic. Rather, he picked a fight with God. He deliberately embarked on a life of sin and violence against God, which in reality was a life of violence against his own higher self. He became an art critic. Criticism is a profession which allows one a certain license to be vicious outside the bounds of normal civilized behavior. One would never tell another person in private that his painting was a revolting piece of trash, but the critic thinks nothing of making the same pronouncement to the world as if you were performing a high moral duty. There is no profession more ignoble than that of the critic, except perhaps that of the physician presiding at an execution. You're right there, said D'Agosta with feeling. Those who can't do, teach, and those who can't teach, critique. Father Cappy laughed. Very true, Sergeant D'Agosta. Sergeant D'Agosta is a writer of mysteries, explained Pendergast. Is that so? I love detective stories. Give me a title. Angels of Purgatory is his latest. I'll buy it immediately. D'Agosta mumbled his thanks. For the second time that day, he found himself feeling embarrassed. He would have to talk to Pendergast about sounding off about his abortive writing career. Suffice to say, the priest continued, Grove made a splendid critic. He surrounded himself with the most degraded, selfish, and cruel people he could find. Everything he did was excessive: drinking, eating, sex, money, gossip. He gave dinner parties like a Roman emperor, and he was often on television, savaging this person or that, in the most charming way, of course. His articles in the New York Review of Books were avidly read. Naturally, he was a huge hit in New York City society. And your relationship to him? He couldn't forgive me for what I represented. Our relationship simply couldn't continue. When was this? D'Agosta asked. Grove's wife ran off in 1974, and we had our falling out shortly thereafter. I haven't heard from him since. Not until this morning, that is. The message? The priest removed a microcassette recorder from his pocket. I made a copy before turning it over to the police. Holding it up in one hand, he pressed the play button. There was a beep. Then, Bernard? Bernard, it's Jeremy Grove. Are you there? Pick up the phone, for God's sake. The voice was high, strained, tinny. Listen, Bernard, I need you here, now. You've got to come. Southampton, 301 Dune Road. Come immediately. It's horrible. Bring a cross, Bible, holy water. My God, Bernard, he's coming for me. Do you hear? He's coming for me. I need to confess. I need forgiveness, absolution. For the love of God, Bernard, pick up the phone. His voice was cut off by the message machine using up its allotted time. The harsh voice echoed into silence in the bare, whitewashed room. D'Agosta fought a shiver of horror. Well, said Pendergast after a moment, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on that, Father. Father Cappy's face was grim. I believe he felt damnation was upon him. Damnation or the devil? Cappy shifted uncomfortably. For whatever reason, Jeremy Grove knew his death was imminent. He wanted to obtain forgiveness before the end. That was even more important to him than calling the police. Grove, you see.
To his left lay the black outlines of Riverside Park and the Hudson River beyond. To his right, the vast hulks of once great mansions, now empty and decaying. Wren's shadow flitted from street lamp to street lamp as the last touch of red left the incarnadine sky. Despite the gentrification creeping up from southern Manhattan, this remained a dangerous neighborhood, one in which few would wish to be caught after dark. But there was something about Wren's cadaverousness of his features, perhaps, or his quick, stealthy scuttle of a walk, or the wild shock of white hair, unnaturally thick for a man of his years, that kept predators at bay. Now Wren stopped before a large Beaux Arts mansion that fronted Riverside Drive from 137th to 138th Streets. The four-story pile was surrounded by a tall, spiked iron fence furred in rust. Beyond the fence, the lawn was overgrown with weeds and ancient ailanthus bushes. The mansion itself seemed in decrepitude. Windows securely boarded up with tin, slate roof tiles chipped, Widow's Walk missing half its metal posts. The iron gate blocking the entrance was ajar. Without pausing, Wren slipped through the opening and down the cobbled drive to the porte-cochere. Here, trash had accumulated in the corners, blown by the wind into fantastic shapes. In the blackness beneath the carriageway entrance was set a lone oaken door, festooned with graffiti, but solid-looking nonetheless. Wren raised his bony hand, rapped once, then again. The echo of his knock was lost in the vast spaces within. For a minute, perhaps two, all remained still. Then there was the rasp of a heavy lock being turned, and the door slowly creaked open. Yellow light filtered out. Pendergast stood in the doorway, one hand on the knob, the paleness of his features enhanced by the incandescent glow of the hallway. Without a word, he ushered Wren in, then closed and locked the door behind them. Wren followed the FBI agent through the marbled entranceway and into a long wood-paneled gallery. Then he stopped abruptly. The last time he had seen this house was during the summer, when he'd spent several weeks cataloging the mansion's vast collections while Pendergast was taking his vacation in Kansas. At the time, the inside of the house had been as much a ruin as the outside. Paneling torn away, floorboards ripped up, plaster and lath exposed, the byproducts of an intense search. Along with Pendergast, Wren was one of only 4, no, that would be 5, living beings who knew the results of that search and what those results meant. But now the chestnut wainscoting shone with fresh polish. The walls had been replastered and covered in muted Victorian wallpaper, and everywhere brass and copper fittings glowed in the dim light. In dozens of inlaid nooks and on marbled plinths sat specimens from a magnificent collection. Meteorites, gemstones, rare butterflies, fossils of long-extinct species. Within this house, a cabinet of curiosities unmatched by any other had been restored to a magnificence it had not enjoyed in 100 years. Yet it was a cabinet destined to remain hidden from the world. "I love what you've done with the place," Wren said, waving his hand around the room. Pendergast inclined his head. "I'm amazed you accomplished it so quickly. Just 2 months ago the house was a shambles." Pendergast began leading the way down the gallery. "Cajun craftsmen and carpenters from south of the Bayou Teche served my family well in earlier years. They proved themselves invaluable once again, though they did not approve of the, shall we say, environs." Wren chuckled faintly, tonelessly. "I have to agree with them. It seems odd you taking up residence here when you have such a delightful place down at the Dakota that's—" He stopped in mid-sentence, eyes widening in understanding. "Unless—" Pendergast nodded. "Yes, Wren, that is the reason. One of them, anyway." They were now passing into a vast reception hall, its domed ceiling repainted a Wedgwood blue. Rippled glass cabinets lined the walls, full of more artifacts, beautifully displayed. Small mounted dinosaur skeletons and taxidermied animals were arrayed around the parquet floor. Wren plucked at Pendergast's sleeve. "How is she?" Pendergast stopped. "She is well, physically. Emotionally, as well as could be expected. We're making slow progress. It's been so long, you see." Wren nodded his understanding. Then he reached into his pocket and withdrew a DVD. "Here it is," he said, passing it to Pendergast.
A complete inventory of the collections within this house, cataloged and indexed to the best of my ability. Pendergast nodded. It still amazes me that the world's preeminent cabinet of curiosities is housed under this roof. Indeed. And I trust you found the pieces I gave you from it payment enough for your services? Oh, yes, Wren whispered. Yes, yes, they were definitely payment enough. As I recall, you were so long on restoring a certain Indian ledger book, I was afraid the rightful owner would get restive. One can't hurry art, Wren sniffed, and it was such a beautiful ledger book. It's just time, you know. Time bears away all things, as Virgil said. It's bearing away my books right now, my lovely books, faster than I can restore them. Wren's domicile was the 7th and deepest sub-basement of the New York Public Library, where he held court over uncatalogued legions of decaying books, their endless stacks navigable by no one but himself. Indeed. Then it must be a relief to know that your work here is done. I'd have inventorized the library as well, but she seems to retain everything about it in her head. And Wren allowed himself a bitter laugh. Her knowledge of this house is remarkable, and I found uses for it already. Wren glanced at him inquiringly. I'm planning to ask her to examine the library's holdings on Satan. Satan? That's a broad topic. Hypocrite lector. As it happens, I'm interested in just one aspect. The death of human beings at the hand of the devil. You mean as in selling one's soul, payment for services rendered, that kind of thing? Pendergast nodded. It's still a broad topic. I'm not interested in literature, Wren. I'm interested solely in non-fiction sources, primary sources, preferably first-person and eyewitness accounts. You've been in this house too long. I find it's beneficial to keep her occupied. And, as you said yourself, she knows the library's holdings so well. I see. And Wren let his gaze stray toward a set of doors in the far wall. Pendergast followed his gaze. You wish to see her? Are you surprised? I'm practically her godfather after what happened here this summer. You forget my role. I forget nothing, and will always be in your debt for that, if nothing else. And without another word, Pendergast stepped forward and noiselessly opened the doors. Wren peered through them. His yellow eyes grew bright. On the far side lay a large and sumptuously appointed library. Case after case of richly bound books rose to the ceiling, firelight warming their leather spines. A dozen small sofas and wing chairs were arranged across a thick Persian carpet. In one of the chairs, sitting before the fire, was a young woman, paging through an oversized book of lithographs. She was wearing a pinafore over a white dress and black stockings, and as she turned another page, the firelight shone on her slender limbs, her dark hair and eyes. On a low table nearby sat a tea service laid out for two. Pendergast cleared his throat gently, and the girl looked up. Her eyes went from the FBI agent to Wren, and for a moment fear flashed through them. But then recognition spread across her features. She put the book aside, stood up, smoothed her pinafore, and waited for the two men to approach. "How are you, Constance?" Wren asked, in as soothing a croak as he could manage. "Very well, Mr. Wren, thank you." Constance gave a small curtsy. "And yourself?" "Busy, very busy. My books take up all my time."
I shouldn't think one would speak grudgingly of such a noble occupation. Constance's tone was grave, but the faintest of smiles touched her lips. In amusement? Condescension? And was gone again before Wren could be sure. No, of course not. Wren tried not to stare. How, in such a short time, could he have forgotten that studied voice with its quaint constructions? How could he forget those eyes, so very ancient, yet set in such a young and beautiful face? He cleared his throat. "So, tell me, Constance, how you pass your days." "Rather tranquilly. In the mornings I read Latin and Greek under the direction of Aloysius. My afternoons are my own, and I generally spend them browsing the collections, correcting the occasional inaccurate label I happen to come across." Wren darted a quick look at Pendergast.
We have a late tea, during which Aloysius generally reads to me from the newspapers. After dinner, I practice the violin, wretchedly. Aloysius suffers me to believe he finds my playing bearable. Dr. Pendergast is the most honest of people. Let us say Dr. Pendergast is the most tactful of people. Be that as it may, I'd love to hear you play sometime. I would be delighted. And Constance curtsied again. Wren nodded, turned to leave. Mr. Wren, Constance called after him. Wren turned, beetled eyebrows raised in query. She looked back at him. Thank you again, for everything. Pendergast quietly shut the doors to the library and accompanied Wren back down the echoing galleries. You read her the newspapers? Wren asked. Just selected articles, of course. It seemed the easiest form of, how best to put it, social decompression. We're now up to the 1960s. And her nocturnal, rambles? Now that she's under my care, there's no need for foraging, and I've decided on the site of her recuperation, my great-aunt's estate on the Hudson. It's deserted these days. It should be a good reintroduction to sunlight, if handled gently enough. Sunlight. Wren repeated the word slowly, as if tasting it. It still seems impossible she was there all that time, after what happened, in those tunnels down by the river access. I keep wondering why she revealed herself to me. Perhaps she'd grown to trust you. She'd watched you at work long enough, over the summer. You clearly loved the collections, which are precious to her as well. Or perhaps she had just reached the point where human contact was necessary, no matter what the risk. Wren shook his head. Are you sure, really sure, she's only 19 years old? That question is more difficult than it sounds. Physically, her body is that of a 19-year-old. They had reached the front door, and Wren waited for Pendergast to unlock it. Thank you, Wren, the FBI agent said, opening the door. Night air rushed in, carrying with it the faint sounds of traffic. Wren stepped through the door, paused, turned back. Have you decided what you're going to do about her? For a moment, Pendergast did not reply. Then he nodded silently. The Renaissance Salon of the Metropolitan Museum of Art was one of the museum's most remarkable spaces. Taken piece by piece, stone by stone, from the ancient Palazzo Dotti of Florence and reassembled in Manhattan, it recreated in perfect detail a late Renaissance salon. It was the most imposing and austere of all the grand galleries in the museum, and for this reason it was chosen for the memorial service of Jeremy Grove. D'Agosta felt like an idiot in his cop's uniform, with its Southampton PD patch in gold and blue and its lowly sergeant's stripes. People turned toward him quickly, stared as if he was some kind of freak, and then just as quickly dismissed him as hired help and turned away. As he followed Pendergast into the hall, D'Agosta was surprised to see a long table groaning with food, and another sporting enough bottles of wine and liquor to lay low a herd of rhinos. Some memorial service, more like an Irish wake. D'Agosta had been to a few of those during his NYPD days and felt lucky to have survived them. They'd obviously set this whole thing up with remarkable speed. Grove had been dead only 2 days. The room was crowded. There were no chairs. People were meant to mingle, not sit reverentially. Several television crews had set up their gear near a carpet-covered stage, which was bare save for a small podium. A harpsichord stood in a far corner of the salon, but it was barely audible over the noise of the crowd. If there was anybody shedding tears over Grove, they were hiding it pretty well. Pendergast leaned over. Vincent, if you are interested in any comestibles, now is the time to act. With a crowd like this, they won't last long. Comestibles? You mean that food on the table? No, thanks. His dalliance with the literary world had taught him that events like these served things like fish eggs and cheese that smelled so bad it encouraged you to check the bottom of your shoes. Then shall we circulate? Pendergast began moving sylph-like through the crowd. Now a lone man mounted the stage, impeccably dressed, tall, hair carefully groomed back, face glistening with a professional makeup job. The crowd hushed even before he reached the microphone. Pendergast took Dagosta's elbow. Sir Gervase de Vache, director of the museum. The man plucked the microphone from the podium, his elegant figure straight and dignified. "I welcome you all," he said, apparently feeling it unnecessary to introduce himself. "We are here to memorialize our friend and colleague Jeremy Grove, but as he would have wanted it, with food, drink, music, and good cheer, not long faces and lugubrious speeches." He spoke with a trace of a French accent. Although Pendergast had stopped the moment the director ended the stage, Dagosta noticed that the FBI agent was still scouring the room with his restless eyes. "I first met Jeremy Grove some 20 years ago, when he reviewed our Monet exhibition for downtown. It was, how shall I say it, a classic Grove review." There was a ripple of knowing laughter. Jeremy Grove was, above all else, a man who told the truth as he saw it, unflinchingly and with style. His rapier wit and irreverent sallies enlivened many a dinner party. Dagosta tuned out. Pendergast was still ceaselessly scanning the room, and now he began moving again, slowly, like a shark that has just scented blood in the water. Dagosta followed. He liked to watch Pendergast in action. There, at the liquor table, pouring himself a stiff drink, was a striking young man dressed entirely in black, with a neat goatee. He had exceptionally large, deep, liquid eyes, and fingers that were even more spidery than Pendergast's. "Maurice Vilnius, the abstract expressionist painter," Pendergast murmured. "One of many beneficiaries of Grove's ministrations. What's that supposed to mean?" "I recall a review Grove wrote of Vilnius's paintings some years back. The phrase that best sticks in my mind is, 'These paintings are so bad they inspire respect, even awe.' It takes a special kind of talent to produce mediocrity at this level. Vilnius has such talent in abundance." Dagosta swallowed a laugh. "That's worth killing over." He hastily put his face in order. Vilnius had turned to see them approach. "Ah, Maurice, how are you?" Pendergast asked. The painter raised two very black eyebrows. As a fellow sufferer of bad reviews, Dagosta had expected to see anger, or at least resentment on the flushed face. Instead, it wore a broad smile. "Have we met? My name's Pendergast. We met briefly at your opening at Galerie d'Elite last year. Beautiful work. I've been considering acquiring a piece for my apartment in the Dakota." Vilnius's smile grew broader. "Delighted." He spoke with a Russian accent. "Come by any time. Come by today. It would make my 5th sale this week." "Indeed." Dagosta noticed Pendergast was careful to keep surprise from his voice. In the background, the director's voice droned on. "A man of courage and determination, who did not go gently into that good night."
"Maurice," Pendergast continued, "I'd like to speak with you about Grove's last." Suddenly, a middle-aged woman came up to Vilnius, her cadaverous figure draped in a sequined dress. In tow was a tall man in a black tuxedo, his bald head polished to gemstone brilliance. The woman tugged at Vilnius's sleeve. "Maurice, darling, I just had to congratulate you in person. That new review is simply wonderful, and so long overdue." "You've seen it already?" Vilnius replied, turning toward these new arrivals. "Just this afternoon," the tall man replied. "A proof copy was faxed to my gallery. And now, one of Jeremy's beloved sonatas by Haydn." People continued talking, ignoring the man at the podium. Vilnius glanced back toward Pendergast for a moment. "Nice to have met you again, Mr. Pendergast," he said, drawing a card from his pocket and handing it to the FBI agent. "Please drop by the studio any time." Then he turned back to the woman and her escort. As they walked away, Dagosta could hear Vilnius saying, "It's remarkable to me how quickly news spreads. The review isn't even due to be published for another day." Dagosta looked at Pendergast. He, too, was watching Vilnius walk away. "Interesting," he murmured under his breath. They drifted back into the crowd. De Vache had concluded his speech, and the noise level had risen once again. The harpsichord had resumed, but was now completely inaudible over the drinking, eating, and gossiping.
Suddenly, Pendergast took off at high speed, arrowing through the crowd. D'Agosta realized his aim was the director of the Met, stepping down from the stage. Devash paused at their approach. "Ah, Pendergast, don't tell me you're on the case?" Pendergast nodded. The Frenchman pursed his lips. "Is this official, or were you perhaps a friend of his? Did Grove have any friends?" Devash chuckled. "True, very true. Friendship was a stranger to Jeremy, something he kept at arm's length. The last time I met him was, let me see, at a dinner party. I recall he asked the man across from him, a perfectly harmless old gentleman with dentures, to stop clacking his front incisors while he ate. That he was a man, not a rat. Someone later dripped sauce on his tie, and Jeremy inquired if perchance he was related to Jackson Pollock." Sir Gervais chuckled, and that was just one dinner party. "Can a man who routinely talks this way have friends?" Sir Gervais was called away by a group of jewelry-laden matrons. He apologized to Pendergast, nodded at D'Agosta, then turned away. Pendergast's eyes went back to roaming the room, finally locking on a group of people near the harpsichord. "Voila," he said, "the mother lode." "Who?" "Those three talking together. Along with Vilnius, whom you just met, they were the guests at Grove's last dinner party. And our reason for being here." D'Agosta's eye landed first on an unexceptional-looking man in a gray suit. Beside him stood a wraith-like elderly woman, covered with powder and rouge, dressed to the nines, manicured, coiffed, and no doubt Botoxed in an ultimately failed attempt to look less than 60. She wore a necklace of emeralds so big, D'Agosta feared her scrawny shoulders would tire carrying their weight. But the standout among the group was the figure at her other elbow, an enormously fat man in a gorgeous dove-gray suit, replete with silk waistcoat, white gloves, and gold chain. "The woman," murmured Pendergast, "is Lady Milbank, widow of the 7th Baron Milbank. She is said to be a poisonous gossip, a drinker of absinthe, and an indefatigable seance organizer and raiser of the dead. She looks like she needs a little raising from the dead herself. Vincent, I have missed your trenchant sense of humor. The heavy-set gentleman is undoubtedly Count Fosco. I have long heard of him, but this is the first time I've seen him. He must weigh 300 pounds if he weighs an ounce, and yet observe how lightly he carries himself. And the tall gentleman in the gray suit is Jonathan Frederick, the art critic for Art and Antiques." D'Agosta nodded. "Shall we venture into the lion's den? You're the boss." Immediately, Pendergast strode over, smoothly and shamelessly insinuated himself into the group, and, seizing Lady Milbank's hand, raised it toward his lips. The old woman blushed beneath her makeup. "Have we had the pleasure?" "No," said Pendergast. "More's the pity. My name is Pendergast." "Pendergast? And who is your friend? A bodyguard?" This elicited a round of titters from the group. Pendergast chuckled along with them. "In a manner of speaking. If he's moonlighting," the tall man named Frederick said, "he should do so out of uniform. This is, after all, a memorial service." D'Agosta nodded that Pendergast did not bother to correct the man about the moonlighting. Instead, he shook his head sadly, ignoring the comment. "Terribly sad about Grove, don't you think?" Nods all around. "I heard a rumor he gave a dinner party the night of his death." There was a sudden silence. "Well now, Mr. Pendergast," said Lady Milbank, "what an extraordinary comment. You see, we were all at that dinner party." "Indeed. They say the murderer might have been a guest at the party." "How exciting!" cried Lady Milbank. "It's just like an Agatha Christie novel. As a matter of fact, we each had our own motives to do away with Grove. At least, we used to." She exchanged brief glances with the others. "But then, we weren't the only ones. Isn't that so, Jason?" And, raising her voice, she beckoned a young man who was passing by, champagne flute in one hand. An orchid drooped from the buttonhole of his fawn jacket, and his hair was the color of marmalade. The youth stopped, frowned. "What are you talking about?" "This is Jason Prince," she laughed teasingly. "Jason, I was just telling Mr. Pendergast here how many people in this room had cause to murder Jeremy Grove. And you're known to be a jealous lad." "She's full of mess, as usual," said Prince, his face flushing. Turning on his heels, he strode away. Lady Milbank issued another tinkle of laughter. "And Jonathan here had been skewered by Grove more than once in his time. Right, Jonathan?" The gray-haired man smiled ironically. "I joined a rather large club. He called you the inflatable love doll of art critics, didn't he?" The man didn't bat an eye. Grove did have a turn of phrase. "But I thought we agreed this was all behind us, Evelyn. That was more than 5 years ago. And then there's the Count, a prime suspect. Look at him. Obviously a man of dark secrets. He's Italian, and you know them." The Count smiled. "We Italians are devious creatures." D'Agosta looked at the Count with curiosity. He was struck by the man's eyes, which were a dark gray color, with the unique clearness of deep water. The man had long gray hair, swept back, and skin as pink as a baby's, despite his age, which had to approach 60. "And then there's me," Lady Milbank continued. "You might think I had the best motive of all to murder him. We were once lovers, cherchez la dame." D'Agosta shuddered and wondered if such a thing was physically possible. The critic, Frederick, seemed to be equally put off by this image, because he began backing off. "Excuse me, there's someone I need to speak with." Lady Milbank smiled. "About your new appointment, I suppose?" "As a matter of fact, yes, Mr. Pendergast, a pleasure to have met you." There was a brief pause in the conversation. D'Agosta found that the Count's gray eyes had settled on Pendergast, and that a small smile was playing about his lips. "Pray tell, Mr. Pendergast," said the Count, "what is your official interest in this case?" Pendergast didn't react. By way of response, he slipped a hand into his jacket and removed his wallet, opening it slowly and reverently, as if it was a case of jewels. The gold badge flashed in the lights of the great hall. "Ecce signum!" the Count cried delightfully. The old lady took a step back. "You? Police?" "Special Agent Pendergast, Federal Bureau of Investigation." Lady Milbank rounded on the Count.
You knew and did not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice.
Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotional strength. 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. You knew and didn't tell me? And here I've made all of us into suspects? Her voice had lost its undertone of amusement. The Count smiled. I knew the minute he approached that he was of the constabulary. He doesn't look like an FBI agent to me. The Count turned to Pendergast. I hope Evelyn's information will be useful to you, sir. Very, said Pendergast. I have heard much about you, Count Fosco. The Count smiled. I believe you and Grove have been friends a long time. We shared a love of music and art, and that highest marriage of the two, opera. Are you by chance a lover of opera? I am not. No? The Count arched his eyebrows. And why not? Opera has always struck me as vulgar and infantile. I prefer the symphonic form, pure music, without such props as sets, costumes, melodrama, sex, and violence. It seemed to D'Agosta the Count had gone stock still, but then he realized Fosco was laughing silently, visible only from an internal convulsion. The laugh went on for quite a long time. Then he wiped the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief and patted his plump hands together lightly, in appreciation. Well, well, I see you are a gentleman with firm opinions. He paused, leaned toward Pendergast, and began to sing in a low tone, his deep bass voice barely keeping above the noise of the room. Bravella, urla, t'affretta a pelesarmi il fondo dell'alma mia. He paused, leaned back, beaming around. Tosca, one of my favorites. D'Agosta saw Pendergast's lips tighten a little. Shout, braggart, he translated. What a rush you're in to show me the last dregs of your vile soul. The group became still at what appeared to be an insult directed at the Count. But the Count only broke into a smile himself. Bravo, you speak Italian. Ci provo, said Pendergast. My dear fellow, if you can translate Puccini that well, I should say you do much better than merely trying. So you dislike opera. I can only hope you are less of a Philistine when it comes to art. Have you had a chance to admire that ghirlandaio over there? Sublime. Getting to the case, said Pendergast. I wonder, Count, if you could answer a few questions. The Count nodded. What was Grove's mood on the night of his death? Was he upset? Frightened? Yes, he was. But come, shall we take a closer look? The Count moved toward the painting. The others followed. Count Fosco, you were one of the last people to see Jeremy Grove alive. I would appreciate your help. The Count patted his hands together again. Forgive me if I seem flippant. I want to help. As it happens, your line of work has always fascinated me. I'm an ardent reader of English mysteries. They are perhaps the only thing the English are good for. But I must confess myself unused to being the subject of detection. Not an altogether agreeable feeling. It is never agreeable. What makes you think Grove was upset that night? Over the course of the evening, he couldn't sit still for more than a few minutes. He hardly drank at all, a striking departure from his usual habits. At times, he spoke loudly, almost giddily. Other times, he wept. Do you know why he was upset? Yes, he was in fear of the devil. Lady Milbank clapped her hands in an excess of excitement. Pendergast peered at Fosco intently. And what makes you think that? As I was leaving, he asked me a most peculiar question. Knowing I was Catholic, he begged to borrow my cross. And I loaned it to him. And I must admit to being a trifle alarmed about its safety since reading the morning papers. How may I retrieve it? You can't. And why not? It's been entered into evidence. Ah, the Count said, relieved. But in time I may retrieve it, yes? I don't see why you'd want to, save perhaps the jewels it held. And why is that? It's been burned and melted beyond all recognition. No, the Count cried. A priceless family relic passed down for a dozen generations, and it was a present to me from my nono on my confirmation. He mastered himself quickly. Fate is a capricious thing, Mr. Pendergast. Not only did Grove die a day too soon to do me an important service, but he took my prized heirloom as partner to his destruction. So goes life. He dusted his hands. And now, an exchange of information, perhaps. I have satisfied your curiosity. You satisfy mine. I regret I can't talk about the case. My dear sir, I don't speak of the case. I speak of this painting. I would value your opinion. Pendergast turned to the painting and said in an offhand way, I detect the influence of the Portinari triptych and those peasants' faces. Count Fosco smiled. What genius! What foresight! Pendergast inclined his head slightly. I speak not of you, my friend, but of the artist. You see, that must have been quite a feat, since Ghirlandaio painted this little panel 3 years before the Portinari triptych arrived in Florence. He beamed, looking around at his audience. Pendergast coldly returned the gaze. Ghirlandaio saw the studies for the painting, which were sent to the Portinari family 5 years before the altarpiece arrived. I'm surprised, Count, to find you not in possession of that fact. The Count lost his smile for only a moment. Then he clapped with genuine admiration. Well done, well done. It seems you have bested me on my home turf. I really must get to know you better, Mr. Pendergast. For a member of the Carabinieri, you are exceptionally cultivated. D'Agosta listened to the distant ringing from the earpiece, so faint the other phone could have been ringing on the moon. If only his son Vincent would answer. He really didn't want to talk to his wife. There was a click, and that familiar voice came on. Yes? She never said hello. She always said yes, as if his call was already an imposition. It's me. Yes, she repeated. Jesus Christ. Me, Vinny. I know who it is. I'd like to talk to my son, please. There was a pause. You can't. D'Agosta felt a flare of anger. Why not? Here in Canada, we have something called school. D'Agosta felt stupefied. Of course, it was Friday, close to noon. I forgot. I know you forgot, just like you forgot to call on his birthday. You left the phone off the hook. The dog must have knocked it off the hook. But you could have sent a card, a present. I did send a card and a present. It arrived the day after. I sent it 10 days before his birthday, for Christ's sakes. You can't blame me for slow mail. This was insane. Once again, he was letting himself get dragged into a senseless argument. Why did they feel this desperate need to fight? The best thing to do was just not respond. Look, Lydia, I'll call later tonight, okay? Vincent's going out with friends. I'll call tomorrow morning. You'll probably miss him. He's got baseball practice all day. Have him call me then. You think we can afford to make long-distance calls on what you're paying? You know I'm doing the best I can. No one's stopping you from moving back here, you know. Vinny, you dragged us kicking and screaming up here. We didn't want to go. It was tough at first, but then something amazing happened. I made a life here. I like it here, and so does Vincent. We have friends, Vinny.
Vocal attributes, strictly for AI instruction, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The police force must have labored hard, D'Agosta reflected bleakly, to turn its insides into a typical, charmless linoleum, cinder block, and puke-colored police station. It even had that universal headquarters smell, that combination of sweat, overheated photocopy machines, dirty metal, and chlorine cleaning agents. D'Agosta felt a knot in his gut. He'd been out of the place for 3 days now, running around with Pendergast, reporting to the lieutenant by phone. Now he had to face the lieutenant in person. The phone call to his wife had left him a wreck. He really should have waited and called her later. He walked through the outer offices, nodding this way and that. Nobody looked particularly glad to see him. He wasn't popular with the regular guys. He hadn't joined the bowling club or hung out with them at Tiny's tossing darts. He'd always figured he was just passing through on his way back to NYC, hadn't thought it worth the time to make friends. Perhaps that had been a mistake. Shaking such thoughts away, he rapped on the frosted glass door that led to the lieutenant's small office. Faded gold letters, edged in black, spelled out Brasky. "Yeah?" came the voice. Inside, Brasky sat behind an old metal desk. To one side was a stack of newspapers, from the Post and the Times to the East Hampton Record, all with front-page stories about the case. The lieutenant looked terrible. Dark circles under the eyes, face lined. D'Agosta almost felt sorry for him. Brasky nodded him into a seat. "News?" D'Agosta ran through everything while Brasky listened. When he was done, Brasky wiped his hand over his prematurely thinning scalp and sighed. "The chief gets back tomorrow, and basically all we've got so far is Jack. No entry or egress, no latents, no hair or fiber, no eyewitnesses, nothing. When's Pendergast coming?" He sounded almost hopeful. He was that desperate. "Half an hour. He wanted me to make sure it was all ready." "It's ready." The lieutenant rose with a sigh. "Follow me." The evidence room was housed in a series of portable container-type structures fitted end-to-end behind the police station, at the edge of one of Southampton's last remaining potato fields. The lieutenant swiped his card through the door scanner and entered. Within, D'Agosta saw that Joe Lillian, a fellow sergeant, was laying out the last of the evidence on a table in the middle of the long, narrow space. On both sides, shelves and lockers stretched back into the gloom, crammed with evidence going back God knew how many years. D'Agosta eyed the table. Sergeant Lillian had done a nice job. Papers, glassine envelopes, sample tubes, everything was tagged and laid out neat as a pin. "Think this'll meet with your special agent's approval?" Brasky asked. D'Agosta wasn't sure if it was sarcasm or desperation he detected in Brasky's voice. But before he could contemplate a reply, he heard a familiar honeyed voice behind them. "Indeed it does, Lieutenant Brasky. Indeed it does. Brasky fairly jumped. Pendergast stood inside the doorway, hands behind his back. He must have somehow slipped in behind them. Pendergast strolled up to the table, hands still clasped behind his back, lips pursed, examining the evidence as keenly as a connoisseur admiring a table laden with precious art. "Help yourself to anything," said Brasky. "I've no doubt your forensics lab is better than ours. And I doubt the killer left any forensic evidence beyond that which he wanted to leave. No, for the moment I'm merely browsing. But what's this? The melted cross. May I?" Sergeant Lillian picked up the envelope holding the cross and handed it to Pendergast. The agent held it gingerly, turning it slowly this way and that. "I'd like to send this to a lab in New York." "No problem." Lillian took it back and laid it in a plastic evidence container. "And this charred material." Pendergast next picked up a test tube with some burned chunks of sulfur. He unstoppered it, waved it under his nose, restoppered it. "Done." Pendergast glanced at D'Agosta. "Anything that interests you, Sergeant?" D'Agosta stepped forward. "Maybe." He swept an eye over the table, nodded toward a packet of letters. "Everything's been gone over by forensics," said Lillian. "Go ahead and handle it." D'Agosta picked up the letters and slipped one out. It was from the boy, Jason Prince, to Grove. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a smirk growing on Lillian's face. What the hell did he think was so funny? D'Agosta began to read. "Jesus, oh Jesus." Reddening, D'Agosta put the letters down. "Learn something new every day, huh, D'Agosta?" Lillian asked, grinning. D'Agosta turned back to the table. There was a small stack of books, Dr. Faustus by Christopher Marlowe, the New Book of Christian Prayers, Malleus Maleficarum, The Witch's Hammer, Pendergast said, nodding at the last title, The Professional Witch-Hunting Manual of the Inquisition, a font of information on the black arts. Beside the books was a stack of web printouts. D'Agosta picked up the top sheet. The site was called Maledicat. This particular page appeared to be devoted to charms or prayers for warding off the devil. "He visited a bunch of sites like that in the last 24 hours of his life," said Brasky. "Those were the pages he printed out." Pendergast was now examining a wine cork. "What was the menu?" he asked. Brasky turned to a notebook, flipped open some pages, and passed it to Pendergast. Pendergast read aloud. "Dover sole, grilled medallions of beef in a burgundy and mushroom reduction, julienne carrots, salad, lemon sherbet, served with a 90 Petrus. Excellent taste in wine." Handing back the notebook, Pendergast continued his prowl. He bent forward, picked up a wrinkled piece of paper. "We found that balled up in the wastebasket. Appears to be a proof sheet of some kind. It's an advance print of an article for the next issue of Art Review. Due on the newsstands tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken." Pendergast smoothed the paper, once again began to read out loud. "Art history, like any other great discipline, has its own sacred temples. Places and moments any self-respecting critic would give his eye teeth to have attended. The first Impressionist exhibition on the Boulevard des Capucines in 1874 was one. The day Braque first saw Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon is another. I am here now to tell you that the Golgotha series of Maurice Vilnius, now on display in his East Village studio, will be another such watershed moment." "In the memorial service yesterday, I thought you said Grove hated Vilnius's stuff," D'Agosta said. "And so he did, in years past, but he seems to have suffered a change of heart." Pendergast replaced the paper on the desk with a thoughtful expression. "It certainly explains why Vilnius was in such a good mood last night." "We found another similar article sitting beside his computer," Brasky said, pointing to another sheet on the table. "Printed out, but not signed. Appears to be by Grove, however." Pendergast picked up the indicated sheet. "It's an article to Burlington Magazine, titled A Reappraisal of George de la Tour's The Education of the Virgin." He glanced over it quickly.
It's a short article by Grove retracting his own earlier review, where he labeled the de la Tour painting a forgery. He replaced the sheet. He appears to...
It was strange, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective, yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It was strange. An international call to Professor Ian Montcalm, New College, Oxford, Medieval Studies Department. Other, local calls to Evelyn Milbank, Jonathan Frederick. A variety of calls to directory information. After midnight, calls to Locke Bullard, the industrialist, one Nigel Cutforth, and then later, the call to Father Cappy. We plan to interview them all. Montcalm, by the way, is one of the world's experts on medieval satanic practices. Pendergast nodded. Milbank and Frederick were at the last dinner party, and the calls were probably about organizing it. We have no idea why he called Bullard. We don't have any evidence that he ever met the guy. Cutforth is also a cipher. He's some kind of record producer. Again, no indication that he and Grove ever crossed paths. Yet in both cases, Grove had their private numbers. What about all these calls to directory information? D'Agosta asked. He must have called at least a dozen different cities. As far as we can tell, he was trying to track down somebody by the name of Beckman, Rainier Beckman. His internet search activity bears this out too. Pendergast laid down a dirty napkin he had been examining. Excellent work, Lieutenant. Do you mind if we interview some of these people as well? Be my guest. D'Agosta and Pendergast climbed into the agent's rolls, idling ostentatiously in front of the police station, the driver in full livery. As the powerful vehicle accelerated away from the station, Pendergast slipped a leather notebook from his pocket, opened it to a fresh page, and began making notations with a gold pen. We seem to have an embarrassment of suspects. Yeah, like about everyone Grove ever knew, with the possible exception of Maurice Vilnius. Even so, I suspect the list will shorten itself rather quickly. Meanwhile, we have our work cut out for us tomorrow. He handed the list to D'Agosta. You speak with Milbank, Bullard, and Cutforth. I'll take Vilnius, Fosco, and Montcalm. And here are some identification cards from the FBI Southern District of Manhattan Field Office. If anybody objects to the questions, give them one of these. Anything in particular I should be looking for? Strictly routine police work.
We've reached the point in the case where we must regrettably put on those old-fashioned gumshoes. Isn't that how they say it in those detective novels you used to write?" Dagosta managed a wry smile. "Not exactly." Nigel Cutforth, sitting in his Bauhaus-style breakfast nook 1,052 feet above Fifth Avenue, lowered the latest issue of Billboard and sniffed the air. What was it with the ventilation in his apartment these past few days? This was the third time that sulfurous stink had come up into his apartment. Twice those yahoos from building maintenance had come up, and twice they'd found nothing. Cutforth slapped down the paper. Eliza. Eliza was Cutforth's second wife. He'd finally dumped the old bag who had worn herself out bearing him children and found something fresher. And there she stood in the doorway, in her exercise tights, brushing her long blonde hair with her head tilted to one side. Cutforth could hear the crackle of static. "There's that smell again," he said. "I've got a nose too," she said, swinging one mass of hair back and pulling another forward. There was a time not so long before when Cutforth liked watching her mess with her hair. Now it was beginning to get on his nerves. She wasted half an hour a day on it, at least. As she continued brushing, Cutforth felt his irritation rise. "I paid $5.5 million for this apartment, and it smells like a very science experiment. Why don't you call maintenance? The phone's right there, next to your elbow." Cutforth didn't care for the tone she was taking with him. She swung the last part of her hair back, shook it out, straightened. "I've got my spin workout in 15 minutes. I'm already late." With that, she vanished from the doorway. Cutforth could hear her banging the hall closet, getting on her tennis shoes. A moment later, there was the hum of the elevator in the hall beyond, and she was gone. He stared at the closed door, trying to remind himself that he'd wanted something fresher, that he'd gotten something fresher. Too really fresh, in fact. He sniffed again. If anything, the smell was worse. It would be a difficult person getting maintenance up here a third time. Building management was useless. They did something only if you yelled loud enough. But there were only 2 apartments on this floor. The other had been purchased but not yet occupied, and nobody on the other floors had seemed to smell anything. So Cutforth was the only yelling. He stood up, feeling a prickle of disquiet. Grove had complained of a bad smell in that bizarre call of his, that, and about 100 other strange things. He shook his head, trying to clear the clouds of apprehension that were slowly gathering. He was letting that old pillow biter and his crazy worries get to him. Is it coming from the vents? He moved around, testing the air. It was stronger in the living room, even stronger in the library. He followed it to the door of the control room, sniffing like a dog. Stronger, ever stronger. He unlocked the door, entered the room, flicked on the light, and looked around. There was his beautiful 64-channel Studer, his raid-striped hard disk recording system, and his racks of audio processing gear. On the far wall were several glass cases containing his treasured collections. The guitar Mick Jagger had smashed at Altamont. Keith Richards's prized 1950 Telecaster, dating from the first year of mass production, still sporting its original pickups. The scribbled music sheets to Imagine, with the coffee stains and obscene doodles in the margins. His wife said the control room looked like Planet Hollywood. That really pissed him off. This space was one of the greatest collections of rock memorabilia anywhere. The place where he discovered the Suburban lawnmowers from an over-the-transom 4-track demo mailed from Cincinnati. This is where he'd first heard the sounds of Rappa-Jowly and felt that special creeping sensation go up his spine. Cutforth had an ear. He had a knack of recognizing a big-money sound. He didn't know where the ear came from, and he didn't care. It worked, and that's all that mattered. Planet Hollywood, my ass. Where the hell is that smell coming from? Cutforth followed his nose toward the plate glass window looking into the studio. It was definitely in there. Some piece of equipment frying, perhaps? He opened a heavy soundproof door. As he did so, the smell washed over him like an oily fog. He hadn't noticed through the glass, but there was a light haze in the air here. And it wasn't just that sulfurous smell. There was something a lot worse now. It reminded him of a pig wallow on a hot summer day. He glanced around, at the Bosendorfer piano and his beloved Neumann microphones, at the isolation chambers, the acoustically tiled walls. Had some motherfucker been messing with his studio? Cutforth searched the room, anger vying with fear. It was impossible anyone had gotten into his apartment. It had state-of-the-art security. When you dealt with gangsters and others who settled business differences with lead instead of lawyers, you had to have good security. He glanced around. Everything seemed to be in its place. The recording equipment was off. He laid his hand on the row of mic preamps. Cool, the rows of LEDs all dark. But what was this? Over in the far corner there was something lying on the floor. He stepped over, bent close to the blonde wood, picked it up. It was a tooth, or more like a tusk, with blood on it, still wet, and a knot of bloody gristle.
Hadn't he just unlocked the door himself? Maybe it had happened yesterday when he'd shown that promoter around, a guy he really didn't know. You dealt with a lot of weird people in this business. He quickly got a cloth, picked up the tooth with it, practically ran to the kitchen, dropped it down the garbage disposal, and turned it on, listening to the raw grinding noise. The thing exhaled a bad smell, and he averted his face. A shrill buzzer sounded, and he just about jumped through the wall. Taking deep breaths, he went to the intercom, pressed the buzzer. "Mr. Cutforth, there's a police officer to see you." Cutforth peered into the tiny video screen beside the intercom and saw a 40-something cop standing in the lobby, shifting from foot to foot. On a Saturday? What does he want? "He won't say, sir." Cutforth finally got his breathing under control. The thought of a cop in his apartment right now was almost inviting. "Send him up." On closer inspection, the officer looked just like any Italian-American cop, with the working-class Queen's accent to boot. Cutforth settled the cop on the living room sofa and took a chair opposite. The guy had Southampton on his patch, which confirmed what Cutforth already suspected. This was about Grove. He had caller ID. He should never have answered that crazy son of a difficult person's phone call. The cop took out a notebook and pen, displayed a microcassette recorder. "No taping," said Cutforth. The cop shrugged, returned it to his pocket. "Funny smell in here. Ventilation problems." The cop turned the pages of his notebook, got himself all positioned and ready to go. Cutforth settled back in the chair, crossing his arms. "Okay, Officer D'Augusta, what can I do for you?" "Did you know Jeremy Grove?" "No." "He called you very early on the morning of October 16. "Did he? That's what I'm asking you." Cutforth uncrossed his arms, crossed and recrossed his legs, already regretting having let the cop up. The only redeeming thing was the cop didn't look too bright. "The answer's yes, he did call me." "What did you talk about?" "Do I have to answer these questions?" "No, at least not at this moment. If you wish, we could arrange something more formal." Cutforth didn't like the sound of that. He thought quickly. "There's nothing to hide. I have a collection of musical instruments, rock memorabilia, that sort of thing." He was interested in buying something. "What?" "Just a letter." "Show it to me." Cutforth managed to suppress any look of surprise. He stood up. "Follow me." They went back into the control room. Cutforth cast his eyes around. "That." The cop went over, looked, frowning. "A letter Janis Joplin wrote to Jim Morrison, but never mailed. Just 2 lines. Called him the most unsatisfactory experience of her life." Cutforth mustered a chuckle. The cop took out his notebook and began copying the letter. Cutforth rolled his eyes. "And the price?" "I told him it wasn't for sale." "Did he give a reason why he was interested?" "He just said he collected Doors paraphernalia. That's all." "And you didn't mind getting a call in the wee hours of the morning?" "In the music business, we keep late hours." Cutforth walked toward the control room door, held it open, giving the cop a big hint about leaving. But the man didn't budge. Instead, he seemed to be sniffing the air again. "That smell, it's really peculiar. I'm about to call maintenance."
There was exactly this smell at the site of Jeremy Grove's homicide. Cutforth swallowed. What was it Grove had said? The smell is the worst part of it. I can hardly think straight. In his call, Grove said he'd found something, a lump of fur-covered meat the size of a golf ball. It had seemed to be alive, at least until Grove stomped on it and flushed it down the toilet. Cutforth felt his heart pounding in his rib cage, and he took a couple of breaths, let them out slowly, the way he'd been taught in those anxiety management classes. This was ridiculous. This was the 21st really century. Cool it, Nigel. Do you know a Locke Bullard, Mr. Cutforth, or one Ronier Beckman? These questions, coming on the heels of each other, almost physically staggered Cutforth. He shook his head, hoping his expression wasn't betraying him. You been in touch with Beckman? He pressed. No. Hell, he never should have let the cop in here. What about Bullard? You been in touch with him? You know, just a friendly chat about old times? No, I don't know the man. I don't know either one of them. The cop made a long notation in his notebook. Cutforth wondered what it was that took so long to write down. He felt the sweat trickling down his sides. He swallowed, but there was nothing to swallow. His mouth was dry. Sure you don't want to tell me more about that telephone call? Because everybody else who spoke to him that night said Grove was upset, terribly upset, not exactly in the mood to buy rock memorabilia. I already told you everything. Now at last they returned to the living room. Cutforth didn't sit down or offer a seat to the cop. He just wanted him out. Do you always keep the apartment this hot, Mr. Cutforth? It was hot, Cutforth noticed, hot even for him. He didn't answer. It was also excessively warm at the site of the Grove homicide, despite the fact that the heat was off in the house. The cop looked at him inquiringly, but still Cutforth said nothing. The cop grunted, slapped shut his notebook, returned the pen to its leather loop. If I were you, Mr. Cutforth, next time I'd decline to answer a police officer's questions without a lawyer present. Why? Because a lawyer would advise you that keeping your mouth shut is better than lying. Cutforth stared at the cop. What makes you think I'm lying? Grove hated rock music. Cutforth stifled his response. This cop wasn't as dumb as he looked. In fact, he was about as dumb as a fox. I'll be back, Mr. Cutforth, and next time it will be on tape and under oath. Keep in mind that perjury is a serious crime. One way or the other, we will find out what you discussed with Grove. Thank you for your time. As soon as the elevator had hummed its way down, Cutforth picked up the phone with a shaking hand and dialed. What he needed was a much-needed vacation on the beach, a beach on the other side of the earth. He knew a girl in Phuket who did amazing things. He couldn't leave tomorrow. Jowley, his biggest client, was coming in for an overdub session, but after that, he'd be clean gone, really the rest of the clients. He was going to get the hell out of town, away from his wife, away from this cop and his questions, and, most especially, away from this apartment and its stench. Doris, Nigel here. I want to book a flight to Bangkok. Tomorrow night if possible, otherwise first thing Monday. No, just me. With a limo and driver for Phuket. And find me a nice big house on the beach, something really secure, with a cook, maid, personal trainer, bodyguard, the works. Don't tell anyone where I've gone, okay, Doris, darling? Yeah, Thailand. I know it's hot this time of year. You let me worry about the heat. Do you always keep the apartment this hot, Mr. Cutforth? He slammed the phone down and went into the bedroom, threw a suitcase on the bed, and began hauling things out of his closet. Bathing suits, sharkskin jacket and slacks, shades, sandals, money, watch, passport, satellite phone. They couldn't nail him for perjury if they freaking find him. By the time Sergeant Vincent D'Augusta entered the back door of the New York Athletic Club, he was a very annoyed cop. The doorman had stopped him at the Central Park South entrance, even though he was wearing a tie as part of his full-dress uniform, and upon hearing his inquiry, sent him around to the back door because he wasn't a member. That meant walking all the way to 6th Avenue, down the block, and coming back around on 58th Street, almost a quarter of a mile. D'Augusta cursed under his breath as he walked. Cutforth was lying, that much he was sure of.
Had taken a gamble with that wild guess about Grove hating rock music, and Cutforth's eyes had given him away. Still, for all his tough talk, D'Augusta knew there was an entire legal system between him and a rich bastard like Cutforth. Millbank had been a total wash. All she'd wanted to do was babble about her new emerald necklace. The nutcase hadn't given him a single decent lead, not one. And now here he was, taking an unexpected constitutional around one of Manhattan's long crosstown blocks. Gosh. Finally arriving at the back door of the athletic club, D'Augusta punched the button for the service elevator, the only elevator there. And when it opened at last, creaking and groaning after a good 3-minute wait, he punched 9. The elevator ascended slowly, grumbling and groaning the whole way, at long last opening its doors again with a wheeze. D'Augusta stepped out into a dim corridor. For a fancy club, this one was pretty dark, and followed a little wooden sign with a gold hand pointing a finger toward billiards. There was a faint smell of cigar smoke in the air that made him crave a good Cuban. His wife had nagged him into giving up the habit before they moved to Canada, but maybe he'd take it up again. Hell, no reason not to anymore. As he walked down the corridor, the smell grew stronger. He came through a door into a spacious room, its far walls studded with grand windows. As he entered, another guardian of the order sprang up from a little desk with a "Sir." Ignoring the man, D'Augusta peered around the room. His eye finally discerned a lone, dark figure, wreathed in smoke, hunched over the farthest billiard table. "If I may inquire your business, sir?" "You may not." D'Augusta brushed by the attendant and strode past the billiard tables, low-hanging lamps casting pools of light over their emerald surfaces. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and through the windows the rectangle of Central Park was a graveyard of darkness. New York was at that magical twilight moment, neither light nor dark, where the glow of the city matched the glow of the sky behind it. D'Augusta paused about 10 feet from the man and pulled out his notebook. He flipped it open and wrote, "Bullard, October 20." Then he waited. He expected Bullard to look up and acknowledge him, but he didn't. Instead, the man leaned farther over the green baize, his face in shadow, and tapped another ball. He chalked his cue with a swift twist of the wrist, came around the table, hit again. The table was like no pool table D'Augusta had ever seen, much larger, with smaller pockets and smaller balls in just 2 colors, red and white. "Mr. Bullard?" The man ignored him, moving to make yet another shot. His back was huge, his shoulders broad, and the silk fabric of his suit strained taut across them. All D'Augusta could clearly discern was the glowing stump of a huge cigar and 2 great, knotted hands that were thrust into the circle of light, the veins on their backs as thick and rolled as blue earthworms. One of the hands sported 2 immense gold rings. The man tapped, moved around, tapped again. Just as D'Augusta was about to say something, the man abruptly straightened, turned, pulled the cigar from his mouth, and said, "What do you want?" D'Augusta didn't answer right away. Instead, he took a minute to observe the man's face. Quite possibly, there wasn't an uglier man on God's earth. His head was huge and swarthy, and though the body it was perched on seemed as massive and thick as a grizzly's, the head still appeared oversized. A lantern jaw, anchored by popping muscles, rose toward a pair of undulant earlobes. Centered between them were dry, fleshy lips, white against the dark skin, a particularly unpleasant combination. Above stuck out a thick, pitted nose. Massive, beetling brows jutted far over a pair of sunken eyes.
From the bushy eyebrows above, a squat forehead led upward to a bald dome, its skin covered with freckles and liver spots. The impression the man gave was of enormous brute strength and self-assurance in both mind and body. When he moved, the blue silk that clad his frame rustled, and his movements were as heavy and deliberate as those of a well-muscled draft horse. Dagosta licked his lips. "I have a few questions for you." Bullard looked at him for a moment, then shifted the cigar back into his mouth, leaned over the table, and gave one of the balls a little tap. "If it's too distracting in here, we can always do this downtown. Just a minute." Dagosta checked his watch. He glanced back, saw the mincing attendant watching them from the far side of the room, his hands clasped in front of him as if he was an usher in church, smirking faintly. Bullard now put his back to Dagosta, leaning far over the table, the silk stretching and hiking up, exposing a crisp expanse of white cotton shirt and a pair of red suspenders. Another faint tap, more rustling silk. "Bullard, your minute's up." Bullard jerked his cue up, whisked some chalk on the tip, bent back down. The jerk was actually going to take a few more shots. "You're annoying me, you know that?" Bullard took the shot, rounded the table for another. "Then maybe what you need is a course in anger management." He eased the cue back and forth, and then, with the softest little push, sent the ball all of 3 inches so that it kissed another. That did it. "Bullard, one more shot and I'm cuffing you and leading you out the front door, past the porter and anyone else who happens to come by. I'm going to march you down along Central Park South to Columbus Circle, where I parked my squad car. And then I'm going to radio for backup and keep you standing at the curb at Columbus Circle, hands cuffed behind your back, through the latter part of a Saturday afternoon until that backup arrives." Bullard's hand paused on the cue stick. Then he straightened up, jaw muscles tight. He slipped his hand into his suit coat and began punching a call on his cell. "I think I'll just tell the mayor how one of his finest has just threatened me with 4-letter expletives. You do that. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm Southampton PD and could give a flying really about your mayor." Bullard raised the phone to his ear and inserted the cigar in his mouth. "Then you're out of your jurisdiction, and threatening me with arrest is misrepresentation. I'm an assigned liaison with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Southern District of Manhattan Field Office." Dagosta opened his wallet, pulled out one of the cards Pendergast had given him, tossed it onto the pool table. "If you want to complain to the supervisor, he's Special Agent Carlton, and his number's right there." That finally penetrated. Bullard slowly and deliberately snapped the phone shut. Then he dropped the cigar into a sand-filled spittoon in the corner, where it continued to smoke. "All right, you've managed to attract my attention." Dagosta flipped out his notebook. He wasn't going to waste any more time. On October 16th at 2:02 a.m., Jeremy Grove placed a call to your unlisted private number, on your yacht, I believe. The call lasted 42 minutes. Is this correct? I have no recollection of such a call. Yeah? Dagosta slipped a photocopy of the phone record out of his notebook and held it out. I don't need to see that. Who else was there at that time who might have taken the call? I'd like the names. Girlfriend, cook, babysitter, whatever. He poised his pen. A long silence. I was alone on my yacht at the time. So, who picked up the phone? The cat? I won't answer any more questions without my lawyer present. The guy had a voice to match the face, deep and scarred, and when he spoke, it was as if he was scratching a match along Dagosta's spinal cord. Let me tell you something, Mr. Bullard. You just lied to me. You lied to a police officer. That's obstruction of justice. You can call your lawyer if you like, but it'll be from downtown, and I'll be escorting you out of here now.
Is that how you want it, or should read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker? Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives. Within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Is that how you want it, or should we try it again? This is a gentleman's club, and I'll thank you not to raise your voice. I'm a little hard of hearing, see, and anyway, I'm not a gentleman. He waited. Bullard's white lips curled in what might have been a smile. Now that you mention it, I do remember that call from Grove. We hadn't talked in a long time. What did you talk about? This and that. This and that. DeGosta wrote it down. This and that. For 42 minutes? Catching up, that sort of thing. How well did you know Grove? We'd run into each other a few times. We weren't friends. When did you first meet him? Years ago. I don't remember. I ask again, what did you talk about? He told me what he'd been up to lately, which was, I can't remember specifically, writing articles, dinner parties, that sort of thing. It was just like Cutforth. The jerk was lying. And you? What did you talk about with him? Much of the same. My work, my company. What was the reason for the phone call? You'll have to ask him. We were just catching up. He called you after midnight just to catch up? That's right. How did he happen to know your number? It's unlisted. I suppose I must have given it to him once. I thought he wasn't your friend. Bullard shrugged. Maybe he got it from someone else. DeGosta paused to look at Bullard. He was standing off to one side, half in shadow, half in light. He still couldn't see the man's eyes. Did Grove seem frightened or apprehensive to you? Not that I could tell. I really can't remember. Do you know a Nigel Cutforth? There was a slight beat before Bullard's response. No. What about a Ranier Beckman? No. No pause this time. A Count Isidore Fosco? The name's familiar. I think I've seen it in the society pages once or twice. Lady Milbank? Jonathan Frederick? No and no. This was hopeless. DeGosta knew when he was beaten. He slapped the notebook shut. We're not done with you, Mr. Bullard. Bullard had already turned back to his pool table. But I am most certainly done with you, Sergeant. DeGosta turned on his heel and then paused. He turned back. I hope you're not planning any trips out of the country, Mr. Bullard. Silence. Encouraged, DeGosta pursued the line. I could get you declared a material witness, restrict your movements. DeGosta knew he could do no such thing, but his sixth sense told him he had finally struck a vein. How'd you like that? It seemed as if Bullard hadn't heard, but DeGosta knew he had. He turned and walked toward the exit, past the huge green tables with their tiny little pockets. At the door he paused, glaring at the attendant. The smirk vanished, and his face became suddenly and completely neutral. "What's this game here? Billiards?" "Snooker, sir." "Snooker?" DeGosta stared at the man. Was he making fun of him? It sounded like something a prostitute might charge extra for. But the man's face betrayed nothing. DeGosta left the room, located the front elevator, and took it down. To hell with the porter and his rules. The last of the evening light was slowly dying in the great billiard room of the New York Athletic Club. Locke Bullard stood over the table, cue in hand, no longer seeing the table or the balls. 60 seconds passed. And then he placed the cue on the table, walked toward the bar, and picked up the phone. Something had to be done, and right now. He had important business to attend to in Italy, and nobody, especially this upstart sergeant, was going to cause him to miss it. DeGosta paused on the steps of the New York Athletic Club and checked his watch. Only 6:30. Pendergast had asked him to come to what he called his uptown residence at 9, so they could compare notes on the day's interviews. He checked his pocket, found the key Pendergast had given him. 9. He had time to kill. If memory served, there was a dim little Irish pub called Mullen's on Broadway and 61st that served a decent burger. He could catch dinner in a cold one. He glanced back into the lobby, caught the eye of the snooty doorman who'd made him walk around back earlier, and made a point of lingering a little longer on the steps. The man was at his kiosk, hanging up the house phone, and looking back at him, a pinched expression on his mummified face. Sometimes it seemed that being a fossilized old turd was the main job qualification of a Manhattan doorman. Now, as he sauntered down the steps and turned left on Central Park South, his thoughts returned to Pendergast. Why the hell did he need a house uptown? From what he'd heard, Pendergast's apartment in the Dakota was bigger than most houses anyway. He pulled the card from his pocket. 891 Riverside Drive. What cross street was that? Probably one of those elegant old buildings along Riverside Park up around 96th. He'd been out in New York too long. In years past, he could take any avenue address and calculate the cross street in his head. Mullen's Pub was still where he remembered it. Little more than a dim storefront with a long bar and old wooden tables along the opposite wall. DeGosta entered, his heart warmed by the thought of a real New York cheeseburger, cooked rare, not one of those fussy avocado, arugula, camembert, and pancetta things they sold in Southampton for $15. An hour later, well-fed, DeGosta emerged, then headed north to the subway station at 66th. Even at 7:30, there were a million cars rushing, vying, and honking, a fuming chaos of steel and chrome, including one terrible 80s-era gold Impala with smoked windows that nearly clipped off his toes. Laying a suitable string of curses in the car's wake, DeGosta ducked down into the subway. He fumbled with the magnetic card, swiped it through the machine, then headed down the stairs for the platform of the Uptown IRT local. Even having killed an hour, he was going to be early. Maybe he should have stayed in Mullen's for another brew. In less than a minute, a growing roar, along with a balloon of stale air that forced its way out of the dark tunnel, signaled the arrival of a train. He boarded, managed to find a seat, settled onto the hard plastic, and closed his eyes. Almost instinctually he counted the stops: 72nd, 79th, 86th. When the train slowed for 96th, he opened his eyes again, rose, and exited at the southern end of the station. He crossed Broadway and walked west down 94th Street, past West End Avenue to Riverside Drive. On the far side of the leafy drive, past the thin green sliver of Riverside Park, he could make out the West Side Highway and the river beyond. It was a pleasant enough evening, but the sky was darkening and there was a smell of moisture in the air. The sluggish waters of the Hudson roiled along like black ink, and the lights of New Jersey speckled the far shore. There was a faint flicker of lightning. He turned and scanned the address of the building on the nearest corner. Number 214. 214? DeGosta swore. He really had lost it in those few years in Canada. 891 was a lot farther uptown than he realized, maybe close to Harlem. What the hell was Pendergast doing up there? He could go back to the subway,
but that meant a long uphill walk back to Broadway, and perhaps a long wait in the station, then the local crawl farther uptown. He could grab a cab, but that still meant walking back to Broadway, and uptown cabs were almost impossible to find at that time of night. Or he could hoof it. DaGosta turned north and began walking up the drive. It was probably only 10 or 15 short blocks. He slapped his gut. It would do him good, work off some of that greasy burger. Besides, he still had more than an hour to kill. He set a brisk pace for himself, his cuffs and keys jangling. The wind was sighing through the trees along the edge of Riverside Park, and the facades of the elegant apartment buildings that faced the river were brightly
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. DaGosta hummed as he walked along, filling his lungs with the heady fragrance, that West Side perfume of salt air, car fumes, garbage, and asphalt. He caught a brief whiff of roasting coffee from some all-night delicatessen. New York City. Once it got into your blood, you could never get it out again. When the economy turned around and the city began hiring again, DaGosta would be first in line. Christ, he'd start off as a tire kicker in Far Rockaway if it meant working again for the NYPD. He crossed 110th Street. The numbers were still only in the 400s, rising but not fast enough. What the hell was the cross-street rule for Riverside? Something divided by something minus 59. He couldn't even guess anymore. All he knew was it was going to be farther uptown than he thought. At least he had plenty of time. Maybe Pendergast lived in one of those professorial brownstones up by Columbia. That must be it. Pendergast, slumming with the academics. He quickened his pace. Now the buildings were less elegant, plainer, but still neat and trim. He was getting into the Columbia University neighborhood, with its students and their baggy clothes, a kid shouting down from a window to some other kid on the sidewalk, tossing down a book. DaGosta wondered what his life would have been like if he'd come from a family that had sent him to college. He might be a big-time writer by now. Maybe the critics would have liked his books more. You made a lot of contacts in the right college, and a hell of a lot of those New York Times critics seemed to come from Columbia. And they all reviewed each other's books. The very Times book review was like a private club. He shook his head.
As his old Italian grandfather used to say, it was acqua passata. He paused at 122nd Street to catch his breath. He had reached the northern fringe of Columbia. Ahead was International House, standing like the last outpost on the edge of the frontier. Beyond was no man's land. And the numbers were only up to 550. Gosh. He checked his watch. 10 past 8. He had hiked a mile. He had done his duty for the day. He still had plenty of time, but he was no longer enjoying himself. And this far uptown, there was zero chance of getting a cab. There were still 1 or 2 students in view, but there were also crowds of kids loitering on stoops, watching him pass, sometimes giving a little hiss or muttering something. He now realized that 891 Riverside would be somewhere around 135th Street, if not a little farther. He could make it in another 10 minutes, and he would still be early, but it meant walking into the heart of Harlem. Once again he pulled the card from his pocket. There was the address, in Pendergast's elegant script. It seemed impossible, but there could be no mistake. He left the bright oasis of International House behind, neither hurrying nor loitering. There was no reason for him to be nervous, not in uniform and packing his Glock 9mm. As he walked on, the neighborhood changed abruptly. Gone now were the students, the bustle of activity. The streetlights were broken, the apartment facades dim. It became quiet, almost deserted. At 130th Street, D'Agosto passed an empty mansion, one of the really old ones. The tin ripped off the empty window frames, the very frame of the building exhaling a smell of mold and urine into the street. A junkie palace. The next block contained a single-room occupancy hotel, the inhabitants sitting on the stoop and drinking beer. They fell silent and watched him go by with bleary eyes. A dog barked incessantly. Though plenty of antiquated cars lined the curb, battered, windowless, sometimes even wheelless, there were fewer cars on the road now. An ancient microscopic Honda Accord CVCC passed by, so rusted its original color was impossible to discern. A minute or so later, it was followed by a gold Impala with smoked windows. It seemed to D'Agosto that it slowed as it went past. He watched as it took the next right. A gold Impala. There must be 1,000,000 of them in the city. Hell, he was starting to get paranoid. All that soft living in Southampton. He continued steadily on, passing rows of abandoned buildings, old mansions broken into apartments and SROs. Dog mess littered the sidewalk now, along with garbage and broken bottles. Most of the streetlights were out. Shooting at them was a favorite gang pastime. And with the city's general neglect of this area, it took forever to get them repaired. He was now approaching the hardcore center of Western Harlem. It seemed incredible that Pendergast had a place here. The guy was eccentric, but not that eccentric. The next block, 132nd, was completely dark, every streetlight out, the 2 remaining buildings on the block abandoned and boarded up. Even the lights on the park side had been blown away. It was a perfect mugger's block, except no one in his right mind would ever walk there at night. D'Agosto reminded himself he was packing, in full uniform, with a radio. He shook his head. What a wimp he'd become. He strode resolutely forward, down the dark block. That's when he noticed a car behind him, moving slowly, way too slowly. As it passed under the last streetlight, D'Agosto saw the gleam of gold, the same Chevy Impala that had nearly taken off his toes on West 61st Street. D'Agosto may have forgotten the street address formula, but his NYPD cop radar remained in perfect working order. And now it went off loudly. The car was moving at precisely the speed that would bring it next to D'Agosto at the middle of the dark block. It was an ambush. D'Agosto made an instant decision. Breaking into a sudden run, he cut left and sprinted across the street in front of the approaching car. He heard the screeching acceleration of the tires, but he had moved too quickly and was already heading into Riverside Park by the time the car squealed to a stop along the curb. As he sprinted into the darkness of the trees, he saw both doors open simultaneously. The door to the 10th floor suite at the Sherry Netherland Hotel was opened by an English butler so impeccably outfitted he seemed to have stepped from the pages of a Wodehouse novel. He bowed to Pendergast, standing to one side. The man's double-breasted Prince Albert frock coat was immaculately brushed, and when he moved, his starched white shirt front rustled faintly. One white-gloved hand took Pendergast's coat. The other held out a silver tray. If the gentleman would kindly wait. The butler gave another slight bow and disappeared into a long hallway, carrying the tray before him. There was the soft opening of a door, the faint sound of clicking and hammering. Another farther door was opened. Minutes later the butler returned. "If the gentleman will follow me," he said. Pendergast followed the butler into a wood-paneled sitting room, where he was greeted by a birch fire flickering merrily within a large fireplace. "The gentleman is welcome to seat himself where he pleases," the butler said. Pendergast, always attracted to heat, chose the red leather chair nearest the fire. "The Count will be available momentarily. Would the gentleman care for Amontillado?" "Thank you." The butler retreated noiselessly and reappeared less than 30 seconds later, bearing a tray on which reposed a single crystal glass half filled with a pale amber liquid. He set it on the nearby table and just as noiselessly was gone.
Pendergast sipped the dry, delicate liquid, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming crying. Pendergast sipped the dry, delicate liquid and gazed about the room with growing interest. It had been furnished in exquisite and yet understated taste, managing to be both comfortable and beautiful at the same time. The floor was covered with a rare Safavid carpet of Shah Abbasid design. The fireplace was old, carved from gray Florentine Pietra Serena, and it bore the crest of an ancient and noble family. The table that held his glass also bore an interesting array of items: several pieces of old silver, an antique gasogene,
some lovely Roman glass perfume bottles, and a small Etruscan bronze. It was the painting above the mantelpiece, however, that startled Pendergast. It appeared to be a Vermeer, depicting a lady at a leaded glass window examining a piece of lace. The cool Flemish light from the window shone through the lace, which cast a faint shadow across the woman's dress. Pendergast was familiar with all 35 of Vermeer's known paintings. This was not one of them. And yet it could not be a forgery. No forger had been able to duplicate Vermeer's light. His eye roamed farther. On the opposite wall was an unfinished painting in the Caravagesque style, showing the conversion of Paul on the road to Damascus. It was a smaller and even more intense version of Caravaggio's famous painting in Santa Maria del Popolo in Rome. The more Pendergast looked at it, the more he doubted it was a copy or a school of rendering. In fact, it looked like a study in the master's own hand. Pendergast now turned his attention to the right-hand wall, where a third painting hung, a little girl in a dark room reading a book by candlelight. Pendergast recognized it as very similar, to yet not a copy of, a series of paintings on the same subject, The Education of the Virgin by the mysterious French painter Georges de la Tour. Could it possibly be real? They were the only 3 paintings in the room, 3 breathtaking gems. But they weren't displayed with pomp and pretense. Instead, they seemed to be part of the environment of the room, placed for private enjoyment rather than public envy. None of the paintings even bore a label. His curiosity about Fosco increased. More faint sounds emanated from chambers beyond. Immediately, the agent's preternatural hearing focused on them. A distant door had opened, and Pendergast could hear the whistling of a bird, the light patter of footsteps, and a deep, gentle voice. Pendergast listened intently. "Come out and hop upstairs. 1, 2, 3, and up. 3, 2, 1, and down." A burst of chirping and twittering, combined with another sound, clacking and whirring, floated into the room from beyond, mingled with cheerful exhortations. Then, softly, a beautiful tenor voice sounded, singing the notes of a bel canto aria. The bird, if that's what it was, fell silent, as if under a spell. The voice rose in pitch and volume, then faded slowly away, and as it did, the butler returned. "The Count will see you now." Pendergast rose and followed him down a long, broad corridor, lined with books, to a studio beyond. The Count stood in all his corpulent majesty in a capacitous studio, one end with floor-to-ceiling glass, his back turned, looking out on a small balcony framed with rose bushes, sinking into twilight. He was wearing slacks and a crisp white shirt open at the collar. Beside him was an immaculate work table. At least 100 tools were lined up on the table in geometric precision. Tiny screwdrivers, pinpoint soldering irons, tiny jeweler's saws, watchmaker's vices and files. Laid out next to them was an array of exquisitely small gears, ratchets, springs, levers, and other finely machined metal parts, along with chips, small circuit boards, bundles of fiber optic cabling, LEDs, bits of rubber and plastic, and other electronic objects of mysterious function. In the center of the work table stood a wooden T-bar stand, and on the stand stood a strange object that at first glance looked like a Triton cockatoo, brilliant white with a lemon-colored crest, but which, on closer inspection, proved to be a mechanical device, a robotic bird. The butler indicated politely for Pendergast to seat himself on a nearby stool. As if by magic, his half-drunken glass of Amontillado appeared. Then the butler vanished like a ghost. Pendergast watched the Count. With his free hand, he plucked a casuarina nut from a tray, placed it between his fat lips, then protruded it. With a whistle of excitement, the robot cockatoo climbed to Fosco's shoulder, then to his ear, and, leaning forward with a whirring of gears, plucked the seed from the projecting lips, cracked it with its mechanical bill, and made every appearance of eating it. "Ah, my pretty, playtime is over," cooed the Count. "Back to your perch." He gave his gloved hand a little wave. The cockatoo gave a screech of displeasure and flared his mechanical crest, but made no further movement. "Ah, stubborn today, I see." The Count spoke louder, more firmly. "Back to your perch, my pretty, or you will be eating millet instead of nuts the rest of the day." With another screech, the cockatoo hopped off his shoulder onto the table, waddled over to the stand, climbed it with metal claws, and resumed its place, casting its beady LED eyes on Pendergast. And now at last the Count turned with a smile and bow, offering Pendergast his hand. "I am so sorry to keep you waiting. My friend, as you see, requires his exercise." "Most interesting," said Pendergast dryly. "No doubt it is. It is true I cut a ridiculous figure with my pets." "Pets? Yes, and you see how they love me? My cockatoo and—" He inclined his sooty head toward the other side of the room, where what looked like a pack of mice were disporting themselves within an elaborate wire pagoda, with various clicks and whirs and digital squeaks. "And my dear little white mice. But, of course, of all my pretties, Bucephalus here is my pride and joy." And Fosco turned toward the cockatoo. "Are you not, my pretty?" The bird's only response was to bury its massive black bill within a fluff of fake beak feathers, as if rendered timid by the compliment. "You must forgive Bucephalus," Fosco said, tut-tutting. "He is not partial to strangers. He is slow to make friends, and screams when displeased. Ah, my friend, such
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust,
professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming, crying. He's a treasure, don't you think? The English lorded it over the Italians for so many centuries that it gives me pleasure to have at least one Englishman under my thumb. You're not English, are you? No. Well then, we can speak freely of the English. Pah! Imagine, the only composer of note they ever produced was a man named Bird. The Count settled himself into a wing chair opposite, and as he did so, Pendergast noted again how lightly and easily the enormous man seemed to move, how delicately he seated himself. My first question, Count Fosco, involves the dinner party. When did you arrive? The Count placed his white hands together reverently, as if about to pray, and sighed. Grove wanted us at 7, and on a Monday night, too, very unlike him. We came straggling in, fashionably late, between 7:30 and 8. I was the first to arrive. What was Grove's mental state? Very poor, I should say. As I told you, he seemed nervous, high-strung. Not so much that he couldn't entertain. He had a cook, but he prepared the main dishes himself. He was quite a good chef. He prepared an exquisite sole, lightly grilled over the fire, with lemon. Nothing more, nothing less. Perfection. Then he followed with, "I already have the menu, thank you." Did he give any indication why he was nervous? No. In fact, he seemed to be at great pains to hide it. His eyes darted everywhere. He locked the door after each guest was let in. He hardly drank, which was quite out of character. He was a man who normally liked a good claret, and even on this occasion he served some excellent wines, starting with Tokai from Friuli, and then a 90 Petrus, truly magnificent. Chateau Petrus 1990, considered the best since the fabled 61, was one of Pendergast's own most prized wines. He had a dozen bottles of the 2000 Pomerol laid down in his cellar in the Dakota. He chose not to mention this fact. The Count continued his description with great good humor and volubility. Grove also opened, quite spontaneously, a wine from the Castello di Verrazzano, their so-called Bottiglia Particular, the one with the silk label. Exceptional. Did you know the other guests? The Count smiled. Lady Milbank I know quite well. Vilnius I'd met a few times. Jonathan Frederick I knew only from his writings. What did you talk about at dinner? The smile widened. It was most peculiar. Yes? The first part of the dinner was taken up with a conversation about the Georges de la Tour painting you saw in my sitting room. What do you think of it, Agent Pendergast? Shall we stay on the subject, Count Fosco? This is the subject. Bear with me. Do you think it's a de la Tour? Yes. Why? The brushwork on the lace is very characteristic, and the glow of the candle through the fingers is handled in pure de la Tour fashion. The Count looked at Pendergast curiously, a faint gleam of something indefinable in his eyes. After a long silence, he said very quietly and seriously, "You surprise me very much, Pendergast. I am truly impressed." The jocular familiar note had vanished from his voice. He paused, then continued. 20 years ago, I found myself in a little financial embarrassment. I put that very painting up for sale at Sotheby's. The day before the auction, Grove wrote a little piece in the Times calling it one of the Delabro fakes done around the turn of the century. It was pulled from the auction, and despite my having the provenance in hand, I lost $15 million. Pendergast considered this. And that's what you talked about? His branding your de la Tour of forgery? Yes, in the beginning. Then the conversation moved to Vilnius and his paintings. Grove reminded us of Vilnius's first big show in Soho in the early 80s. At the time, Grove wrote a legendarily scathing review. Suffice to say, Vilnius's career never recovered. An odd topic of conversation. Indeed. And then Grove brought up the subject of Lady Milbank and the affair he'd had with her some years back. I imagine this was quite a lively dinner party. I have rarely seen its equal. And how did Lady Milbank react? How would you expect a lady to react? The affair broke up her marriage. And then Grove treated her abominably, left her for a boy. It sounds as if each of you had reason to be mortal enemies of Grove. Fosco sighed. We all hated him, including Frederick. I don't know the man at all, but I understand that some years ago, when he was editor of Art and Style, he had the temerity to write something nasty about Grove. Grove had friends in high places, and the next thing Frederick knew, he'd been fired. The poor fellow couldn't find a job for years. When did the dinner party break up? After midnight. Who left first? I was the first to stand and announce my departure. I have always required a great deal of sleep. The others rose at the same time. Grove was most reluctant to see us go. He kept pressing after-dinner drinks on us, coffee. He was most anxious that we stay. Do you know why? He seemed frightened of being alone. Do you recall his precise words? To a certain extent. Fosco broke out into a high-pitched upper-class drawl that was startling in its realism. My friends, you're not going already. Why, it's just midnight. Come, let's toast our reconciliation and bid good riddance to my years of misguided pride. I have an excellent port that you must try. Fosco, and he plucked my sleeve, a Graham's Tawny, 1972 vintage. Fosco gave a sniff. I was almost tempted to stay when I heard that. Did you all leave together? More or less. We said our goodbyes and straggled out across the lawn. And that was when? I'd like to know as precisely as possible, if you please. 12:25. He looked at Pendergast for a moment and then said, Mr. Pendergast, forgive me if I observe that among all these questions, you haven't asked the most important one of all. And what question would that be, Count Fosco? Why did Jeremy Grove ask us, his 4 mortal enemies, to be with him on the final night of his life? For a long time, Pendergast did not answer. He was carefully considering both the question and the man who had just posed it. Finally, he said simply, a good question. Consider it posed. It was the very question Grove himself asked when he gathered us around his table at the beginning of the dinner party. He repeated what his invitation said, that he invited us to his house that night because we were the 4 people he had most wronged. He wished to make amends. Do you have a copy of the invitation? With a smile, Fosco removed it from his shirt pocket and handed it over, a short, handwritten note. And he'd already begun to make amends, as with his reappraisal of Vilnius's work. A splendid review, don't you think? I understand.
If the murderer had waited a day, I would be 40 million richer. 40 million? I thought it had been put up for sale at 15. That was Southerling's estimate 20 years ago. That painting would go for at least 40 million today. But with Grove on record that it's one of the Delobra fakes. Fosco shrugged. An unsigned article beside a dead man's computer means nothing. There is one good thing. I'll have the lovely painting to look at for the rest of my life. I know it's real, and you know it's real, even if no one else does. Yes, Pendergast said. Ultimately, that's all that matters. Well put. And the Vermeer that hangs beside it? Real. Indeed. It has been dated to 1671, between the period of Lady writing a letter with her maid and the allegory of faith. Where did it come from? It's been in my family for several hundred years. The Counts of Fosco never felt the need to trumpet their possessions. I'm truly astonished. The Count smiled, bowed. Do you have time to see the rest of my collection? Pendergast hesitated for only a second. As a matter of fact, I do. The Count rose and went to the door. Just before they exited, he turned to the mechanical cockatoo, still on his perch. "Keep an eye on the place, Bucephalus, my pretty." The bird gave a digitized squawk in reply. D'Agosta moved fast through the trees, seeking the darkest area of the park, a dense growth of trees and shrubs along an embankment leading down to the West Side Highway. He paused just long enough to glance back. Two figures were running after him, guns gleaming in their fists. Staying low, weaving between the trees, D'Agosta unsnapped the holster of his Glock. He withdrew the weapon, racked the slide. It was the chosen weapon of most modern police departments, and D'Agosta hadn't been given a choice about carrying it, on duty or off. It didn't have the punch of his personal .45, but it was light and reliable, and best of all, it held 15 rounds. He'd left his extra clip in his desk drawer that morning. Who needed an extra clip for a day of interviews? The men were already into the woods, moving fast. D'Agosta ran on, heedless of the noise he was making. The brush wasn't heavy enough to conceal him for more than a minute or two at best. He headed south, twigs crackling underfoot. If he could lose them, even temporarily, maybe he could get back onto Riverside Drive and head toward Broadway. They wouldn't dare follow onto such a busy street. He quickly checked off his options. The nearest precinct house was located at 95th, between Broadway and Amsterdam. That's where he'd head for. He could hear the men running behind him. One shouted out to the other, and a fainter response came back. D'Agosta immediately understood what had happened. They had divided and were still pursuing, one on either side of the narrow strip of park. Gosh. Keeping low, he ran through the woods, gun in hand. No time to stop and strategize, no time to use his radio, no time for anything but a flat-out run. The faint lights of Riverside Drive flickered through the trees on his left. To his right lay the long, brush-filled slope running steeply down toward the West Side Highway. He could hear the droning rush of cars far below him. He briefly considered running down the embankment and trying to get out on the highway, but it would be easy to get hung up in the nasty bracken that clogged the slope. If that happened, he'd be a sitting duck, fired on from above. The stretch of woods ended abruptly, and he burst out into a moonlit scene of parallel walkways overlooking the river, gardens and trees between them. It was exposed, but he had no choice but to keep moving. Who's really chasing me? Muggers? Cop haters? It didn't make sense. He was no longer just a target of opportunity. These killers were determined. They had followed him uptown. They were after him for a reason. He ran past the first formal garden, behind rows of iron benches, keeping low. Suddenly he saw something off to his left, a red spot of light chasing him, dancing around like an agitated firefly. Laser sight. He threw himself to the right as the shot came. It hit the metal bench with a sickening ricochet and hummed off into the darkness. D'Agosta fell into the flower bed, rolled clumsily, and rose on his knees in firing position. He saw a dark shape moving fast against the dimness of the open grass, and fired once, twice, rolled to the side, rose to his feet, and took off running again, cursing himself for not having kept up with his shooting practice. But even missed shots had a good effect, making them careful, slowing them down. At least that was the theory. He passed the far side of the garden and ducked in among the trees. Another jiggling red dot. He threw himself to the asphalt as the shot came, rolled, tearing his knee open against the pavement, and was up again and running. The shooters were using some big caliber sidearms and knew what they were doing. His own shots hadn't slowed them down at all. These guys were professional assassins. He ran through a playground, desperately leaping first the teeter-totter, then the sandbox, and across a small square with a fountain, gasping with the effort. Geez, he was out of shape, gone to seed. Long gone were the days in the police gym, keeping trim and fit. He cut across a small square with a fountain, jumped a stone parapet, and was back on the steep, woodsy embankment leading down to the highway. He crouched behind the stone wall, waiting. They would have to cross the open walkway. That's when he'd have a shot at them. He held the weapon tightly in a two-hand combat grip, steadied himself, tried to get control of his wild breathing. Don't squeeze the trigger.
When it goes off, it should almost be a surprise. Now. The dark shapes emerged from the trees, moving fast. He fired, once, twice, thrice. The red lights were dancing around the branches over his head, and he screamed an obscenity as he forgot his own careful advice and fired again and again at the dim shapes. He could hear nothing over the bark of his firearm, but he could feel the slap of bullets hitting the stone right before his face. These bastards didn't miss a beat. He, on the other hand, had missed by a mile, and no wonder. He hadn't taken a turn at the range in 3 very years, and his shooting was as old and stale as all those shooting awards that hung on his wall. He scrambled back from the stone wall, running along it in a low crouch, praying his back wasn't exposed. As he ran, he popped the clip from the gun, peering at it in the dim light. Empty. That left him only 2 shots in the chamber. 13 rounds wasted. Suddenly he saw something come into view through the trees up ahead. The bridge over the 110th Street off-ramp. The whole thing was chain-linked like a cage. If he got caught in there, he'd be the proverbial fish in a barrel. But turning back, jumping back over the stone wall and crossing the open walkway meant running right into the arms of his pursuers. And that would be suicide. He glanced down to his right. There was only one other choice. It was the highway or nothing. Get out on the West Side Highway, stop traffic, create a snarl, radio for help. Without waiting to reconsider, he charged down the steep embankment, clawing through the brambles and sumac and poison ivy, half falling, half rolling. The branches tore cruelly through the fabric of his uniform, and the sharp rocks of the embankment bruised his shoulders and knees. Whang! Sounded the shot. Ahead, the embankment dropped away steeply. He fell, rolled as far as he could, forced himself back onto his feet, and began running again, casting one brief look back. He could hear them crashing through the brush not 30 feet above him. In desperation, he wheeled, squeezed off a shot at the closest figure. It ducked to the side, then charged forward again. D'Agosta turned and ran with all his might. His heart was racing dangerously. The rush of cars was suddenly louder, the lights flashing through the trees, flashing on him for a moment. Whang! Whang! He ducked, zigzagged. The highway was just 50 feet ahead. The headlights were now flashing across him, making a clear target. 30 more feet. The trees were thinning, giving way to garbage and weeds. Whang! The embankment leveled out. 20 more feet to the edge of the trees and the highway. He ran flat out, making a beeline. Boom! And he was thrown back. D'Agosta lay there for a moment, stunned, thinking he'd been hit, that it was over. Then he realized he'd run full tilt into the chain-link fence that ran just above the highway. His eyes took it in within the space of a heartbeat. The concertina wire at the top, the crappy fence all mangled and twisted by junkies, the skeletons of cars lying on the verge below. The far side, of course. In the old days, he had driven that highway 1,000,000 times, seen that fence leaning dangerously above him, stuffed with trash and decaying leaves. One more thing he'd forgotten in those years in British Columbia. He was trapped. This was it. He rose on one knee and turned to make his stand. 1 round, 2 men. The math wasn't good. A low fire burned in the grate, casting a ruddy light on the walls of books and chasing the damp chill from the air. 2 wing chairs occupied the space on either side of the fire. In one sat Special Agent Pendergast, and in the other Constance Green, pale and slender, in a beautifully pressed and pleated dress. To one side sat the remains of an evening tea service, cups and saucers, strainer, creamer, digestive biscuits. The still air smelled of wood polish and buckram, and on all sides the bookshelves climbed, row after row toward the high ceiling, the old leather-bound books that lined them gleaming with gold stamping in the firelight. Pendergast's silvery eyes glanced toward a clock above the mantelpiece, then flickered back to the old newspaper he was reading. His murmured voice picked up where it had left off. August 7th, 1964. Washington. In an 88-4 vote today, the U.S. Senate authorized President Johnson the use of all necessary measures to repel armed attacks against U.S. forces in Vietnam. The vote was in response to the shelling of 2 U.S. Navy ships by North Vietnam in the Gulf of Tonkin. Constance listened intently as he went on. There was a rustle as Pendergast gently turned the fragile yellowed page. The girl held up her hand, and Pendergast paused. "I'm not sure I can bear another war. Will it be a bad one? One of the worst. It will tear apart the country. Let us save this war for tomorrow, then." Pendergast nodded, carefully folding up the newspaper and putting it aside. "I can scarcely believe the cruelty of the last century. It staggers the soul." Pendergast inclined his head in agreement. She shook her head slowly, and the glow of the flames reflected in her dark eyes and straight black hair. "Do you think this new century will be as barbarous? The 20th century showed us the evil face of physics. This century will show us the evil face of biology. This will be humanity's last century, Constance." So cynical? May God prove me wrong. A bank of embers collapsed, opening a glowing wound in the fire. Pendergast stirred. "And now, perhaps, shall we move on to the results of your search?" "Certainly." Constance rose and walked toward one wall of bookshelves, returning with several octavo volumes. The Abbot Trithemius, the Liber de Angelis, the McMaster text, the Sworn Book of Honorius, the Secretum Philosophorum, and, of course, Ars Notorium, treatises on selling one's soul, raising the devil, and the like. She placed the volumes on a side table. All alleged eyewitness accounts. Latin, Ancient Greek, Aramaic, Old French, Old Norse, and Middle English. Then there are the grimoires. "Textbooks of magic," Pendergast said, nodding. "The Key of Solomon is the best known. Many of these documents belong to secret societies and orders, which were common among the nobility of the Middle Ages. Apparently, these societies were often active in satanic practices." Pendergast nodded again. "I am particularly interested in accounts of the devil claiming his due." "There are many. For example," she indicated the wormy cover of the Ars Notorium with a faint look of distaste. "The tale of Geoffrey, Magister of Kent." "Go on." "The tales don't vary greatly from the Faustian theme, except in the details. A highly learned man, restless and dissatisfied, a manuscript, raising the devil, promises made, promises broken, a warm end. In this case, Magister Geoffrey was a doctor of philosophy at Oxford in the early 1400s, a chemist and mathematician. His great passion was the mystery of the prime numbers. He spent years in his studio, calculating the primes out to 5 digits. Some of the calculations involved more than a year of work, and they say he needed a little help to finish them. Hence, the pact with Lucifer. There was talk in Oriel College of chanting, ugly smells, unexplained noises, and strange lights burning in the scholars' chambers long after midnight. The magister continued to teach and do his alchemical experiments. His fame spread far and wide. He was said to have discovered the arcanum for transforming lead into gold, and he was admitted into the Order of the Golden Chalice by King Henry VI himself. He published his great work, The 9 Numbers of God, and was known across Europe for his wisdom and learning. But then things began to change. At the height of his fame, he became nervous, suspicious, strange. He was often ill, confined to his chambers. He jumped at every noise. He seemed to grow thin, his eyes staring like the great hollow eyes of a calf in the slaughter. He ordered brass locks and had his doors clad and banded in iron. And then one day his students missed him at breakfast. They went to his chambers. The door was locked, the iron hot to the touch. There was a smell of phosphorus and sulfur. Only with great effort could they break it down. They beheld a terrible sight. Geoffrey, Magister of Kent, lay on his wooden pallet, fully dressed, as if laid out for burial. There were no cuts on his skin, no breaks, no bruising, and yet his heart lay next to the body, partially burned and still smoking. They said it wouldn't stop beating until it had been sprinkled with holy water. Then it burst. The details are rather unpleasant. Pendergast glanced at the girl. She leaned forward, took a sip of tea, replaced the cup, smiled. And do the texts describe just how the Prince of Darkness was conjured? They drew circles around themselves, generally 9 feet in diameter. They were usually drawn with an artheme, or ceremonial knife. Frequently, there were smaller circles or pentacles within the larger one. Above all, it was critical that the circle not be broken during the ceremony. As long as he remained within the circle, the conjurer was safe from the demons he summoned. And once the demons were summoned, a contract was made. The usual: wealth, power, knowledge, in return for one's immortal soul. Faust, of course, is the prototypical story, particularly in the way it ends. Pendergast nodded encouragingly. After making his personal deal with the devil, Faust had all the power, earthly and unearthly, he had always craved. But he had other things as well. He complained of never being alone, of eyes in the walls watching him, of noises, strange noises, like the clicking of teeth. Despite having everything mortal beings can possess, he grew restless. Eventually, as the days of his contract grew short, he took to reading the Bible, loudly proclaiming his repentance. He spent his last evening in the company of his drinking companions, weeping bitterly, bewailing his sins, begging heaven to slow the passage of hours. O lente, lente, curate noctis ecce, Pendergast intoned quietly. Dr. Faustus, Act 5, Scene 2, Constance said immediately.
The stars move still, time runs, the clock will strike, the devil will come, and Faustus must be damned. A small smile broke across Pendergast's features. According to legend, terrible screams were heard issuing from his rooms after midnight. None of his guests dared investigate. In the morning, they found his bedchamber turned into an abattoir. The walls were painted in blood. Somebody found a lone eyeball in a corner of the room. The crushed, limp remains of his skull clung to one wall. The rest of his body was found in the alley below, thrown over a pile of horse manure. They said. She was interrupted by a knock at the library door. That would be Sergeant Augusta, Pendergast said, glancing up at the clock. Come in, he called in a louder voice. The door opened slowly, and Sergeant Vincent d'Agosta stepped into the library. Dirty, clothes torn, scratched, bleeding. Pendergast rose abruptly from his chair. Vincent! D'Agosta slumped in a chair, feeling dazed and in shock. It seemed one half of his body was numb, and the half that wasn't was throbbing in pain. The old mansion gave him the creeps, so damp, cold, and dark. Was this really where Pendergast was now living? Here the guy had a beautiful place on Central Park West, but chose instead to live in deepest Harlem, in a spook house of a museum no less, all stuffed animals and skeletons and shelves covered with weird crap. At least this library was like an oasis, soft chairs, a roaring fire. Pendergast had a guest, it seemed, but for the moment d'Agosta felt too scratched, bruised, and wiped out to care. You look like you just escaped from the devil, Pendergast said. I did. Sherry? You wouldn't happen to have a cold bud? Pendergast looked pained. Would a Pilsner Urquell do? If it's beer, it'll do. The other occupant of the library, a young woman in a long salmon-colored dress, rose and left the room.
Within a few minutes, she was back, bearing a glass of beer on a salver. D'Agosta took it and drank gratefully. "Thanks, Constance," came the soft reply. "Constance," said Pendergast, "my ward. This is Sergeant Vincent D'Agosta, a trusted associate of mine. He's assisting in this case." D'Agosta glanced at Pendergast. His ward? What the hell did that mean? He looked back more curiously at the girl. She was beautiful, in a pale, delicate kind of way. Her dress was very proper and demure, but the breasts that swelled the lace front brought a most undemure reaction from D'Agosta. Despite the old-fashioned clothes, she looked no older than 20. But those violet eyes of hers, so alert and intelligent, somehow didn't look like the eyes of a young girl at all. Not at all. "Glad to meet you," said D'Agosta, straightening up in his chair and wincing. "Are you hurt?" Pendergast asked. "Just about everywhere." D'Agosta took another long pull. "Tell us what happened." D'Agosta set down the glass. "I'll start at the beginning. I visited Lady Milbank first. She was a complete wash. All she wanted to do was talk about her new emerald necklace. Cutforth wasn't much better. Lied about the reason Grove called him, answered questions evasively, if at all. Last was Bullard, at the New York Athletic Club. Claims he hardly knew Grove, doesn't know why he called, can't really remember what they chatted about, doesn't know how Grove got his number. A liar through and through, and didn't even bother to hide it. Interesting. Yeah, a real piece of work. Big, ugly, arrogant mother. D'Agosta glanced at the girl. Man, basically he blew me off. I left, a dinner at Mullen's Pub over on Broadway. Caught sight of a gold Impala more than once. Took the subway to 96th and walked over to Riverside. Hoofed it from there. The Impala reappeared again around 1:30. Heading north or south? D'Agosta wondered why that was important. North. Pendergast nodded. I saw something was about to come down, so I ran into Riverside Park. 2 guys jumped out and chased me, shooting laser-sighted handguns, accurate, large caliber. Chased me through the park. I ran down toward the West Side Highway and came up against a chain-link fence. I really thought it was over. Then I noticed a recent car wreck 50 yards on. Some mess had gone through the fence, making a gap. Just left the car rotting there. I dove through the gap, lost them on the highway, flagged down a car. It let me off at the next exit, but I couldn't get a cab and had to walk the 30 blocks back down. Sticking to the shadows the whole way, watching out for that Impala. It took quite some time. Pendergast nodded again. So, one of the men followed you onto the subway, the other drove the car. They reconnected and tried to cut you off. That's how I figured it. An old trick. Did you return fire? Lot of good it did me. Ah, and your vaunted shooting ability? D'Agosta looked down. Little rusty. The question is, who sent them? It seemed to happen awful very fast after I got Bullard stirred up. Perhaps too fast. Bullard didn't look like the kind of guy who would wait. He's the decisive type. Pendergast nodded. Throughout this recitation, the young woman had listened politely. Now she rose from the couch. With your permission, I'll leave you to discuss this matter amongst yourselves. She had a precise, mannered way of speaking, and a faint accent that for some reason reminded D'Agosta of old black-and-white movies. She came over and kissed Pendergast lightly on the cheek. "Good night, Aloysius." Then she turned toward D'Agosta and nodded. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Sergeant." A moment later, the door to the library closed, and silence fell. "Ward, huh?" said D'Agosta. Pendergast nodded. "Where'd she come from?" "I inherited her with the house." "How the heck do you inherit someone? She a relative?" "Not a relative. It's rather complicated. This house and its collections were passed down to me from my great-uncle Antoine. She was discovered in the house by an acquaintance of mine who catalogued the mansion's collections during the summer. She'd been hiding here." "For how long?" There was a pause. "A good while." "What is she, a runaway?" Doesn't she have family? She's an orphan. My great-uncle had taken her in, looked after her welfare, educated her. Yeah? He sounds like a saint. Hardly. As it happens, Constance was the only person he ever cared for. In fact, he continued caring for her long after he'd stopped caring even about himself. He was a misanthrope, but she was the exception that proved his rule. In any case, it seems I'm her only family now. But I must ask you not to mention any of this in her presence. The last 6 months have been exceptionally trying for her. How so? That is something better left in the past. Suffice it to say, Vincent, that Constance is the innocent beneficiary of a set of diabolical experiments conducted long ago. Seeing how her own family was victimized early on by those experiments, I feel bound to look after her well-being. It's a complication I certainly did not anticipate. However, her knowledge of this house and its library is proving invaluable. She will make an excellent research assistant and curator. At least she's not hard to look at. When he felt Pendergast's unamused gaze on him, D'Agosta cleared his throat and added hastily, "How did your own interviews go?" Montcalm could add little to what we already know. He was away until yesterday, traveling. It seems that Grove left a frantic message. How does one break a contract with the devil? The assistant threw the note away. Apparently Montcalm is a magnet for cranks and gets many such messages. He could add nothing else. Fosco, on the other hand, proved to be most interesting. I hope you really sweated him. I'm not sure who sweated who. D'Agosta could not imagine anyone sweating Pendergast. Is he involved? That depends on what you mean by involved. He is a remarkable man, and his recollections proved to be invaluable. Well, the jury's still out on both Cutforth and Bullard. You said Cutforth was a liar, as well as Bullard.
How do you know? He told me. Grove had called him in the middle of the night, wishing to buy some piece of rock memorabilia. I bluffed him by saying Grove hated rock music. His look gave him away immediately. A crude lie. He's a crude man, and pretty stupid to boot. I imagine he's good at what he does, though, given all the dough he's made. Intelligence, culture, and education are not qualities generally associated with the popular music business. Well, Bullard's on another level. He's crude, too, but highly intelligent. I wouldn't underestimate him. The fact is, they both know a lot more about Grove's death than they're telling. We can crack Cutforth, I'm pretty sure. He's a wuss, but Bullard's going to be a tough nut. Pendergast nodded. The forensic report on Grove's body should be ready tomorrow. That may give us badly needed information. The critical thing now is to find the connection between Bullard, Cutforth, and Grove. If we find that connection, Vincent, we'll have the key to this entire mystery. Dr. Jack Dienfong cast his eye about his laboratory, examining the metal tables, the chemical hoods and glove boxes, microscopes, SEMs, microtomes, and titration setups. It wasn't pretty, but it was organized and functional. Dienfong was chief of the FBI's Forensic Science Division on Congress Street, and he was very curious to meet, at last, this Special Agent Pendergast he had heard so much about. He glanced down at the scribbled index card in his hand, running through his notes one more time. Most of it was in his head. The index card was more for comfort than anything else. He felt a disquieting sense of apprehension. He didn't like what he was going to have to report, and he just hoped the famous, some said infamous, agent would understand. In Dienfong's opinion, the worst mistake one could make in forensic chemistry was to over-interpret results. Do that enough times, and eventually you'd send an innocent man to prison. It was Dienfong's greatest fear. He wouldn't stretch results for anyone, not even someone as formidable as Pendergast. There was a stir at the door, and Dienfong glanced at his watch. On time, almost to the second, already confirming one thing he'd heard Pendergast was famous for. A moment later, the door opened, and a slender man in a black suit entered, followed by Special Agent in Charge Carlton, chief of the Southern District Field Office, and a hushed group of junior agents and assistants. There was an almost palpable excitement in the air.
the kind of excitement high-profile cases always generated. And only a high-profile case like this would bring somebody like Carlton in on a Sunday. All the pertinent evidence had been forwarded to the FBI by local police for in-depth analysis. And now it was up to Dianfong to piece everything together for them. His feeling of apprehension did not diminish. Dianfong observed the stranger carefully. Pendergast was just as people had described him, moving with the efficiency and grace of a cat. His hair was so blonde it was almost white, his face cool and patrician, his pale eyes restlessly taking in everything. Dianfong had met many FBI agents in his time, but this one was in another category altogether. Those ice-cool eyes alighted on Dianfong, and the agent came striding over. "Dr. Dianfong," the man said, in the buttery tones of the Deep South. "A pleasure." Dianfong took the dry hand. "I thought your piece in the Journal of Forensics on the maturation rate of blowfly larvae in the human cadaver to be fine reading. Thank you." He hadn't quite thought of the article as fine reading himself, but then each to his own. Dianfong's idea of fine reading was Johnson's Rambler essays. "The presentation is all ready," he said, gesturing toward a double row of metal chairs set up before a projection screen. "We're going to begin with a brief visual presentation." "Excellent." The agents seated themselves with murmurs, coughing, and scraping of chairs. Special Agent in Charge Carlton took up position in the front row center, his thick thighs spilling off the edges of the seat. Dianfong nodded toward his assistant, and the lights dimmed. He switched on the computer projector. "Please feel free to interrupt with questions at any time." He called up the first image. "We'll go from simplest to most complex. This is a 50x sample of the sulfur recovered at the site. Our chemical analysis showed it to be natural, with trace elements that indicate a volcanic origin. It had been rapidly heated and burned by unknown means. When sulfur burns, it combines with oxygen to make sulfur dioxide gas, SO2, which has a very strong odor, the smell of burned matches. If it then comes in contact with water, it creates H2SO4, also known as sulfuric acid. These fibers here, the next slide came up, are from the victim's clothing. Note the pitting and curling, clear effects of sulfuric acid on the victim's clothes. 3 more images in quick succession. As you can see, there was even microscopic pitting on the victim's plastic glasses and in the varnish on the walls and floor from the intense release of sulfur compounds. "Any idea of the specific volcanic source?" It was Pendergast who spoke. "That's almost impossible to answer. We'd have to analyze and compare this with thousands of known volcanic sources. An overwhelming job, even if we could get the samples. What I can tell you is that the high proportion of silicon indicates a continental as opposed to an oceanic source. In other words, this sulfur didn't come from Hawaii or, say, the seafloor." Pendergast settled back, his expression unreadable in the dark room. This next image shows some microsections of the burned wood of the floor from the so-called hoofprint. Several more images flashed across the screen. Dianfong cleared his throat. "Here is where the difficulties began. You will note the very deep penetration of the burn into the wood. You can see it better at 200x. Another slide. This was not caused by a branding iron effect." He paused, swallowed. "That is to say, this mark was not burned into the floor by a red-hot object being impressed into the wood. It was caused by an intense burst of non-ionizing radiation, probably in the very short infrared wavelength range, which deeply penetrated the wood." Carlton spoke up, as Dianfong knew he would. "You mean the perp didn't heat something up and press it on the wood?" "Exactly. Nothing actually touched the wood. The burn was made by a short blast of pure radiation." Carlton shifted, the chair uttering a dangerous groan. "Wait a minute, how can that be?" "My job is to describe, not interpret," said Dianfong, flicking up the next slide. But the chief hadn't finished. "Are you saying the mark was made with some kind of ray gun? I can't say what the source of the radiation was." Carlton settled back with a dubious grunt. "This brings us to the cross." The next slide came up. Our art expert has identified this as a rare example of a 17th century Tuscan cross, commonly worn by the noble classes. It is made of gold and silver, layered, fused, and hand-chased to produce a rather interesting effect known as Lamellie's fiends. It was then set in wood, which has largely burned away. "How much it's worth?" Carlton said, asking an intelligent question for a change. "Given the precious stones, $80,000, perhaps $100,000, undamaged, that is." Carlton whistled. "The cross was found around the neck of the victim, touching his skin. Here is a photograph of it at the scene of the crime, still around the victim's neck." The next slide came up, prompting noises of disgust and disbelief. "As you can see, the cross heated to the point of melting, deeply burning the skin where it lay. But observe that the surrounding flesh is not scorched or even reddened. Something, and I really can't say what, selectively heated the cross without heating the surrounding skin. The cross then partially melted and burned itself in situ."
And here he brought up the next images. And do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone, tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective, yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. And here, he brought up the next image, is an electron micrograph at 3000x, showing this extraordinary pitting along the silver but not the gold surface of the cross. I can't account for this either. I suspect it might have been caused by an intense and prolonged dose of radiation that seems to have stripped off the top layers of electrons and vaporized part of the metal. It acts much more strongly on silver than on gold. Again, I have no idea why. Carlton was on his feet. "Can we have this in plain English?" "Of course," Dianfong said dryly. "Something heated up and melted the cross without heating up anything around it. I guess it must have been some kind of radiation that was taken up by metal more strongly than flesh, like maybe the same radiation that burned the hoofprint." Carlton, Dianfong had to admit, was not as stupid as he pretended to be. "A good possibility." Pendergast raised a finger. "Agent Pendergast? Were there any signs of radiation burns or heating in any other surfaces in the room?" An even better question. Yes, in fact, there were. The bedposts, which were varnished pine, showed signs of heat stress, as did the wall behind the bed, which was painted pine. In some areas, the paint had softened and bubbled. He moused his way through the on-screen menu and pulled up another image. Here's a cross-section of the wall, showing 4 layers of paint. Now here's yet another small mystery. Only the lowest layer of paint seems to have heated up and bubbled. The others were undisturbed and remained chemically altered. "Did you analyze all 4 layers of paint?" Pendergast asked. Dian Fong nodded. "Was the bottom layer a lead-based paint?" Dian Fong felt a sudden surprise. He quickly saw where the line of questioning would lead, and it was something that he had not thought of. "Let me check the book." He flipped through the lab reports, organized and categorized in a 3-ring binder labeled Brimstone. All FBI investigations get a nickname, and this was the one he had given this case. Melodramatic, perhaps, but appropriate. He looked up from the binder. Yes, as a matter of fact, it was lead-based. And the rest were not? That's correct. Further proof that we are dealing with some kind of radiation. Very good, Agent Pendergast. It was the first time in his career that an FBI agent had beaten him to a conclusion. This Pendergast was living up to his reputation. Dian Fong cleared his throat. Any other questions or comments? Carlton sat down again, raised a weary hand. Yes? I'm missing something. How could something affect the bottom layer of paint and not the upper ones? Pendergast turned. It was the lead in the paint that reacted, like the metal in the cross. It absorbed the radiation more strongly. Was there any radioactivity present at the site, Doctor, during follow-up investigation? None whatsoever. Carlton nodded. Check into that, Sam, will you? Of course, sir, one of the junior agents replied. Dian Fong went to the next image. Here's the final image, a close-up of a section of the cross. Note the very localized melting, completely inconsistent with a convective source of heat. Again, an indication that radiation played a role. What type of radiation would selectively heat metal more than flesh? Pendergast asked. X-rays, gamma rays, microwave, far infrared, certain wavelengths in the radio spectrum, not to mention alpha radiation and a flux of fast neutrons. This is not very unusual. What is unusual is the intensity. Dian Fong waited for the inevitable expostulation from Carlton, but this time the agent in charge said nothing. The pitting on the cross, Pendergast said, might suggest to you something? Not so far. Speculations? I never speculate, Mr. Pendergast. An intense electron beam could cause it, don't you think? Yes, but an electron beam would have to propagate through a vacuum. Air would disperse it in, say, a millimeter or 2. As I said, it might have been in the infrared, microwave, or X-ray spectrum, except that it would take a transmitter of several tons to generate a beam that intense. Quite so. What do you think, Doctor, of the theory being pushed by the New York Post? Dian Fong paused briefly at this sudden change of tack. I am not in the habit of taking my theories from the pages of the Post. They've published speculation that the devil took his soul. There was a brief silence, and then there was a smattering of nervous chuckles. Pendergast was evidently making a joke. Or was he? He didn't seem to be laughing. Mr. Pendergast, that's a theory I don't subscribe to. No? Dian Fong smiled. I am a Buddhist. The only devil we believe in is the one inside the human heart. Not much scanning of the crowd streaming into the Metropolitan Opera House was needed to locate Count Isidore Fosco. His huge presence, striking a dramatic pose beside the Lincoln Center fountain, was unmistakable. Pendergast drifted toward him with the crowd. All around, men in tuxedos and women in pearl necklaces were babbling excitedly. It was opening night at the Metropolitan Opera, and the program was Donizetti's Lucrezia Borgia. The Count was wearing white tie and tails, beautifully tailored to his enormously fat figure. The cut was old-fashioned. and in place of the usual white waistcoat, Fosco was sporting one in gorgeous Hong Kong silk brocaded in white and dove gray. A gardenia was stuck in his buttonhole. His handsome face was padded and shaved and powdered to pink perfection, and his thick mane of gray hair was brushed back into leonine curls. His small, plump hands were perfectly fitted in gray kid gloves. "My dear Pendergast, I was hoping you'd come in white tie," Fosco said, rejoicing. "I cannot understand why people dress down so barbarously on a night such as this." He waved a dismissive hand at the tuxedoed patrons streaming past them into the hall. "There are only 3 occasions left to truly dress up in these dark days: at one's nuptials, at one's funeral, and at opening night at the opera. By far the happiest of these 3 is the last." "That depends on your point of view," said Pendergast dryly. "You are happily married, then?" "I was referring to the other occasion." "Ah," Fosco laughed silently. "You are right, Pendergast. I've never seen a more contented smile on some people than at their own wake. I was referring to the deceased's heirs. You wicked fellow. Shall we go inside? I hope you don't mind sitting in the pit. I avoid the boxes because the acoustics are muddy. We have tickets for row N, center right, which I have found from experimentation to be the acoustical sweet spot in this hall, particularly seats 23 through 31. But look, there go the house lights. We had better sit down." And with his giant head held erect, chin raised, Fosco moved swiftly through the milling crowd, which parted instinctively. For his part, Fosco looked neither to the right nor to the left as they moved through the central doors, brushing past several ushers offering programs and sweeping down the central.
But wait, what is this? And do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. But wait, what is this? He peered more closely at Pendergast. "You are not wearing earplugs, are you, sir?" "Not plugs, no. These merely attenuate the sound. My hearing is exceptionally acute, and any volume above a normal conversation is quite painful to me. Fear not, the music will get through all too well, I assure you."
All too well, you say. Count Fosco, I thank you for this invitation. But as I warned you once, I have yet to meet an opera I liked. Pure music and vulgar spectacle are fundamentally incompatible. Beethoven's string quartets are by far my preference, and even those, to be honest, I enjoy for their intellectual content more than their musical. Fosco winced. What, may I ask, is wrong with spectacle? He spread his hands. Isn't life itself a spectacle? All the color, noise, flash, the embonpoint diva prowling the stage, shrieking and howling and throwing herself from the ramparts of some castle? It distracts the mind from the music. But that is exactly what opera is, a feast of sight and sound. There is humor, there is tragedy, there are soaring heights of passion and depths of cruelty, there is love and betrayal. You are making my points even better than I could, Count. Your mistake, Pendergast, is to think of opera as solely music. It is more than music. It is life. You must abandon yourself to it, throw yourself at its mercy. Pendergast smiled. I am afraid, Count, I never abandon myself to anything. Fosco patted his arm. You may have a French name, but you have an English heart. The English can never step outside themselves. Wherever they go, they feel self-conscious. That is why the English make excellent anthropologists, but dreadful composers. Fosco snorted. Purcell, Britain. You're forgetting Handel, a transplanted German. Fosco chuckled. I am glad to have you here, Pendergast, and I shall show you the error of your ways. Speaking of that, how did you know where to deliver the invitation? The Count turned a triumphant smile on Pendergast. It was quite simple. I went to the Dakota and made inquiries there. They are under strict orders not to divulge my other addresses, but they were no match for Fosco. I've always been interested in this profession of yours. I read all of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle in my youth. Dickens, Poe, and the sublime Wilkie Collins. Have you read The Woman in White? Naturally. A tour de force. In my next life, perhaps, I'll choose to be a detective. Being a count from an ancient family is rather boring. The two are not mutually exclusive. Well put. We have all kinds of detectives these days, everyone from English lords to Navajo policemen. Why not a count from the lineage of Dante and Beatrice? I must confess, this case with Grove fascinates me, and not only because I was a guest at the, dare I say, Last Supper. 1 week ago tonight, alas. I feel for the poor man, naturally, but it is a rather delicious mystery. I am at your assistance in the matter. I thank you, but I must confess it's unlikely I'll need your assistance. Quite right. I am speaking now, if I may, as a friend. I only wish to offer you my services as someone with a particular knowledge of art and music, and perhaps society. And in that last regard, I'd like to think I've already been helpful with the question of the dinner party. You were. Thank you. The Count patted his gloved hands together, as excited as a small boy. The lights darkened. A hush fell on the house. Fosco turned his attention to the stage, practically wriggling with excitement. The concertmaster appeared and sounded the A. The orchestra tuned to it, then all fell silent. The conductor came out to a thunderous burst of applause. Taking his position at the podium, he raised his baton, brought it sharply down, and the overture began. Fosco listened with rapt attention, smiling and nodding his head from time to time, not a note of Donizetti's luxurious music lost on him. When the curtain rose on the first act, a murmur and scattered applause filled the hall. A look of annoyance darkened Fosco's face as he cast a disapproving glance at his neighbors. There he sat, like a giant in the darkened hall, from time to time raising the opera glasses or spyglass to observe the scene. When the people near him applauded the close of an aria without any regard for the music to follow, Fosco raked them with a look of reproof and even held up his hands in forbearance with a sad but compassionate shake of his head. After the more complex and difficult passages of music, which went unnoticed by his neighbors, he held up his gloved hands and patted them lightly together with relish, sometimes murmuring, "Brava!" After a while, Fosco's enormous presence, his deep enthusiasm, and his evident connoisseurship began to communicate itself to the people seated around them. Many an eruption of applause in appreciation for some particular turn of the music originated in row N, right center, with the soft patting of Fosco's plump, kid-gloved hands. The first act drew to a close, with huge huzzas, a storm of applause, and shouts of bravi, led by Fosco, so vociferous that even the conductor's attention was drawn to him. When the uproar had at last died down, Fosco turned to Pendergast, wiping the sweat from his brow with an oversized handkerchief. He was breathing hard, blowing, damp with perspiration. You see," he cried, pointing with a cry of self-vindication. "You are enjoying yourself." And what gave rise to that deduction? You cannot hide from Fosco. I saw you nodding in time just now to Vieni, la mia vendetta. But Pendergast said nothing, merely inclining his head slightly as the house lights came up and the intermission began. Nigel Cutforth threw back the covers and sat up in an empty bed. Eliza had taken exception to his little trip to Thailand and had gone off to stay with a girlfriend in the village. Good, really riddance. He looked around. The bedside clock glowed 10:34 in red letters. Jesus, only 10:30. His plane left at 6 in the morning, and around 8 he'd knocked back 2 fingers of gin and crawled into bed, desperate for a little sleep. But sleep had been slow to come. And now here he was, suddenly wide awake, sitting up in bed, heart beating hard. Christ, it was hot. He flapped the covers, trying to stir up the dead air of the room, but it seemed only to draw the heat closer around him. With another curse, he flicked on the light, swung his legs over the bed, and put his feet on the floor. At the rate he was going, the jet lag to Bangkok would be so bad he might just have to extend his vacation another week. But that would be hard to pull off. The fall was a big time in the cutthroat music business, and you had to stay vigilant. He stood up, padded across the floor, and checked the thermostat. It was off, as he knew it would be, but the thermometer itself registered 85 degrees. He put his hand over the forced-air grating, but it felt cool to the touch. No heat there. Heat. It was just what Grove had complained about. He reminded himself again that this was the 21st century, and that Grove had been insane in the
He was getting sick. That's what was happening. An early case of the flu. He put on his slippers and walked out the bedroom, across the living room, to the wet bar. He jerked open the cabinet doors, pulled out the bottle of Bombay Sapphire, some ice, and a jar of olives, and mixed himself another drink. A Xanax, 3 Tylenol capsules, 5 vitamin C tablets, 2 fish liver oil pills, a selenium tablet, and 3 tabs of coral calcium followed, each washed down with a generous gulp of gin. After finishing the glass, he mixed himself another and went to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room. These windows looked east, past Madison and Park to the 59th Street Bridge and Roosevelt Island. Beyond lay the dark wasteland of Queens. Cutforth was finding it hard to think. His skin was crawling with unpleasant sensations, as if he was covered with spiders that were scuttling around and nipping at him. Or bees, maybe. He felt like he was wearing one of those human bee cloaks, and the bees were moving around, not exactly stinging him, but prickling him with their dry, hairy legs. Grove had been crazy, he had to remind himself. Grove lost it completely. He'd succumbed to his own fantasies. Not surprising, given the kind of life he'd led. And then there was that other thing, the thing Cutforth never, ever wanted to think about again. He shook this thought away furiously and took another slug of gin, feeling the liquor and the sedative starting to kick in. Under any other circumstance, it would be delightful, relaxing, a sensation of slowly drifting down. But it didn't seem to be doing anything about that itchy, hot, crawling sensation on his skin. He rubbed a hand on his arm. Dry and hot, his skin felt like sandpaper. Grove had complained about a strange sensation of heat, too. That and the smell. He tossed back the drink with a shaking hand. Don't get paranoid, Nigel, dear. He was getting sick, that was all. He hadn't had his flu shot, and it was hitting him early this year. Great timing, on the eve of his departure for Thailand. Really, he said out loud. The drink was gone. Should he mix himself yet another? Why the hell not? He reached for the bottle, grasped it, filled the glass, and set it back down on the bar. I am coming. Cutforth spun around. The apartment was empty. Who really had spoken? It was a low voice, lower than a whisper, more like a vibration, sensed rather than heard. He swallowed, licked dry lips. Who's there? His tongue felt thick and foreign, and he could barely get out the words. No answer. He turned, his full drink slopping over the sides of the glass and running down his hand. He raised the glass and sucked at it greedily. It couldn't be. He'd never believed in anything, and wasn't about to start now. God didn't exist, the devil didn't exist, life was just some random mess, and when you were dead, you were dead. Maledica Dominus! He jerked his head up, drink sloshing wildly. What was that? Latin? Was this some kind of joke? Where was it coming from? One of his crazy rap clients being a jerk. Or, more likely, former client. There was one Haitian rapper in particular who had threatened revenge. This was probably him or his boys trying to goad him into a premature heart attack with some voodoo nonsense. All right, he called out. That's enough with the nonsense. Silence. His skin crawled, unnaturally hot and dry. Suddenly, it didn't feel like nonsense anymore. It felt real. It was happening to him. It was happening, like Grove had said. He raised the shaking glass to his lips, swallowing, tasting nothing. But it couldn't really be happening, could it? This was the 21st century. Grove must have been crazy. He must have. But oh dear Jesus, those things the newspapers had hinted at. The cops weren't really saying much about how Grove had died, but the tabloids had been full of gossip about the body, burned from the inside, the marks of Lucifer on the walls. Was it really possible after all this time? He let the half-finished drink fall to the floor and began casting desperately about. His late mother had given him a crucifix, which he'd kept around more as a memento than anything else. He'd seen it just last month. Where? He rushed back into his bedroom, to the walk-in closet, drew out a drawer with savage tugs, felt in the back. Cufflinks, buttons, tie pins, coins rained to the floor. No crucifix. Where was it? He jerked open another drawer, then another, pawing roughly through watches, jewelry, gold. A sob escaped him. The crucifix! He grasped it tightly, sobbing with relief, held it to his breast, crossing himself. The sensation of being covered with crawling bees began to grow worse. Now it felt as if the bees were really stinging him, billions of agonizing little pricks. "Go away! Get away!" he sobbed. "Our Father, who art in heaven." God, how did it go? The crucifix felt hot in his hands. Now his ears were buzzing. His throat felt as if it was caked with ash, as if he was choking on the hot air. I am coming now. He held out the crucifix in his shaking arms, this way and that, as if warding off something invisible. "Get thee behind me, Satan!" he shrieked. The crucifix felt very hot now. It was burning his fingers. Everything was hot. His nightclothes, even his eyebrows and the hairs on his arms, felt as if they were crisping. "Get away!" He dropped the crucifix with a cry. To his utter terror, smoke began curling from it, burning a mark into the rug. He gasped for breath, hands scrabbling at his throat, gagging in the sulphurous air. He had to get out. He had to find sanctuary.
If he could get to a chapel, a church, anything, maybe he'd be safe. He rushed for the door, but just before he put his hand on the doorknob, there came a knocking. Cutforth froze, suspended between relief and fear. Who was it? Maybe there was a fire? Yes, of course, that was it. The building was on fire, and an evacuation was underway. Something must have gone wrong with the sprinkler system. "I'm in here," he sobbed, half in pain and half in relief. "In here!" He grasped the doorknob, felt the searing pain of red-hot metal, jerked his hand away. Really? He looked at his hand in disbelief. His palm was burned, smoking, and it cracked as he opened it, blood and clear matter welling from the fissure and running down his wrist. Left on the doorknob was a large piece of his skin, curling and frying in the heat like pork cracklings. The knock came again, slow, steady, like the tolling of a bell. "Help me!" Cutforth cried at the door. "There's a fire! Fire!" He felt a sudden wave of pain along his skin, as if it was being peeled away, and then a grotesque feeling deep in his belly, as if someone had just stirred his guts for him. He lurched back. He was at the door. The feeling came again, a strange internal pressure, a terrible writhing of the intestines. He screamed, gripping his stomach, doubling over. He managed to stagger back into the bedroom. As he moved, little darts of pain raced across his skin, and his eyes clouded with red mist. He could feel the terrible pressure mounting within him, and then all went black, and the pressure became unbearable, and there was a sound like frying eggs, and suddenly the pressure was gone, and a hot wetness was running down his face. He screamed, writhing on the floor, his legs beating a frenzied tattoo on the rug, his hands tearing at his nightclothes, his hair, trying to claw the skin from his own body because it was searingly hot, so unbearably hot. "Here I am, here I am, here." Letitia Dowbridge lay awake, motionless, rigid in her bed. At last, she arose in cool fury, slipped into a satin robe, flicked open her glasses and put them on. Then she checked the time, 11:15. She compressed her lips. This was intolerable, intolerable. She picked up the building telephone and buzzed the desk. Instantly, a voice was on the line. "May I help you, Mrs. Dowbridge?" "You certainly may, Jason."
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture.
Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming crying. The gentleman in the apartment directly above me, number 17B, has been thumping incessantly on the floor, shouting as well. It's been going on, and I don't mind telling you this is the second time this month I've had to complain. I am an old woman, and I simply cannot tolerate this kind of noise in the middle of the night. Yes, Mrs. Dowbridge, we'll take care of it immediately. I shall speak to the condominium board about this at the next meeting. I don't blame you, Mrs. Dowbridge. Thank you, Jason. She laid down the phone and listened. True, the thumping was fainter now, more irregular. In fact, it seemed to have stopped, along with the shouting. But it would pick up again soon. It always did. That dreadfully coarse music producer was having another party, no doubt, with drinking, dancing, drugs, all kinds of carrying on, and on a weeknight no less. She pulled her robe tighter around her narrow frame. There was no point trying to go back to sleep now. At her age, it would be an exercise in futility. She crossed the living room into the kitchen, put a kettle of water on to boil. She removed a silver teapot, put 3 bags of chamomile inside, and waited for the whistle. When it came, she removed the kettle from the heat, poured the water into the teapot, and slipped a tea cozy over the pot to keep it hot. A silver teaspoon and 2 slices of buttered toast completed her petit déjeuner. She lifted the tray and returned to the bedroom. She glanced up darkly at the ceiling. Then she propped up her satin pillows and poured her tea. The flowery aroma and the warmth of the liquid soon calmed her. Life was too short to allow oneself to be disturbed longer than necessary. It was now quiet as a tomb in the apartment above. No matter, she would take strong measures to ensure she wasn't awakened like this again. She heard a faint noise and listened. A faint pattering. Raining again, it seemed. She would have to remember the Burberry when she went out that morning, too. The pattering grew louder, and now there was a smell like frying bacon in the air, faint but distinct. Like the rain, it grew steadily stronger. It was not a pleasant smell either. It was repellent, like burnt meat. She sniffed, looking around. Had she left the stove on? Impossible. She hadn't even... Plop! A huge, greasy drop landed in the middle of her tea, splashing her. Then another fat drop, and another, splattering tea all over her face, her dressing gown, her beautiful satin puff. She looked up in horror to see a stain on her bedroom ceiling. It was spreading fast. It glistened, oleaginous, in the dim light of her reading lamp. Letitia Dowbridge snatched the phone out of its cradle, buzzed downstairs again. "Yes, Mrs. Dowbridge? Now there's a leak from the apartment above. It's coming right through the ceiling of my bedroom. We're sending someone up immediately. We'll turn the water off in that apartment now. This is an outrage. My beautiful English puff is ruined, ruined." Now the liquid was pattering down from the ceiling in several places, accumulating in the corners of the crown molding, even streaming down the Venetian chandelier in the middle of the ceiling. It was raining on her Louis Quinze chairs, the Chippendale highboy. Against her better judgment, she leaned forward and touched one of the brown splatters on the china cup with her finger. It was warm and greasy, like tallow or candle wax. She shrank in horror. "It's not water," she cried. "It's some kind of grease." Grease? Yes, grease, from the apartment above. There was some confused talk in the background. Then the voice came back on, a little breathless. "We're getting some alarms down here. It seems there may be a fire in the apartment above you, Mrs. Dowbridge. Listen carefully. Don't leave your apartment. If smoke begins to come under your front door, place a damp towel against it. Wait for instructions." The voice was cut off by the unbearably shrill sound of the fire alarm in the hall, followed by the even louder blare of the siren within her apartment. She dropped the phone, covering her ears. A moment later, there was a snapping noise as the sprinklers went off, and suddenly the room was full of water, streaming everywhere. Mrs. Dowbridge was in such a state of shock that she remained frozen as a statue, uncomprehending, while the spray slowly darkened her gown and her lovely bedspread and refilled the teacup on her tray with gray, chill water. The stench hanging in the apartment entrance helped warn D'Agosta what was in store. It only grew worse as he walked through the dwelling on his way to the master bedroom. He'd been half asleep when he entered the building's lobby. Filling out the incident report on the gunfire he'd exchanged in Riverside Park had taken longer than expected, but he really wasn't asleep now. It was amazing the way that stench just cut through everything. Took away the 2 a.m. grogginess, took away the aches in his joints, the pain of the skinned knees, the itch of the poison ivy he'd managed to roll through while evading the thugs. He had seen a lot of unpleasant homicides in his day, but nothing could have prepared him for what lay on the floor beside the bed. It was a corpse, that much at least was clear. It had ruptured in a way he'd never seen before, the corpse unzipping itself from pubis to sternum, vomiting a shrunken tangle of burned and blackened organs. In an almost unconscious gesture, he reached up and touched the cross underneath his shirt, feeling its reassuring presence. If there was a devil, this was how he'd do it. This was definitely how he'd do it. He glanced over at Pendergast and felt faintly gratified to see that even the great detective was looking whiter than usual. Pendergast's normal impulses to poke, pry, and sniff seemed to have deserted him. He stood there, dressed in white tie and tails, something almost like shock on his face. The last of the SOC boys, the fingernail picker, came back around the corpse on his hands and knees, bristling with test tubes and tweezers and swabs. He looked pretty green too, and those guys were a tough bunch. They were the ones who had to find the fibers and hairs, swab stains, pick up all the bits and pieces. Close-in work, real close. The ME ducked in. Finished? I sure hope so. Pendergast held out his shield. "Mind if I ask a few questions, Doctor?" "Shoot." "Do you have a cause of death?" "Not yet. Heating, burning is clear. But as for the cause, I have no idea." "Accelerants?" "Negative, at least prelim," BSOC man answered. "There are other anomalies. Note the lack of the pugilistic effect. There's none of the contraction of the arm muscles one usually sees in such severe burn cases. Note also the heat fracturing in the bones of the extremities. Nearer the center of the body, the bones have actually been calcined. Do you have any idea how hot a fire would have to cause this kind of damage? Well over the combustion threshold. And yet there was no room flashover. In fact, from the look of things, the fire never even approached flashover. The heat was localized to the body, and the body only.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming, crying. Nothing was coming into his head, but he needed a way to take his eyes off the scene, and this was it. He roused himself and wrote, October 23, 2:20 a.m., 842 Fifth Avenue, Apt 17B, Cutforth. The pen faltered as he tried to breathe only through his mouth. From now on, he was going to carry a jar of Vicks Vapor Rub with him always. On dates, on vacation, out for bowling, always. He heard murmured voices in the living room, detectives from homicide. They'd been interviewing a maintenance worker outside the hallway from the stench, and D'Agosta had been thankful to duck past them on entering the apartment. He didn't want any of his old pals seeing him with the Southampton PD patch and sergeant stripes on his shoulder. His gaze focused back on the page of his notebook. His mind wasn't working. He gave up and raised his eyes. Pendergast seemed to have overcome his revulsion and was now on his hands and knees examining the corpse. Like the SOC guy, he had a glass test tube and a pair of tweezers in his hands. Where did he keep all that stuff in such a narrow tailored suit? And was putting something into it, moving around with great care. Then he moved toward a wall, where he stopped to examine a scorched area with a magnifying glass. He spent so much time staring at it that D'Agosta began to stare too. The paint of the scorched patch was browned and bubbled. There was no hoofprint that he could see, but as he stared, a creeping sensation began to tickle its way up his spine and dig into his scalp. It was blurry, indistinct, but was it just like those ink blot tests, all in his mind? Pendergast suddenly turned and caught his eye. You see it too? I think so. What exactly do you see? A face. What kind? Ugly as gosh, thick lips, big eyes, with a mouth open as if to bite. Or swallow? Yeah, more like swallow. It's uncannily reminiscent of Vasari's fresco of the devil swallowing sinners, the one inside of the cupola of the Duomo. Yeah? Yeah. Pendergast stepped back thoughtfully. Are you familiar with the story of Dr. Faustus? Faustus? You mean Faust, the guy who sold his soul to the devil? Pendergast nodded. There are any number of variants of the story. Most come down to us in manuscript accounts written in the Middle Ages. While each account has its unique characteristics, they all involve a death similar to that of Mrs. Mary Reeser, the case you mentioned to the M.E. just now. Exactly, spontaneous human combustion. The medievals called it the fire within. D'Agosta nodded. His brain felt like lead. Here, with Nigel Cutforth, we seem to have a classic example. Even more so than with Grove. Are you telling me you think the devil claimed this guy? I offer the observation without attaching any hypothesis. D'Agosta shook his head. The whole thing was creepy, seriously creepy. He felt his hand stealing toward his cross again. It couldn't be the work of the devil, could it? Good evening, gentlemen. The voice came from behind. Female, a rich contralto, calm, efficient. D'Agosta turned to see a woman framed in the doorway, dressed in a gray pinstripe suit with captain's bars on the collar of her white shirt. Several detectives were visible behind her. He took in the features, petite,
thin, large breasts, glossy black hair framing a pale, almost delicate face. Her eyes were a rich blue. She looked no more than 35, amazingly young for a full captain in the homicide division. She looked familiar. He knew her. The sick feeling returned. Maybe he'd been a little premature in congratulating himself that he wouldn't run into any of his old buddies. "I'm Captain Hayward," she said briskly, looking at D'Agosta a little too intently for comfort, recognizing him too, it seemed. "I know you already presented credentials at the door, but may I see them again?" "Certainly, Captain." Pendergast had his badge out in one elegant movement. Hayward took it, examined it, looked up. "Mr. Pendergast." Pendergast bowed. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Captain Hayward. May I congratulate you on your return to the force, and most particularly on making captain?" Hayward let that pass without comment and turned back to D'Agosta. He had removed his shield for her, but she wasn't looking at it. She was looking at him. The name brought it all back. Laura Hayward, who'd been a transit cop back in his former life, going to school at the time, writing some book on the underground homeless in Manhattan, working toward a graduate degree or something. They had worked together briefly on the Pamela Wisher case. That was when she was the sergeant and he a lieutenant. He felt his gut sink. "And you must be Lieutenant Vincent D'Agosta." "Sergeant Vincent D'Agosta these days." He felt himself coloring. He really didn't feel like making more explanations. It was a freaking disgrace, and there was no way around it. Sergeant D'Agosta? No longer NYPD? Southampton PD? You know, as in Long Island. "I'm the FBI liaison on the Grove case." He looked up to find her hand out. He took it, gave it a desultory shake. The hand was warm, a little damp. It gave D'Agosta a secret satisfaction to note she wasn't quite as cool as she seemed. "Glad to be working with you again." The voice was crisp, devoid of morbid curiosity. D'Agosta felt relieved. There would be no chit-chat, no prying questions. Totally professional. "I, for one, am happy to see the case in such capable hands," Pendergast said. "Thank you. You always struck me as an officer who could be relied on to conduct a vigorous investigation. Thanks again. And if I can be frank, you always struck me as somebody who never worried much about the chain of command or who let the formalities of standard police procedure get in your way." If Pendergast was surprised by this, he gave no sign. "True. Well then, let's get this chain of command clear at the outset, shall we?" "Excellent idea. This is my case. Bench warrants, subpoenas, whatever, must be cleared through my office first, unless we're dealing with an emergency. Any communication with the press will be coordinated through my office. Perhaps that's not how you operate, but that's how I operate." Pendergast nodded. "Understood. People talk about how the FBI sometimes has trouble getting along with local law enforcement. That's not going to happen here. For one thing, we're not local law enforcement. We're the New York Police Department Homicide Division. We will work with the Federal Bureau of Investigation as full equals and in no other way." "Certainly, Captain. We will, naturally, return the courtesy. I should expect no less. I do things by the book, even when the book is stupid. You know why? That's how we get the conviction. Any funny business at all, and a New York jury will acquit." "True, very true," Pendergast said. "Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp, and every Tuesday thereafter for the duration of the case, we'll be meeting at 1 Police Plaza, 17th floor Situation Room. You, me, and Sergeant D'Agosta. All cards on the table." 8 a.m., Pendergast repeated. "Coffee in Danish on us." A look of distaste settled on Pendergast's features. "I shall have already breakfasted, thank you." Hayward looked at her watch. "How much more time do you gentlemen need?" "I believe 5 more minutes should do it," said Pendergast. "Any information you can share with us now?" An elderly woman in the apartment below was the witness, or as close as we have to a witness. The murder occurred shortly after 11.
Maintenance went up to check, found the door locked, no answer, and a foul smell emanating from the apartment.
They opened the door with a master key at 11:29 and found the deceased as you see him now. The temperature in the apartment was almost 100 degrees when we arrived, 15 minutes later. D'Agosta exchanged a glance with Pendergast. "Tell me about the adjacent neighbors." "The man above heard nothing until the alarms went off, but complained of a bad smell. There are only 2 apartments on this floor. The other one has been purchased, but is still empty. The new owner is an Englishman, a Mr. Aspern." She pulled a pad from her breast pocket, scribbled something on it, and handed it to Pendergast. "Here are their names. Aspern is currently in England. Mr. Roland Beard is in the apartment above, and Letitia Dalbridge is in the apartment below. Do you wish to interview either of them now?" "Not necessary." Pendergast glanced at her, then looked at the burn mark on the wall. Hayward's lip curled, whether in amusement or something else, D'Agosta wasn't sure. "You noticed it, I see." "I did." "Any thoughts?" "Wasn't it you, Mr. Pendergast, who once cautioned me against forming premature hypotheses?" Pendergast returned the smile. "You learned well." "I learned from a master." She looked at D'Agosta as she spoke. There was a brief silence. "I'll leave you to it, gentlemen." She nodded to her men, who followed her out the door. Pendergast turned to D'Agosta. "It seems our Laura Hayward has grown up, don't you think?" D'Agosta simply nodded. Bryce Harriman stood on the corner of 5th Avenue and 67th Street, staring up at one of those anonymous white brick high-rises that infested the Upper East Side. It was a gray Tuesday afternoon, and Harriman had the dull ache of an old hangover pulsing somewhere behind his eyeballs. His editor, Aaron Ritz, had chewed him out for not covering the story the night before. Well, he wasn't on call like a doctor, was he? He sure as gosh wasn't being paid enough to go out sniffing up copy at 3 o'clock in the morning. And besides, he'd been in no condition to cover a murder. It was all he could do to find his way home on the subway. He thought there might be some stragglers, but what he'd found instead was a crowd, generated by morning television news and the internet. Here it was, past 2 in the afternoon, but at least 100 people had converged on the block. Rubberneckers, goths, white witches, East Village weirdos, even a few Hare Krishnas, which he hadn't seen in New York in at least half a dozen years. Didn't any of these people have jobs? To his right, a bunch of Satanists wearing what looked like medieval robes were drawing pentagrams on the sidewalk and chanting. To his left, a group of nuns were praying on their rosaries. A bunch of teeny boppers were holding a vigil, candles burning despite the time of day, singing to the accompaniment of a strummed guitar. It was unbelievable, something out of a Fellini film. As he looked around, Harriman felt a swelling of excitement. He'd scored a mild success the week before with his piece about the Grove murder. Yet there had been little evidence to go on, and his story had been long on lurid speculation. But now he was here on the heels of a second murder. A murder that, from the whispered rumors that surged through the crowd like electricity, was even worse. Maybe his editor was right. Maybe he should have been here in the wee hours of the morning, despite all the single malt scotch he had unwisely imbibed at the Algonquin with his buddies the night before. Another thought occurred to Harriman. This was his chance to stick it to his old nemesis Bill Smithback, Angkor Wat of all places. Smithback, that jerk, who now had his old spot at the Times, not through brilliant journalism or even just plain old pavement pounding, but through sheer dumb luck. He'd happened to be at the right place at the right time, not once but several times. During the subway murders a couple years back, and then again just last fall with the surgeon murders. That last was particularly bitter. Harriman owned the story. He'd already beaten Smith back to the punch, but then that stupid police captain, Custer, had stuffed him with false leads. It wasn't fair. It was Harriman's connections that had gotten him the job at the Times, that and his distinguished last name. Harriman was the one, with his carefully pressed Brooks Brothers suits and his rep ties, who belonged in the rarefied and elevated atmosphere of the Times. Not rumpled, slovenly Smithback, who had been quite at home among the bottom feeders at the Post. Water under the bridge.
Now this was hot, and Smithback was 10,000 miles away. If the killings went on, and Harriman fervently hoped they would, the story would only get bigger. There might be television opportunities, magazine articles, a big book contract, maybe even a Pulitzer. With any luck, the Times would be only too happy to get him back. He was jostled by an old man in a wizard costume, gave a hard shove back. There was an almost hysterical frenzy to the crowd Harriman had never seen before. A potentially dangerous mixture if you stop to think about it. Volatile like a tinderbox. There was a sudden noise off to one side, and Harriman looked over. Some Elvis impersonator in gold lame, a half-decent-looking one for a change, was blaring Burning Love with the aid of a portable karaoke machine. I feel my temperature rising. The crowd was growing noisier, more restless. Now and then, Harriman could hear the distant shriek of a police siren. Lord almighty, I'm burning a hole where I lay. He had his tape recorder ready. He could pick up some color to add to what he already had on the murder itself. He looked around. There was a guy at his elbow in leather boots and a Stetson, carrying a crystal wand in one hand and a live hamster in the other. Nah, too weird. Someone more representative. Like that kid with the mohawk not far away, in black. A pimply middle-class suburban kid trying to be different. Excuse me? He elbowed his way toward the youth. Excuse me? New York Post. Can I ask a few questions? The kid looked toward him, eyes lighting up. They were all so eager for their 15 nanoseconds of fame. Why are you here? Haven't you heard? The devil has come. The kid's face positively shone. Some guy up there. He's just like the one out on Long Island. The devil took his soul, fried him to a crisp, dragged him down to hell, kicking and screaming. How'd you hear about this? It's all over the web. But why are you personally here? The kid looked at him as if the question was idiotic. Why do you think? To pay my respects to the man in red. Now a group of aging hippies started to sing Sympathy for the Devil in cracked falsettos. The smell of pot wafted toward him. Harriman struggled to hear, to think, amidst a hubbub. Where are you from? Me and my buddies came over from Fort Lee. Some of his buddies were now crowding around, all dressed exactly like he was. Who's this guy? One asked. Reporter from the Post. No kidding. Take my picture. To pay my respects to the man in red. There was his quote. Time to wrap it up. Name. Spell it. Sean O'Connor. Age. 14. Unbelievable. Okay, Sean, one last question. Why the devil? What's so important about the devil? He's the man, he whooped, and his friends took up the cry, high-fiving each other. The man. Harriman moved off. God, the world was full of morons. They were breeding like rabbits, especially in New Jersey. Now he needed a contrast, someone who took all this seriously. A priest. He needed a priest. Just his luck. There were two men with collars, quiet, standing not far away. Excuse me, he called out, forcing his way toward them through the Bruin crowd. As the two turned to him, Harriman was taken aback by the expressions on their faces. Fear, real fear, mingled with the sorrow and pain. Harriman with the Post.
May I ask what you're doing here? Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. May I ask what you're doing here? The older of the two men stepped forward. He had a lot of dignity. He really seemed out of place in this hysteria. We're bearing witness. Witness to what? The last earthly days. The way the man said it sent a flurry of goosebumps along Harriman's spine. You really think the world's coming to an end? The man quoted solemnly. Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit. The other, younger man nodded. She shall be utterly burned with fire, for strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. And the kings of the earth, who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her, shall bewail her, and lament for her, when they shall see the smoke of her burning. Alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city, the first priest went on. For in 1 hour is thy judgment come. Harriman had drawn out his pad and was scribbling to get this down, but the first priest laid a gentle hand over his. Revelation chapter 18. Right, thanks. What church are you from? Our Lady of Long Island City. Thanks. Harriman got their names and backed away hastily, tucking his notebook into his pocket. Their calmness, their certitude, spooked him more than all the hysteria around him. There was a stirring along one edge of the crowd. A small convoy of police cars was approaching, lights flashing. There was a sudden eruption of flashes and television lights. He pushed forward, brutally shoving his way through a group of sound men. He was Harriman of the Post. He wasn't going to sit at the back of the class. But the crowd itself was now surging forward, desperate for news. A woman had stepped out of an unmarked cruiser at the rear of the convoy, dressed in a suit but with a shield riding shotgun. A really good-looking young woman, with a commanding presence, with a bunch of men now falling into place behind her. Young, but clearly in charge. It looked to Harriman like she didn't want to talk to the crowd at all, but needed to take charge before things grew any uglier. She positioned herself behind a barricade of uniformed cops and held up her hand against the clamor of the press. 5 minutes for questions, then this crowd is going to have to disband. More incoherent yelling as a thicket of boom microphones was thrust forward. She waited, surveying the crowd, while the shouting continued. Finally, she checked her watch and spoke again. 4 minutes. That shut up the rows of press. The rest, the party people, the witches and Satanists, the weirdos with crystals or perfumes, realized something interesting was about to happen and quieted down a little as well. I'm Captain Laura Hayward of NYPD Homicide. She spoke in a clear but soft voice, which forced the crowd to quiet further, straining to listen. The deceased is Nigel Cutforth, who died at approximately 11:15 last night. Cause of death is unknown at this point, but homicide is suspected. Tell me something new, Harriman said to himself. I'll take a few questions now, she said. There was an eruption of shouting, and she pointed at one frantically waving journalist. The questions tumbled out.
Have the police noted connections between this and the death of Jeremy Grove? Are there similarities, differences? A wry smile appeared on her lips. We have. Yes and yes. Next. Any suspects? Not at this point. Was there a burned hoofprint or any other sign of the devil? No hoofprint. We heard there was a face scorched into the wall. The smile left the woman's face briefly. It was an irregular blotch that suggested a face to some. What kind of face? The wry smile. Those who've claimed to see the face have labeled it ugly. This caused a renewed clamor. Is it the face of the devil? Horns? Did it have horns? These questions were shouted simultaneously by a dozen people. The mics boomed in closer, knocking against each other. Not having seen the devil, Hayward answered, I can't say. There were no horns I'm aware of. Harriman scribbled frantically in his notebook. A bunch of reporters were now asking if she thought it was the devil, but she was ignoring this. Oh my God, was that Geraldo shouting over there? He definitely should have been here last night. Was it the devil? What's your opinion? Was cried from several quarters at once. She'd held up a hand. I'd like to answer that question. That really shut them up. We have enough flesh and blood devils in this town, thank you, that we don't need to conjure up any supernatural ones. So, how did he die? A reporter shouted. What were the injuries caused by? Was he cooked like the other one? An autopsy is currently underway. We'll be able to tell you more when it's completed. She was talking calmly and rationally, but Harriman wasn't fooled. The NYPD didn't even begin to have a handle on the case, and he'd be saying as much in his story. Thank you, she was saying, and good afternoon. Now, let's break it up, people. More clamor. More police were arriving and working to control the crowd at last, pushing them back, setting up barricades, directing traffic. Harriman turned away, already writing the lead in his head. This was one hell of a story. At last, at long, long last, he was going to get a run for his money. As the vintage Rolls-Royce approached the gates of the East Cove Yacht Harbor, D'Agasta shifted in the back seat, staring out the window, trying to forget just how stiff and sore he felt. What with Cutfort's murder and all the attendant crime scene business, he couldn't have gotten more than 2 hours sleep. For this particular errand, Pendergast had left his chauffeur, Proctor, behind, preferring to drive the big car himself. It was a beautiful fall day, and the morning sun shimmered on the bay like silver coins tossed on the waves. The Staten Island ferry was lumbering out of its berth, churning the water behind, flag snapping, trailed by a screaming flock of seagulls. The blue hump of Staten Island rose on the horizon, grading imperceptibly into the low outline of New Jersey. The smell of salt air flowed in the open windows. D'Agasta turned his gaze toward the marina. A wall kept the gaze of the vulgar from the ranks of gleaming yachts, but from the top of Coenties Slip you could still see them lined up in their berths, splendid and sparkling in the bright sun. "You're never going to get in without a warrant," said D'Agasta. "I talked to Bullard. I know what the guy's like." "We shall see," said Pendergast. "I always prefer to start with a gentle approach." "And if the gentle approach doesn't work?" "Firmer measures might be in order." D'Agasta wondered what Pendergast's idea of firmer was. Pendergast slowed the rolls and, turning to a custom-built cherry wood bay beside the driver's seat, tapped on the keys of the laptop set within it. They were approaching the chain-link gate leading into the marina's general parking area, but the man in the guardhouse had seen the rolls approaching and was already opening the gate. Pendergast stopped the car just inside the lot where they had a good view of the upper bay. On the screen of the laptop, the image of a magnificent yacht had appeared. It didn't take long to locate the real thing among the forest of masts and spars riding at anchor just beyond the lot. D'Agasta whistled. That's some boat. Indeed, a 2003 Fatship motor yacht with a Devooked custom-designed hull. 52 meters in length with a displacement of 740 metric tons. Twin Caterpillar 2500 horsepower diesels, cruising speed 30 knots. It's got enormous range and it's extremely comfortable.
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Pendergast looked at him sharply. Indeed? He eased the car toward the second layer of security, the gate into VIP parking, manned by a pugnacious little red-headed security guard with a jutting chin. D'Agosta immediately knew the type. He was the kind who made it a point not to be impressed by anyone or anything, not even a '59 Rolls-Royce Silver Wraith. Yeah? Pendergast hung his shield out the window. We're here to see Mr. Locke Bullard. The man looked at the badge, looked back at Pendergast. His face was creased with suspicion. And him? D'Agosta passed his own badge to the man. What's it about? Police business. I got a call. The man took the shields back into his cubicle, got on the horn, spoke for a few minutes, came back with the badges and a cordless phone. He wants to talk to somebody named D'Agosta. That's me. The man handed him the phone. D'Agosta here. Bullard's deep voice filled the wire. I figured you'd be back. At the sound of the voice, D'Agosta immediately felt himself bristle. This was the man who had tried to humiliate him at the athletic club, who, just perhaps, had very nearly gotten him shot. Nevertheless, he tried hard to check his temper. We can either do this nicely, he said as evenly as possible, or it can get unpleasant. Up to you, Bullard. A burst of laughter sounded at the other end. You tried that same stale line on me back at the club? Let me tell you something. Since we had that pleasant little chat, I've had my people check into you, and now I know all about you. I got every sordid detail of your existence. For example, I know all about that wife of yours in Canada, the one who's been unfaithful these past 6 months. The guy's name is Chester Dominic, and he sells Winnebagos out of Edgewater. And hey, maybe she's with him right now. Think about that, huh? D'Agosta's hand tightened around the phone. I also got the sales figures on your novels. Last one sold 6,215 copies, hardcover and paperback. And that's counting all the copies your mother bought. Watch your back, Stephen King. More harsh laughter. Then I got your personnel files from your stint with the NYPD, including your disciplinary records. Interesting reading. And I got your medical and psychiatric records too,
even the ones from Canada. Too bad about those intimacy problems. Maybe that's why your wife's being unfaithful with old Chet. And depression, gee, that's tough. Did you take your Zoloft this morning? Amazing what you can find out when you own an HMO, isn't it? Reading all this over, a couple of phrases come to mind. Phrases like broken down, washed up, loser. A thin curtain of red seemed to drop before DaGosta's eyes. You've just made the mistake of your life, Bullard. More laughter, and the line went dead. DaGosta handed the phone back to the attendant. His face was on fire. The son of a difficult person. The son of a difficult person. It was illegal, wasn't it? Digging up that kind of personal information? Bullard had been speaking loudly, and DaGosta wondered if his voice had carried as far as Pendergast. He swallowed, fought hard to master his rising rage. "You're blocking the gate," said the man in the booth. Then, as an afterthought, he added, "Sir." "We'll drive around the block," Pendergast told the attendant, "and give Mr. Bullard time to change his mind." "He's not going to change his mind." Pendergast gave the attendant a long, sympathetic look. "You'll know when to step aside, I hope. For your own sake, of course." "What do you mean?" Without waiting for an answer, Pendergast put the rolls in reverse and hit the gas, leaving a satisfying patch of rubber. He turned around in the parking lot, then nosed out onto State Street. He glanced over at DaGosta. "Are you all right, Vincent?" "I'm fine," DaGosta said through gritted teeth. Pendergast turned right and began circling the block. "Mr. Bullard, it seems, needs a firmer hand." "Yeah." Pendergast reached down with one hand and punched in a number on the in-dash cell phone. A ring sounded over the speaker. Then the phone was answered by a familiar voice. "Captain Hayward? Captain? It's Pendergast. We're going to need that subpoena and warrant I called you about this morning." "On what grounds?" "Refusal to cooperate. Imminent flight risk." "Come on. Bullard's not some Colombian drug dealer or Middle Eastern terrorist. He's a leading American industrialist." "Yes, with overseas accounts and overseas factories, who happens to be on his yacht, fueled to its maximum capacity and fully stocked for a transatlantic voyage. He can reach Canada, Mexico, South America, or Europe on one tank. Take your pick." There was a sigh. "He's an American. He's got a passport. He's free to leave. He's an uncooperative witness. He won't answer questions. A lot of people won't answer questions. Both Grove and Cutforth called him just before they were murdered. There's a connection, and we need to find it." Another irritated sigh. "This is just the kind of irregular operation that looks bad in court. He threatened Sergeant DaGosta." "He did?" Her voice sounded a little sharper. "An implied blackmail threat over personal information he collected through Northern Health Atlantic Management, the HMO he owns." "So he did hear," DaGosta thought. "That right?" There was a pause. "All right then, go ahead. The papers are all ready and just need to be signed." "Excellent." Pendergast gave a fax number. "Agent Pendergast? Yes?" "Don't make a hash of this. I care about my career." "I care about it too." The fax peeled out of the tiny impact printer just as they rounded Pearl Street and headed back toward the yacht harbor. Driving slowly through the outer lot, Pendergast tore it from the printer and handed it to the VIP attendant. "You again?" the man said as he took the fax. Pendergast smiled, put his fingers to his lips. Not a word to Bullard. The man read the fax, handed it back. There was something in his face that, perhaps, didn't look entirely displeased at the turn of events. "Time to step aside," said Pendergast quietly. "Yes, sir." They parked in the VIP lot, and Pendergast opened the trunk. He gestured to DaGosta. "For you." DaGosta peered in. A Federal-issue battering ram lay inside, black and ugly and about 3 feet long, the kind DEA agents used in drug busts. "You gotta be kidding." "Firmness, my dear Vincent," said Pendergast, smiling faintly. DaGosta grabbed the ram by its 2 handles and hefted it out. They headed down the walkway to the central dock. Ahead and to one side, tethered in its own private slip, the yacht loomed bigger than life. White with 3 enclosed decks, dozens of smoked windows, and a conning tower bristling with electronics.
The name Stormcloud was stenciled on the stern. "What about crew?" D'Agosta asked. "My information is that Bullard's alone." The private slip had its own dock behind a locked gate. Pendergast knelt before it, raising his hands to the lock. It looked to D'Agosta as if the FBI agent was just testing the lock to see if it might be ajar. Perhaps it was, because the gate swung open obediently in his hands. "We need to be brisk," said Pendergast as he rose. D'Agosta humped himself forward, lugging the ram. Despite renewed sessions in the gym since the gunfight in the park, he was still out of shape. The ram weighed at least 40 pounds, and his bruised limbs protested with each thudding step. The gangplank of the Stormcloud was up, but in the rear, a locked boarding hatch lay just at dock level. Pendergast stopped, plucked his custom less bare
FBI, Pendergast, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Pendergast threw open a door set into the bulkheads, and suddenly they were in the grand salon of the boat, cocooned in plush cream carpeting, with black lacquered tables piped in gold trim. FBI, Pendergast barked. Freeze! Bullard stood in the center of the room, wearing a pale blue warm-up suit, cigar in hand, with a look of complete astonishment and, it seemed to D'Agosta, momentary terror. "Don't move." Bullard recovered immediately, his face reddening, the veins pulsing in his neck. Surprise gave way to ill-concealed rage. He raised the cigar to his thick lips, sucked in a lungful, exhaled. So, the sorry really brought backup. "Keep your hands in view," Pendergast warned as he advanced, gun aimed. Bullard spread his hands. "Here's a scene for your next novel, D'Agosta. Bet you never saw anything like this boat in that slum you grew up in on Carmine Street, with a cheap pool-room hustling cop for a father and a mother who—" D'Agosta rushed at the man, but Pendergast was even quicker, interposing himself with lightning speed. "Sergeant, don't give him what he wants." D'Agosta took a strangled breath. He could hardly breathe. "Come on," Bullard sneered. "Let's see if there's anything at all hanging under that belly of yours. I'm 60, and I could easily defeat you with one hand." Pendergast held D'Agosta's gaze, shaking his head slowly. D'Agosta swallowed, stepped back. Pendergast turned and fastened his silvery eyes on Bullard. And look at this, an undertaker playing FBI. White trash from the deep south. Very white, it seems. At your service, Pendergast said quietly. Bullard laughed and swelled like a black mamba, stretching the fabric of the warm-up suit. He still had his cigar tucked between two huge spatulate fingers, and now he stoppered the laugh by inserting it between his lips again and blowing a cloud of smoke in their direction. Pendergast dropped the fax on an ebony table. Then he pointed to a large lacquered panel in the far wall. "Sergeant, open that panel, please." "Just one very minute, you need a warrant." Pendergast pointed a slender finger at the fax. "Read." "I want my lawyer." "Naturally. We're going to take you to One Police Plaza and question you under oath. You may have a lawyer present at that time. I'm calling my lawyer now. You will remain in the center of the room with your hands in view at all times. You do not have a right to call a lawyer just because you feel like it. When appropriate, you will be permitted to call. My ass! You have no jurisdiction. I'll pull your badge and eat you for lunch, you albino. You have no idea who you're dealing with. I am sure your lawyer would advise you to dispense with the small talk. I'm not going to One Police Plaza." Pendergast unclipped his police radio. "Manhattan South? To whom am I speaking, please? Shirley? This is Special Agent Pendergast of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm at the East Cove Yacht Harbor, on the yacht of Mr. Locke Bullard. You shut that radio off right now." Pendergast's smooth voice continued. "That's right, Locke Bullard, on his yacht, the Storm Cloud. We're taking him in for questioning in the Grove and Cutforth murder investigations." D'Agosta watched Bullard go white. No doubt he knew that every news organization in New York monitored the police frequencies. "No, he's not a suspect. I repeat, not a suspect." The very emphasis Pendergast placed on the word had the curious effect of giving precisely the opposite impression. Bullard glowered at them from beneath his beetled Cro-Magnon brow, swallowed, made an effort to seem reasonable. "Look, Pendergast, there's no reason to play tough cop. Surely, we're going to need backup, crowd control, and a squad car with escort to take Mr. Bullard downtown. That's right, 3 should do it. On second thought, make it 4. We're dealing with a well-known personality. It's likely to get busy." Pendergast slipped the radio back into his suit, removed his cell phone, and tossed it to Bullard. "Now you may call your lawyer. One Police Plaza, interrogation section, basement floor, in 40 minutes. We'll supply the coffee. You." Bullard dialed, spoke in low tones. When he was done, he handed the phone back to Pendergast. "I imagine he just told you what I already advised, to keep your mouth firmly closed." Pendergast smiled. Bullard said nothing. Now Pendergast began poking around the Grand Salon, in a desultory kind of way, peeking here and there, admiring the sporting prints on the walls. It was almost as if he was killing time. "Are we going?" Bullard finally burst out. "He's talking again," said D'Agosta. Pendergast nodded absently. "It seems our Mr. Bullard is a man who doesn't listen to his minders." Bullard fell silent, his body shaking with malevolence. "I think we need more time in here, Sergeant, just to check things over, you understand?" "Right." Though he was still steaming, D'Agosta found he had to conceal a smile. Now he realized what Pendergast was up to. Pendergast continued strolling about the room, adjusting a newspaper here, looking at a framed lithograph there. 10 more minutes passed as Bullard grew increasingly restive. Now D'Agosta began to hear faint sirens, the distant squawk of a bullhorn. Pendergast picked up a copy of Fortune, flipped through it, laid it back down. He checked his watch. "Do you see anything of interest I might have missed, Sergeant D'Agosta? Have you checked the photo album? An excellent idea." Pendergast opened the album, flipped through it. At a couple of pages his hand paused and an intent look came into his face. He seemed to be memorizing faces, at least it seemed so to D'Agosta. He shut it with a sigh. "Shall we, Mr. Bullard?"
The man turned and shrugged into a windbreaker, his face dark. Pendergast led the way, followed by Bullard. D'Agosta brought up the rear, battering ram over his shoulder. As they stepped out of the hatch onto the dock, the crowd noise increased dramatically. There was shouting, the whoops of police sirens, the megaphoned voice of an official. Beyond the gates, photographers were jockeying for position. The police were struggling to clear a lane for their vehicles to pass. Seeing this, Bullard stopped short. "You bastard!" He almost spat the words at Pendergast. "You delayed deliberately, letting this build. Why hide your light under a bushel, Mr. Bullard?" "Yeah," said D'Agosta, "and you're going to look great on the cover of the Daily News with your windbreaker draped over your head." Bryce Harriman headed back uptown behind the wheel of a post-press vehicle. The scene at the Lower Manhattan Marina had been a disaster. Except for a few rubberneckers, it was New York City press at their finest, swearing, pushing, shoving. It reminded Harriman of the running of the bulls at Pamplona. What a waste of time! Nobody had answered questions. Nobody knew anything. Nothing but chaos and shouting.
He should have gone straight back to his office to write up the scene of Cuthbert's murder rather than wasting time chasing this radio call ahead. The traffic coming in from West Street began to bunch up. He cursed, leaned on his horn. He should have taken the subway. At this rate, he wouldn't reach the office until after 5, and he had to file by 10 to make the morning edition. He wrote and rewrote the lead, tearing it up again and again in his head. He thought back to the mob scene in front of Cuthbert's apartment building earlier that afternoon. Those were the people he was writing for, people desperate for the story, hungry for it. And he had an open field, with Smith back gone and the Times treating the story as a kind of local embarrassment. Cuthbert's murder would be good for one headline, maybe two. But still, he was bound by the whim of the murderer, and there was no way of telling when or if the murderer would strike again. He had to have something new. The traffic parted slightly and he switched lanes, flipping a bird at the blaring horn behind him. Switched back, risking his life and those of half a dozen others to get one car length ahead. Flipped another bird. People were such jerks. And then it came to him, the fresh angle. What he needed was an expert to explain, to put it all in perspective. But who? Just as quickly the answer, the second stroke of genius, came as well. He picked up his cell, dialed his office. "Iris, what's up?" "What's up yourself?" his assistant retorted. "I've been as busy as a one-legged man at a butt-kicking contest answering the phones around here." Harriman winced at the jokey, familiar tone she had taken with him. He was supposed to be the boss, not the secretary in the next cubicle. "You want your messages?" she asked. "No. Listen, I want you to get a hold of somebody for me. That researcher into the paranormal. What's his name? Monk or Munch? Something German. He had that Discovery Channel special on exorcism, remember? Yes, that's the one. No, I don't care how long it takes. Just get him for me." He punched the call off and tossed the phone on the passenger seat, sat back and smiled, letting the cacophony of honks, toots, and beeps that surrounded his car wash over him like a symphony. D'Agosta had to admire the genius that went into maintaining the interrogation section of one police plaza. It was perhaps the last place you could smoke in New York City without being arrested, and as a result, the painted cinder block walls sported a tarry, brownish sheen. They made a point of keeping them grimy. The air was so dead and stale it felt like there must be a corpse hidden somewhere. And the linoleum floor was so old it could have been peeled up and put in a glass case in the Smithsonian. D'Agosta felt a certain satisfaction in the surroundings. Locke Bullard, still dressed in blue warm-ups and deck shoes, sat in a chair at the greasy metal table, his eyes bloodshot with anger. Pendergast sat across from him, and D'Agosta stood behind, near the door. The civilian interrogations administrator, a mandatory presence these days, stood by the video camera, sucking in his belly and trying to look officious. They were all waiting on Bullard's lawyer, stuck somewhere in the traffic of their own making. The door opened and Captain Hayward stepped in. As she did so, Dagosta felt the temperature in the room go down by about 20 degrees. She fastened cold eyes on Pendergast, then on Dagosta, and motioned them to follow her into the hall. She led the way to a disused office, ushered them in, closed the door. "Whose idea was the media circus?" she demanded. "Unfortunately, it was the only way," Pendergast answered. "Don't give me that. This was staged, and you were both producer and director. There must be 50 press outside, every last one following you over from the marina. This is exactly what I didn't want to happen, the kind of hullabaloo I warned you against creating." Pendergast spoke calmly. "Captain, I can assure you that Bullard left us no choice. For a moment, I thought I would have to handcuff him. You should have scheduled a meeting on the boat with his lawyer so he wouldn't feel ambushed and defensive. There's a good chance that more advance warning would have caused him to flee the country." Hayward expelled an irritated stream of air. "I'm a captain of detectives in the New York City police force. This is my case. Bullard's not a suspect and will not be treated as such." She swiveled to face Dagosta. "You're going to manage the questioning, Sergeant. I want Special Agent Pendergast to remain well in the background with his mouth shut. He's caused enough trouble as it is." "As you wish," Pendergast said politely to Hayward's turned back. When they stepped back into the interrogation room, Bullard rose to his feet, pointing to Pendergast. "You're going to pay for this. Both you and your fat really gopher here." "Did you get that on videotape?" Hayward calmly asked the civilian administrator. "Yes, ma'am. Tape's been rolling since he arrived." She nodded. Bullard's pupils were pinpoints of hatred. Silence fell, broken at last by a knock at the door. "Come in," Hayward called. The door opened, and a uniformed policeman admitted a man dressed in a charcoal suit. He had short-cropped gray hair, gray eyes, and a pleasant, friendly face. Dagosta noticed the glint of a half-hidden cross beneath the officer's blue shirt as he turned and closed the door. Hayward may not believe in the devil, he thought, but not all her minions have gotten the message. "Finally!" Bullard roared out, staring at the lawyer. "Jesus Christ, George, I called you 40 minutes ago. Get me the gosh out of here." The lawyer, unruffled, greeted Bullard as if they were all at a cocktail party. Then he turned and shook Pendergast's hand. "George Marchand, of Marchand Quisling. I represent Mr. Bullard." His voice was almost musical in its pleasantness, but his eyes lingered first over Hayward's badge, then Dagosta's. "This is my colleague, Sergeant Dagosta. How do you do?" There was a silence as Marchand turned his cool eyes around the room. "The subpoena?" Pendergast slipped a copy from his black suit and handed it to the lawyer. The man scrutinized it. "That's your copy," said Hayward. Her voice was deadpan, neutral. "Thank you. May I ask why this questioning could not be done at Mr. Bullard's convenience in his offices or on his yacht?" He addressed the question in general. Hayward nodded toward Dagosta. "On an earlier occasion at Mr. Bullard's club, he refused to answer questions. On this particular occasion, he threatened me with what I think a reasonable person might consider implied blackmail. He gave every sign of imminent departure from the country. His information is crucial in our investigation. Is he a suspect? No, but he's an important witness." "I see. And this implied threat of blackmail, what's that all about?" "It's a very—" Bullard began. The lawyer cut Bullard off with a wave of his hand. "The threat was made in my presence," Pendergast spoke up. "Mr. Bullard made a second threat just before you arrived for the benefit of the video recorder. You're a very liar. Not one more word, Mr. Bullard. I believe you've said more than enough as it is. For Christ's sake, George, these men are—" "Quiet." The lawyer spoke pleasantly, but there was a curious emphasis in his tone. Bullard fell silent. "My client," the lawyer said, "is anxious to cooperate. Here's how it will work. First, you will ask the question. Then, if necessary, I will confer privately with my client in the hall, and then he will give his response. Agreed?" "Agreed," said Hayward. "Swear him in."
They went through the process, the civilian administrator presiding, Bullard grunting his responses. At the conclusion, he turned again to his lawyer. "Gosh, George, you're supposed to be on my side." "My client and I need to confer privately." Marchand towed Bullard out into the hallway. A minute later, they were back. "First question," the lawyer said.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright tension. D'Agosta stepped forward, glanced down at his notes, and droned out in his most stolid cop voice. "Mr. Bullard, on October 16, 2:02 a.m., Jeremy Grove called you. You spoke with him for 42 minutes. What did you talk about? Start at the beginning and proceed through the call." "I already—" He stopped when Marchand laid a firm hand on his shoulder. They went out into the hall again. "You're not going to let him do this with every question, are you?" D'Agosta asked. "Yes, I am," said Hayward. "He has a right to a lawyer." The two men returned. "Grove called me to chat," Bullard said. "A social call." "That late?" Bullard looked at his lawyer, and the lawyer nodded. "Yes." "What did you chat about?" "Just like I told you before. Pleasantries. How he was doing, how I was doing, how the family was doing, how the dog was doing, that sort of thing." "What else?" "I don't recall." Silence. "Mr. Bullard, you talked for 42 minutes about your dogs, then within hours Grove is murdered." "That wasn't a question," said the lawyer crisply. "Next." D'Agosta found Hayward's rather penetrating gaze on him. He turned the page. "Where were you during this call?" "On my yacht, cruising the Sound." "How many crew were on board with you?" "I went out without a crew. The yacht's computerized. I do it all the time." There was a brief but significant silence. "How did you meet Grove?" "I don't recall." "Was he a close friend?" "No." "Did you have any business dealings with him?" "No." "When was the last time you saw him?" "I don't recall." "So why would he call you then?" "You'll have to ask him." This was nonsense. It was the same runaround as before. D'Agosta moved on to the next call. On October 22nd at 7:54 p.m., Nigel Cutforth placed a call to your home number. Did you take the call? Bullard glanced at the lawyer, who nodded. Yes.
What did you talk about? It was also a social call. We talked about mutual friends, family, news, that sort of thing. Dogs? DaGosta asked sarcastically. I don't remember if we talked about dogs. Pendergast suddenly broke in. Do you, in fact, have a dog, Mr. Bullard? There was a short silence. Hayward cast Pendergast a warning glance. I was speaking metaphorically. We talked about trivial social things, is what I meant. DaGosta resumed. Cutforth was murdered just a few hours after you hung up the telephone. Did he seem nervous to you? I don't recall. Did he express any sense to you that he was afraid? Not that I recall. Did he ask for your help? I don't recall. What was your relationship to Mr. Cutforth? Superficial. When was the last time you saw him? A hesitation. I don't recall. Did you ever have any business or other dealings with Mr. Cutforth? No. How did you first meet? I don't recall. When did you first meet? Pendergast smoothly interjected. I don't remember. This was worse than nonsense. The lawyer, George Marchand, was looking more and more satisfied. DaGosta wasn't going to let it go at this. After Cutforth's call, you spent the rest of the night on your yacht? Yes. Do you have a power launch? Yes. Was it stowed? No. It was docked next to the yacht. What kind of launch? A picnic boat. Pendergast broke in. Are you referring to the Hinckley picnic boat, the kind with the jet drive? That's right. With the 350 horsepower Yanmar or the 420? The 420. With a top speed of over 30 knots, I believe? That's about right. And a draft of 18 inches? So they claim. Pendergast settled back, ignoring Hayward's look. He'd clearly snuck in some research while Bullard was being processed. DaGosta picked up the line of questioning. So after receiving the phone call, you could have gotten into your picnic boat and headed uptown. You could have landed the boat just about anywhere along the Manhattan shoreline with a draft like that. And the jet drive would give you maneuverability to go sideways, reverse, whatever. Am I right? My client has already said he was on his yacht that night, the lawyer said, equally pleasantly. Next question. Were you alone all night, Mr. Bullard? This prompted another trip to the hall. Yes, I was alone, Bullard said when they returned. They keep track at the marina. They can verify I didn't leave the yacht all night or take the picnic boat out of its berth. We'll check that, said DaGosta. So you chit-chatted with Cutforth about the weather for 30 minutes, just hours before he was murdered. I don't believe we talked about the weather, Sergeant. There was a look of triumph in Bullard's eyes. He was winning again. Pendergast asked, Mr. Bullard, are you about to leave the country? Bullard looked at Marchand. Do I have to answer that? Another trip to the hall. When Bullard came back, he said, Yes. Where are you going? That question falls outside the scope of the subpoena, said the lawyer. My client wants to cooperate, but he also asks you to respect his privacy. You have already stated he is not a suspect. Pendergast spoke to the lawyer. Perhaps not a suspect, but your client may be a material witness, and it would not be beyond the bounds of probability he might be asked to surrender his passport, temporarily, of course. DaGosta had his eyes on Bullard's face, and even though he was expecting a change, he was startled by how dark it became. He seemed about to burst out again. The lawyer smiled pleasantly. An utterly absurd statement, Mr. Pendergast. Mr. Bullard will in no way be restrained in his movements. I am surprised and consider it most improper that you have even mentioned such a possibility, which might be construed as a threat. Hayward cast a dark glance at Pendergast. Mr. Pendergast. Pendergast held up his hand. Mr. Bullard, do you believe in the existence of the devil? Something flickered across Bullard's face, some swift and powerful emotion, but it went by too fast for DaGosta to get a sense of what it was. Bullard took his time, leaning back in the chair, crossing his legs, smiling. Of course not. Do you? The lawyer stood up. It seems we've reached the end of our questions, gentlemen. There was no contradiction. The lawyer handed around his card with smiles and handshakes. The next time you need to communicate with Mr. Bullard, he said, do so through me. Mr. Bullard is going abroad.
He gave Pendergast a pointed smile. "That," said Pendergast very quietly, "remains to be seen." Bullard and his lawyer had left, shoving their way through a second throng of shouting reporters. Pendergast had disappeared too, leaving DaGosta alone with Hayward. They were now lingering in the mud-colored lobby of Police Plaza. He had something he wanted to say, and so, it seemed, did she. "Did Bullard really threaten you, Sergeant?" she asked. DaGosta hesitated. "Just for my own information, off the record, I'm not asking you to tell tales out of school." "In a way, yes." They began walking side by side toward the building's exit. Outside, the remaining news teams were grudgingly packing up. The sky in the west was smeared with red. As he walked, DaGosta could almost feel waves of heat radiating from Hayward. She was clearly still very annoyed. "What kind of threat?" "I'd rather not talk about it." "I know all about that wife of yours in Canada." The image of Chester Dominic's smooth-shaven face came unbidden to his mind. It couldn't be true. Well, on second thought, it could be true. They had been apart for a long time. The marriage was over. Who was he?
He could have gotten a subpoena, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He could have gotten a subpoena, scheduled the interview on the boat, and probably gotten more information out of the guy in the process. As it is, we didn't get jack out of that interrogation. We went to the boat to ask questions. I was threatened. I don't see why you think scheduling it would have been more successful. Okay, you've got a point, but it turned into a pointless argument, and that's never successful. They passed through the doors and paused on the broad marble steps. Hayward was still mad. More fence mending was in order. "You doing anything?" DaGosta asked. Hayward looked at him. "I was planning on going home." "How about a drink?" "Strictly professional. I know, or at least I used to know, a place over on Church Street." She gazed at him for a moment, her pale face framed by glossy black hair, her eyes still flashing with residual irritation. "All right." DaGosta descended the steps, Hayward by his side. "Pendergast got his own methods," said DaGosta. "That's exactly what I'm afraid of." "Look, Sergeant, how about calling me Vinny?" "Call me Laura, then." "Here's what worries me. How many times has Pendergast had to testify against a perp in court?" "I don't know. I'll tell you. Very few times. You know why?" "Why?"
Because most of his perps wind up dead, that's why. That's not his fault. I didn't say it was. It's just an observation. Let's say Bullard does become a suspect. This little shenanigan is going to look bad. They made a left at Park Row, then a right at Vesey. Ahead, D'Agosta saw the little place still there, apparently unchanged. A couple of dying ferns hung from macrame in the basement window, just the right touch to keep out other cops. He liked it for that, and for the Guinness on tap. "I never knew this place existed," said Hayward as they descended the steps and D'Agosta held open the door. He followed her into the cool, brew-fragrant interior. She took a table in the back, and a man came up immediately. "Guinness," she said. "2." D'Agosta couldn't shake the image of Dominic with his wife. It was going to drive him crazy, he realized, until he did something about it. He got up. Back in a moment. He found the phone tucked into a nook in the back of the bar. It had been a long time since he used a payphone, but this was one call he didn't want to make with his cell. He called information, got the Canadian operator, got the number, made the call. It took 2 trips to the bar and 20 quarters. Gosh. Kootenay RV, came a nasal voice. Chet Dominic there? He's gone. Gosh, I was supposed to meet him for an appointment, and I'm late. You got his cell? Who's this? Jack Torrance. I'm the one interested in the Itasca Sunflyer. You know, the one with the slide-out bedroom and Korean countertops. Chet's a friend from the club. Oh, yes, Mr. Torrance, of course, came the suddenly fake-friendly voice. Just a moment. She gave him the number. D'Agosta glanced at his watch, collected more quarters from the bar, dialed. Hello? It was Chester. This is Dr. Morgan at the hospital. There's been a terrible accident. What? Who? The voice was instantly full of panic. D'Agosta wondered if Dominic had a wife and kids. Probably did, the unpleasant person. I must speak to a Mrs. Lydia D'Agosta immediately. Well, yes, of course. There was a fumbling sound, a muffled voice, and then his wife's voice came on. Yes? What is it? What's happened? D'Agosta carefully depressed the hang-up bar, took a couple of deep breaths, and made his way back toward the table. Even before he got there, his cell phone was ringing. He answered. Vinny, it's Lydia. Are you all right? Sure. Why do you ask? You sound upset. No, I'm fine. I just heard, I don't know, something about the hospital. I was worried. She was all flustered and confused. Wasn't me. You know how it is being out here like this, hearing everything secondhand. You still at work? I'm in the parking lot, just pulling out now. Right. See you. D'Agosta snapped the phone shut and reseated himself. You mean Chester Dominic was just pulling out, don't you? He felt a horrible prickly heat crawling over his skin. The Guinness had arrived, in a real imperial pint, with 2 inches of cream on the top. He raised it and took a long pull, then another, feeling the cool liquid loosening the tightness in his throat. He put the pint down to find Laura Hayward looking at him intently. You are thirsty, she said. Yeah. To hide his face, he took another pull. Who was he kidding? They'd been separated half a year now. He couldn't really blame her for that, not too much anyway. And Vinny Jr., his son, didn't want to move either. Lydia wasn't a bad person at heart, but this was a low blow, a really low blow. He wondered if little Vinny knew about it. Bad news? D'Agosta glanced at Hayward. Sort of. Anything I can do? No, thanks. He sat up. I'm sorry. I'm lousy company tonight. Don't worry. It's not a date. There was a silence. Then Hayward said, I read your 2 novels. D'Agosta felt himself reddening. This was the last conversation he wanted to have. They were great. I just wanted to tell you that. Thanks. I love the deadpan style. Gritty. Those books really captured what it's like to be on the job. Not like most of the phony police fiction around. D'Agosta nodded. So, where'd you find them? On a remainder table? I bought them when they were first published. As it happens, I've been sort of following your career. Really? D'Agosta was surprised. When they'd worked together on the subway murders years ago, he hadn't thought he'd made much of an impression on her. Not a good impression anyway. Then again, she'd always played her cards close. Really? She hesitated. I was still finishing up my master's at NYU when we worked together. That was my first big case. I was ambitious as hell, and to me, just starting, you looked like just the kind of cop I wanted to be. So I was really curious when you went off to Canada to write novels. I wondered why a cop as good as you would give it up. I had a lot I wanted to say about crime, criminals, the justice system, and about people in general. You said it well. Not well enough. Her pint was empty, and so was his. Another round? He asked. Sure. Vinny, I've got to tell you, I couldn't believe it when I saw you in sergeant stripes with a Southampton PD badge. I thought maybe I was dealing with a twin brother. DeGosta tried to muster a laugh. Life. That was some case we worked on, those subway murders. Sure was. You remember the riot? She shook her head. What a sight. Like something in a movie. I still have nightmares about it sometimes. I missed it. I was about half a mile underground, finishing what Captain Waxy started. Old Waxy. You know, he was sucked down so deep into those tunnels they never did find his body. Probably got eaten by an alligator. Or worse. She paused. The force is different now. Really different. Thank God. What a cast of characters we had to deal with back then, when I was just a new Jack. You remember McCarl at the TA? They called him Macarian because of his breath. He chuckled. Do I? I had to work for that difficult person for 6 months. It was tough to be a woman on the TA force back then. I had 2 strikes against me. Not only was I female, but I was in graduate school. Make that 3 strikes. I wouldn't sleep with Macarian. He made a pass at you? His idea of a pass was to get real close, breathe all over me, tell me I had a nice body, and pucker his lips. DeGosta made a face. Oh my God, you report him? And kiss my career goodbye? He was just a harmless cretin anyway, not worth reporting. Now the NYPD is like a different planet, totally professional. And
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous turnal. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I gotta get back on the job, Laura. I'm rotting out there in Southampton. She said nothing.
D'Agosta looked up, his eyes meeting hers and seeing, "What pity? Sorry." He looked away. Funny how life had reversed everything. Now here she was, probably the youngest captain on the force. And he? Well, if anyone deserved success, she did. "Look," he said, suddenly professional again. "I really asked you for a drink because I wanted to make sure you were okay with Pendergast. I've worked with him on not just one big case, but two. Believe me, his methods may be unorthodox, but they work. You couldn't ask for a better Fed on your side. I appreciate your loyalty, but the fact is, he's got a cooperation problem. I went out on a limb to have that subpoena and warrant ready to go, and he embarrassed me. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt this time, but please, Vinny, keep the guy in line. He obviously respects you. He respects you, too." There was a silence. "So how come you gave up writing?" Hayward asked, shifting the subject back to him. "I thought you had a pretty good career going." "Yeah, a career in bankruptcy court. I just couldn't make it. After 2 novels, I didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Lydia, that's my wife, she couldn't take it anymore." "You're married?" Her eyes rapidly glanced at his hand, but his wedding ring hadn't fit for years. "Yeah. Why am I surprised? All the good guys are taken. Here's to Lydia." She raised her pint. D'Agosta didn't raise his glass. Instead, he said, "We're separated. She's still living in Canada. I'm sorry." She lowered her pint, but she did not look very sorry. Or was it just his imagination? "You know that threat Bullard made against me?" D'Agosta swallowed. He wasn't sure why he was telling her this, but he suddenly felt he couldn't go another minute without getting it off his chest. "He somehow found out my wife was having an affair and told me about it, along with a lot of other compromising personal information he dug up and threatened to make public. Difficult person. In that case, I'm glad Pendergast stuck it to him." She hesitated. "You want to talk about it?" "We are talking about it. I'm sorry, Vincent. That's tough. Is the marriage worth saving?" "It was over half a year ago. We've just been in denial stage. Kids? 1. Lives with his mom. Going to college next year on scholarship. Great kid." "How long were you married?" 25 years. Married right out of high school." "God, you sure there isn't something there worth holding on to? Some good memories?" "But nothing now. It's over." "Well then, Bullard just did you a favor." She extended her hand and laid it on his, comfortingly. D'Agosta looked at her. She was right. In a way, Bullard had done him a favor. Maybe a really big favor. Midnight. The boat was still in its slip. The crew aboard. Everything ready for a departure at first light. Bullard stood on deck, breathing the night air, looking across the bay toward Staten Island. There was one last thing he had to take care of before weighing anchor. He had made 2 serious mistakes, and they had to be corrected. The first was impulsively hiring those goons to cap D'Agosta. Very stupid thing. He knew better than that. If you were going to kill a cop, you had to do it right. The difficult person had mouthed off with a few empty threats, and in his nervous state, he'd allowed himself to be spooked. Christ, he was jumpy these days. He wasn't thinking clearly. The fact was, that fat jerk was not his real enemy. He was just a gumshoe. The real enemy was the FBI agent, Pendergast. That man was dangerous as an adder, coiled up, cool, smooth, ready to strike. Pendergast played for keeps, and he was the brains in that team. Kill the brain, and the body will die. Get Pendergast, and the investigation would go away. The same rule about cops was even truer for FBI agents. You didn't kill them unless there was no other way. It almost never made things better. But there were exceptions to every rule, and this was one of them. Bullard could allow nothing to interfere with what he had to do. He went below decks. All was quiet. He slipped into a soundproofed room, locked the door behind him, checked his watch. Still a few minutes. He pressed a few buttons, and a video conferencing screen came to life.
Pendergast had made off with one CPU in some of his files, but all his computers were networked, their business-related data folders encrypted. He used public encryption with 2048-bit keys, unbeatable even by the most powerful computers in the world. He wasn't worried about what Pendergast might find. He was worried about the man himself. He pressed a few more keys, and a dim face appeared on the screen. It was a face as smooth and tight as a drum, so thin it looked as if the wet skin had been stretched over the bones and allowed to dry. His head was shaved so smooth there wasn't even a 5 o'clock shadow on the scalp. It gave the Bullard the creeps. But the man was good. More than good. He was the best there was. He called himself Vasquez. The man said nothing, offered no greeting, just stared, hands folded, his face expressionless. Bullard eased back in his chair, smiled, although the smile made no difference. The image Vasquez was seeing on screen was the computer-generated face of a non-existent person. Bullard spoke. "The target is Pendergast, first name unknown, special agent with the FBI, lives at 891 Riverside Drive. I want 2 in the brain pan. I'll give you $1 million per bullet. I require full payment in advance," Vasquez said. "What if you fail?" "I don't." "Gosh, everyone fails. The day I fail is the day I die. Now, do you agree?" Bullard hesitated. "Still, if you were going to do something, do it right." "Very well," he said curtly. "But time is of the essence here. If Vasquez screwed him, there were other Vasquezes out there, willing to finish the job and reduce the competition. 2 killings wouldn't cost much more than 1. Vasquez held up a piece of paper with a number on it. He waited a moment, giving Bullard time to jot it down. "When the 2 million shows up in this account, I will undertake the assignment. We need never speak again." The screen went black. Bullard realized Vasquez must have cut the transmission. He wasn't used to people hanging up on him. He felt a momentary irritation, then took a deep breath. He had worked with artists before, and they were all cut from the same cloth, egotistical, flamboyant, greedy. And Vasquez was the best kind of artist, the kind that truly loved his work. D'Agosta pulled his Ford Taurus up to the iron gates, then stopped, wondering if he might have gotten the directions wrong. He was at least an hour late. The paperwork from the previous day's blow-up with Bullard had taken all morning. Cops these days couldn't fire their gun, couldn't question a suspect, couldn't even break wind without having to fill out reports after the fact. The rusty gates hung open, as if abandoned, mounted on 2 crumbling stone pillars. The gravel drive beyond was carpeted with sprouting rag.
Then, glancing and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert.
Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension, rather than outright screaming or crying. Then, glancing at the directions Pendergast had given him, he followed the carriageway around the massive house and turned onto another road that led on through ancient gardens toward a stone mill house on the banks of a stream. Pendergast's Rolls was parked here, and he pulled in beside it. Pendergast's chauffeur, Proctor, was arranging something in the car's trunk. As D'Agosta got out of the car and approached, he bowed politely, then nodded in the direction of the stream. D'Agosta began following a stone path that led down from the road. Farther ahead now, he could see two figures strolling along the path, dappled in shade, intent in conversation. One had to be Pendergast. The black suit and slim bearing gave him away. The other, who was wearing a sunbonnet and holding a parasol, could only be the girl staying in Pendergast's house. What was her name again? Constance. As he approached the stream, he could hear the purling of water, hear the birds rustling in the beechwood. Pendergast turned and waved him over. "Vincent, you've made it. Very good of you to come." Constance turned too, smiling gravely and holding out her hand. D'Agosta took it, mumbling a greeting. For some reason, she made him eager to be on his best behavior, just the way his grandmother had done when he was a child. Her unusual eyes were concealed by a pair of very dark sunglasses. He glanced down the shade-dappled path. The mill was no longer turning, but the shunt of water had been directed into a curious series of stone sluice tanks. What is this place? The estate belongs to my great-aunt Cornelia, who, alas, is not well and is confined to a home. I've begun bringing Constance up here to take the air. To complete my rehabilitation, said Constance with a faint smile. Mr. Pendergast thinks I'm in delicate health. Quite a spread, D'Agosta said. The mill here was converted into a trout farm in the late 19th century, Pendergast replied. Every year they stocked Dewing Brook with thousands of trout and kept the forest full of wild turkey, deer, pheasant, grouse, quail, and bear. Come Sunday, there was quite a massacre around these parts as my relations and their sporting friends took to the field. A hunting preserve. I'll bet the fishing was fantastic. D'Agosta looked at the brook purling over its cobbled bed, with deep pools and holes no doubt still thick with trout. Even as he watched, several fish, rising to a hatch, dimpled the surface. I never cared for fishing, Pendergast said. I preferred blood sport. What's wrong with fishing? I find it quotidian in the extreme. Quotidian? Right. After the sudden death of Aunt Cornelia's husband and children, most of the staff quit. Shortly thereafter, my aunt was obliged to leave, and now Ravenscry lies empty, decaying. In any case, Pendergast went on more briskly, I asked you to come so we may take stock of the case in surroundings conducive to contemplation. Frankly, Vincent, the case is baffling. Normally, by this stage, I'd have found a piece of thread leading into the tangle. But this is different. It's a tough one, D'Agosta said. He glanced at the girl, wondering how much to say. We may speak freely in front of Constance. The girl smiled with mock gravity. They strolled back through the dappled shade in the direction of the cars. Let us review what we know. We have 2 murders, each with inexplicable features, including the heating of the body and the various Mephistophelian apparatuses.
We know that the two victims must have been connected with each other and to Bullard in some way, but I have not been able to find that connection. Hayward's been helping me with that end of things. We've pulled their telephone bills, credit card transactions, TET records going back 10 years. Nada. It doesn't look like they ever met. As for Bullard, most of the folders on that computer we seized are encrypted too strongly to break. I did get one nugget of interesting information from Hayward, though. They found a reference to the name Rainier Beckman in a temporary internet directory on the computer. Seems Bullard was trying to locate him, too. And yet you said Bullard denied knowing Beckman when you questioned him at the athletic club. It's evident Bullard is concealing a great deal. He's angry, he's defensive, I might even say he's frightened. Of what? Of arrest. As far as I'm concerned, Bullard is suspect number one. He doesn't have a good alibi for the Grove murder either. He said he was on his yacht, cruising the Sound that night. Without a crew? He could have been cruising the Atlantic side instead, slipped up on the beach at Southampton, done the job. Possible. But the fact that he has no alibi for either night, in my view, is actually a strike in his favor. Besides, what's Bullard's motivation? Why kill Grove and Cutforth? And why make it look like the devil? He's got a macabre sense of humor. On the contrary, the man appears to have absolutely no sense of humor at all, apart from a kind of gangsterish schadenfreude. Somebody playing a mere joke would not take such a dangerous risk. He wants to send a message, then. Yes, but to whom? For what purpose? I don't know. If it isn't Bullard, it might be some fundamentalist nutcase who wants to bring back the Inquisition. Somebody who thinks he's doing God's work. A second possibility. There was a short silence. Then Pendergast added, "Vincent, you haven't mentioned the other possibility." D'Agosta felt his gut tighten. Pendergast wasn't serious, was he? He found himself unconsciously fingering his cross. "Where's Bullard now?" Pendergast asked. "He left on his yacht this morning, heading to the open ocean. Any idea where? Looks like Europe. At least he's heading east at full speed. Better than full speed, in fact. The yacht must have a specially modified power plant. In any case, Hayward's got someone on it. We'll know where and when he lands, unless he evades customs and immigration, which seems improbable with a yacht like that. The admirable Hayward. Is she still upset? You could say that." Pendergast smiled thinly. "So what's your theory?" D'Agosta asked. "I am doing my best not to have a theory." D'Agosta heard the crunching of tires on gravel, the slamming of doors, the distant chatter of voices. He glanced back across the meadows and spotted the new arrival. A long, old-fashioned limousine, its top down. A huge wicker basket was lashed across the rumble seat with leather straps. "Who's this?" D'Agosta asked. "Another guest," Pendergast said simply. Now someone came around the side of the car. An enormous figure, grossly out of proportion to its surroundings, but moving with a remarkable fluidity and ease. It was Fosco, who, it seemed, had somehow made the transition from witness to acquaintance. D'Agosta looked over. What's he doing here? It seems he is in possession of some information of great value that he's most eager to pass on. And since he's expressed an interest in viewing what passes for antiquity here in America, I thought I'd invite him to Ravenscry. I owed him a return for an interesting night at the opera. The figure came striding swiftly down the path, waving his arm in greeting long before he arrived. "Marvelous place," boomed the Count, rubbing his white-gloved hands together. He bowed to Pendergast, then turned to D'Agosta. "The good Sergeant—"
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I am voluble and open. He is silent and closed. I am direct. He is diffident. But we do share a love of art, literature, fine food, wine, and culture, as well as a fascination with these dreadful and inexplicable crimes. He peered at Constance, smiled again. Crimes are interesting only when they are inexplicable. Unfortunately, few remain so. Unfortunately? I was speaking from an aesthetic point of view. The Count turned to Pendergast. This young lady is exceptional. And what is your interest in the case, Count, besides mere fascination? Constance asked. I wish to help. Count Fosco has already been helpful, said Pendergast. And, as you shall see, I will be more helpful still. But first I must tell you how enchanted I am with this estate. Your great-aunts, did you say? So picturesque. Falling into ruin and neglect, mysterious, haunted. It reminds me of Piranesi's engraving Veduta degli Avanzi delle Terme di Tito, the ruins of the Baths of Titus. I much prefer a building in neglect and ruin. Much of my own castello in Tuscany is in a delightful state of dilapidation. D'Agosta wondered what the castle of a count looked like. As promised, I brought lunch, the Count boomed. Pinkets. He clapped his hands, and his driver, who was about as English as they come, unstrapped the huge wicker trunk and hefted it down the path, then proceeded to arrange a linen tablecloth, bottles of wine, cheeses, prosciutto, salami, silverware, and glasses on a stone table beneath the shade of an enormous copper beech. "This is kind of you, Count," said Pendergast. "Yes, I am kind, especially when you see the Vella Calcinaya 97 Chianti Classico Reserve I've brought, made by my neighbor the good Count Caponi. But I have something else for you, something even better than wine, caviar, and foie gras, if such a thing is possible." The black eyes in his smooth, handsome face sparkled with pleasure. "And that is?" "In good time, in good time." The Count began arranging, with fussy attention, the things on the table, uncorking and decanting a bottle of red wine, letting the anticipation build. At last he turned with a conspiratorial grin. "By chance, I have made a discovery of the first importance." He turned to D'Agosta. "Does the name Ronnie or Beckman mean anything to you, Sergeant? We found that name on Bullard's computer, the guy he was trying to locate." The Count nodded as if he'd known it all along. "And?" "Bullard had done an internet search for a Ronnie or Beckman without success. Grove also seems to have been looking for Beckman, but we don't know why.
I was at a luncheon party yesterday and was seated beside Lady Milbank. She told me, between frequent displays of her new necklace, that a few days before Jeremy Grove was murdered, he had asked if she could recommend a private detective. Turned out she could. Scandalous people often can. I then went to this gentleman myself and soon pried from him the fact that Grove hired him to find a certain Ronier Beckman. He paused dramatically. Grove was in a panic to find this man. When the detective asked him for details, he could provide none at all. None. The detective stopped his investigation when he heard of Grove's death. Interesting, D'Agosta said. It would be interesting to see if the name Beckman turned up among Cuthbert's effects as well, Pendergast said. D'Agosta removed his cell, dialed Hayward's direct line. "Hayward here," came the cool voice. "It's Sergeant D'Agosta. Vinny, have your people finished inventory in Cuthbert's apartment?" "Yes." "The name Ronier Beckman turn up by any chance?" As a matter of fact, it did. D'Agosta heard a rustling of paper. "We found a notebook with his name written on the first page, in Cuthbert's hand. The rest of the notebook? Blank. Thanks." D'Agosta closed the phone and relayed what he'd heard. Pendergast's face tensed with excitement. This is precisely the thread we've been looking for. Grove, Cuthbert, Bullard. Why were all three looking for Beckman? Perhaps we should find this Beckman and see what he has to tell us. "You may find that a difficult proposition, my friend," said the Count. Pendergast glanced at him. "And why is that?" "Because the private investigator told me something else. That he was unable to find any information at all on this Ronier Beckman. No present or past address, no employment history, no family information. Nothing. But I leave that to you." The Count, beaming with his success, extended his white hands. "And now, business concluded, let us be seated and enjoy our lunch." He turned and bowed to Constance. "May I be permitted to seat you here on my right? I feel we have much to talk about." Even before entering, Harriman had formed a clear picture of Von Menk's sitting room in his mind. He figured he'd find it carpeted in Persian rugs, decked out with astrological charts, ancient pentacles, and perhaps Tibetan durgas made of human long bones. The room alone, he hoped, would make great copy. Thus he was crestfallen when the door drew back at his knock to reveal a simple, almost Spartan study. There was a small fireplace, comfortable leather chairs, lithographs of Egyptian ruins on the walls. There were, in fact, only two clues that this room was not just another middle-class parlor. The wall of glass-fronted bookcases bulging with books and manuscripts and papers, and the Emmy for Best Documentary that sat neglected on the desk beside the telephone and old-fashioned Rolodex. Harriman took the proffered seat, hoping his hunch would prove correct, that Von Menck would give shape and voice to the devil-killing story. A typical scientist would merely debunk the business, while some crank Satanist would have no credibility. What made Friedrich von Menck perfect was that he straddled the gray area in between. While von Menck's academic credentials were beyond reproach, Doctor of Philosophy from Heidelberg, Doctor of Medicine from Harvard, Doctor of Divinity from Canterbury, he had always made a specialty of mysticism, the paranormal, the unexplainable. His documentary on crop circles had aired on PBS to great acclaim, and it had been well done, salted with both skepticism and just the right frisson of the inexplicable. And, of course, his earlier documentary on the exorcisms in Cartagena, Spain, had won the Emmy. At the time, it had left even Harriman wondering if, only until the next commercial break, if there wasn't something to the idea of demonic possession. Von Menck would provide more than just an opinion. He would provide a foundation, a launching pad, an engine. If Von Menck couldn't get this story into orbit, nobody could. The doctor greeted him with courtesy, taking a seat in the leather chair opposite. Harriman liked him immediately. He was surprised to see that the compelling, almost magnetic personality projected on television was in fact real. It had a lot to do with the man's low, mellifluous voice and cool, ascetic features, with the prominent cheekbones and finely molded chin. Only one thing seemed to be missing. On television, Von Menck had frequently smiled, a raffish smile of wit and good humor, of a man who didn't take himself too seriously. It had the
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It almost seemed to Harriman the man had been considering the question long before he asked it. Yes, as it happens, I do have an opinion. Harriman placed the recorder on the arm of his chair. Do you mind if I record this? Von Menck gave a small wave of permission. I've been debating the wisdom of making my opinions public. Harriman felt himself go cold. Oh no, he thought. The guy's planning to do his own documentary on this. I'm about to get the royal shaft. Then Von Menck sighed. In the end, I decided people had a right to know. The chill was replaced by relief. Harriman leaned forward, snapped the recorder on. Then perhaps you can tell me your thoughts, sir. Why these two men? Why in such a manner, and why at this time? Von Menck sighed again. The two men and the manner are of lesser importance. It's the timing that means everything. Explain. Von Menck stood, walked toward one of the bookcases, opened it, and removed something. He placed it on the desk before Harriman. It was a cross-section of a nautilus shell, its growth chambers spiraling outward from the center with beautiful regularity. Do you know, Mr. Harriman, what this shell has in common with the building of the Parthenon, the petals of a flower, and the paintings of Leonardo da Vinci? Harriman shook his head. It embodies that most perfect of nature's proportions, the golden ratio. I'm not sure I understand. It's the ratio obtained if you divide a line in such a way that the shorter segment is to the longer segment as the longer segment is to the entire line. Harriman wrote this all down, hoping that he could figure it out later. The longer segment is 1.61805 times longer than the shorter segment. The shorter segment is 0.6185% of the longer. These two numbers, moreover, are exact reciprocals of each other,
differing only in the first digit, the only two numbers to demonstrate that property. Right, of course. Math had never been his strong suit. They have other remarkable properties. A rectangle constructed with sides of these two lengths is believed to be the most pleasing shape, called the golden rectangle. The Parthenon was built in this shape. Cathedrals and paintings were based on this shape. Such rectangles also have a remarkable property. If you cut a square off one side, you are left with a smaller golden rectangle of exactly the same proportions. You can keep cutting off squares and creating smaller golden rectangles ad infinitum. I see. Now, if you start with a large golden rectangle and reduce it square by square into an infinite series of smaller golden rectangles, and then connect the center of all these, you end up with a perfect natural logarithmic spiral. This is the spiral you see in the nautilus shell, in the packing of seeds into the head of the sunflower, in musical harmony, and indeed throughout all of nature. The golden ratio is a fundamental quality of the natural world. Yeah, this ratio is part of the basic structure of the universe. No one knows why. Harriman watched as the doctor carefully put the shell back in the case and closed the glass front. Whatever he'd been expecting, this was not it. He was lost, and if he was lost, he knew that the Post's readers would certainly be lost. What a waste of time. He'd have to escape at the earliest opportunity. Von Mencks stepped behind his desk and turned back to face the journalist. "Are you a religious man, Mr. Harriman?" The question was so unexpected that, for a moment, Harriman did not know what to say. "I don't necessarily mean in any organized sense, Catholic, Protestant, whatever. But do you believe there is a unifying force underlying our universe?" "I'd never really thought about it," Harriman said. "I guess so." He had been raised Episcopalian, though he hadn't set foot inside a church except for weddings and funerals for almost 20 years. "Then might you believe, as I do, that there is a purpose to our lives?" Harriman shut off the tape recorder. Time to end this and get the hell out. If he wanted a lecture on religion, he could always call the Jehovah's Witnesses. "With all due respect, Doctor, I don't see what this has to do with the 2 recent deaths." "Patience, Mr. Harriman. My proof is complex, but the conclusion will, to use a popular expression, blow your mind." Harriman waited. "Let me explain. All my life I have been a student of the mysterious, the unexplained. Many of these mysteries I have solved to my own satisfaction. Others, oftentimes the greatest, remain dark to me." Von Mencks took a piece of paper from his desk, wrote on it briefly, then placed it before Harriman. 3243-1239. Those 2 numbers, and he tapped the page, have always represented the biggest mysteries of all to me. Do you recognize them? Harriman shook his head. They mark the single 2 greatest cataclysmic events ever to befall human civilization. In 3243 BC, the island of Santorini explodes, generating tidal waves that wipe out the great Minoan civilization of Crete and devastate the entire Mediterranean world. This is the source of both the legend of Atlantis and the Great Flood. And 1239 BC is when the twin cities of Sodom and Gomorrah were reduced to ash by a rain of ruin from the sky. Atlantis, Sodom and Gomorrah, this was getting worse. Von Mencks tapped his sheet again. Plato described Atlantis in 2 of his dialogues, Timaeus and Critias. Some details he got wrong. For example, the date, which he put at around 9000 BC. Recent extensive archaeological digs on Crete and Sardinia provide a more exact date. The story of the lost city of Atlantis has been sensationalized to the point where most people wrongly assume it's a myth. But legitimate archaeologists are convinced there is a foundation of truth: the volcanic explosion of the island of Santorini. Plato described Atlantis, that is, the Minoan civilization on Crete, as a powerful city-state obsessed with commerce, money, self-improvement, and knowledge, but bereft of spiritual values. Archaeological excavations of the Minoan palaces at Knossos confirm this. The people of Atlantis, Plato said, had turned their backs on their god. They flaunted their vices, they openly questioned the existence of a divine, and they worshiped technology instead. He paused. Sounds like another city we know, doesn't it, Mr. Harriman? New York. Von Menck nodded. Exactly. At the very height of Atlantis's power, there were harbingers of some dread event. The weather was unnaturally cold, and skies were dark for days. There were strange rumblings in the ground. People died suddenly, unexpectedly, outrageously. One was said to have been hit by a bolt of lightning that came from the sky and from the bowels of the earth both together. Another was abruptly torn apart, as if by an explosive device, his flesh and blood hanging in the air like a fine mist, while all around lay the most appalling stench. Within a week came the explosion and flood that destroyed the city forever. As von Menck spoke, Harriman snapped on his recorder again. There might be something here after all. Exactly 2,004 years later, the area of the Dead Sea, between what is now Israel and Jordan,
As it says in Genesis, disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. As it says in Genesis, there were not 50, not 20, not even 10 righteous men to be found in Sodom. And so the cities were destroyed from above, by brimstone and fire. The smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. Again, archaeological excavations in the Dead Sea area confirm the biblical story to an amazing degree. In the days before this took place, there again were harbingers of the fate that was to come. One man burst into a pillar of yellow flame. Others were found calcified, not unlike Lot's wife, who was turned to a pillar of salt. Von Menck came around the desk and sat on its edge, looking intently at the reporter. "Have you been to the Dead Sea, Mr. Harriman?" "I can't say that I have." "I've been there, several times. The first time I went was right after I discovered a certain natural link in the timing of the disasters that befell Atlantis and Gomorrah. The Dead Sea is now a parched wasteland. Fish cannot live in it. The water is many times saltier than the ocean. Almost nothing grows on its edges,
and what does is glazed and caked with salt. But if you walk across the dead plains near Tel Es-Saidia, where many scholars now place Sodom, you'll find a vast number of balls of pure elemental sulfur riddling the salt surface. This sulfur is not rhombic, as found in naturally occurring geothermic areas. Rather, it is monoclinic, white, exceptionally pure, exposed to very high temperatures for long periods of time. Geologists have found no other pockets of such naturally occurring sulfur anywhere else on Earth. Yet they are found in riotous abundance on the ruins of these two cities. What destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah was not some normal geological process. It remains a mystery to this day. Von Menck reached for the scrap of paper, wrote another number beneath the first two, 3243, 1239, 2004, 2004 AD. Mr. Harriman, it forms the end of the golden ratio. Do the math. The date 3243 BC is exactly 5,247 years ago. Golden ratio. The date 1239 BC is exactly 3,243 years ago. Golden ratio again. The next date in the series is 2004 AD, which also happens to be the exact number of years separating the earlier disasters. Coincidence? Harriman stared at the paper. Is he saying what I think he's saying? It seemed unbelievable, crazy. And yet, the quiet eyes that looked back at him with something like resignation did not look in the least bit crazy. I searched for years, Mr. Harriman, for proof that I was wrong. I thought perhaps the dates were incorrect, or that the evidence was flawed. But every discovery I made simply gave more credence to the theory. He walked to another cabinet and pulled out a sheet of white cardboard. On it, a large spiral like that of the shell of a chambered nautilus had been drawn. At its outermost point, it was labeled in red pencil, 3243 BC, Santorini, Atlantis. 1/3 of the way along its curve was another red marking, 1239 BC, Sodom Gomorrah. At other spots along the spiral, smaller tick marks in black listed dozens of other dates. 79 AD, eruption of Vesuvius destroys Pompeii. 426 AD, fall of Rome, sacked and destroyed by barbarians. 1348 AD, plague strikes Venice, 2/3 of the population die. 1666 AD, the Great Fire of London. And at its very center, where the spiral closed in on itself and ended in a large spot of black, was a third red label, 2004 AD. He balanced the chart on his desk. As you can see, I've charted many other disasters. They all fall precisely along the natural logarithmic spiral, all perfectly aligned in golden ratios. No matter how I cut the data, the last date in the sequence is always 2004 AD. Always. And what do these natural disasters have in common? They have always struck an important world city, a city notable for its wealth, power, technology, and neglect of the spiritual. He reached across his desk, picked a red pencil from a pewter cup. I'd hoped I was wrong, hoped it was a mere coincidence. I waited for the arrival of the year 2004, expecting to be proved wrong. But I no longer think nature believes in coincidence. There is an order to all things, Mr. Harriman. We have a moral niche on this earth, just as we have an ecological niche. When species exhaust their ecological niche, there is a correction, a purification, sometimes even an extinction. It's the way of nature. But what happens when a species exhausts its moral niche? He turned the pencil around, moved it to the center of the diagram, and erased the question marks. 2004 AD. In every instance, there were harbingers, small events of seemingly limited significance. Many of these events have involved the death of morally dubious persons by the same means as the upcoming disaster. This happened in Pompeii before the eruption of Vesuvius, in London before the Great Fire,
in Venice before the plague. So now perhaps you see, Mr. Harriman, why I say that Jeremy Grove and Nigel Cutforth are in themselves meaningless. Oh, to be sure, both men are remarkable for their hatred of religion and morals, their repudiation of decency, their outrageous excess. As such, they are role models for the greed, concupiscence, materialism, cruelty of our times, and particularly of this place, New York. But they are still merely harbingers, the first, I fear, of many. Von Menck let the chart fall gently to the desk. Are you a reader of poetry, Mr. Harriman? No, not since college anyway. Perhaps you remember W.B. Yeats' poem, The Second Coming? Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Von Menck leaned closer. We live in a time of moral nihilism and a blind worship of technology, combined with a rejection of the spiritual dimension of life. Television, movies, computers, video games, the internet, artificial intelligence. These are the gods of our times. Our leaders are morally bankrupt, shameless hypocrites, feigning piety but devoid of real spirituality. We live in a time in which university scholars belittle spirituality, scorn religion, and bow deeply to the altar of science. We live in a time when so many spurn the church and the synagogue, where radio commentators are shock jocks, spewing hatred and vulgarity, where televised entertainment consists of real sex and celebrity fear factor. We live in a time of suicide bombing, terrorism run amok, and nuclear blackmail. The room fell silent, save for the faint beep of the recorder. At last von Menck stirred, spoke again. The ancients believed nature to be comprised of 4 elements: earth, air, fire, and water.
For over 15 years, I've known the significance of the year 2004. I've been waiting. Are you really convinced, or is this just a theory? I will answer by telling you this. I am leaving New York tomorrow. Leaving? For the Galapagos Islands. Why the Galapagos? As Darwin could tell you, they are famous for their isolation. Von Menck gestured at the recorder. This time there will be no documentary. The story is all yours, Mr. Harriman. No documentary? Harriman repeated, stupefied. If I'm the least bit right in my suspicions, Mr. Harriman, when this is over, there won't be much of an audience for a documentary, will there? And, for the first time since Harriman had entered the room, Dr. Von Menck smiled, a small, sad smile, utterly devoid of humor. D'Agosta gazed at the miserable-looking thing on his plate, long, thin, unidentifiable, swimming in a puddle of sauce. It smelled vaguely like fish. At least he thought it would help his diet. It had been 10 days since Grove's death, and he'd lost 5 pounds already, what with the new weight routine and jogging regimens he'd instituted, not to mention the hours he'd put in at the shooting range, which were adding bulk and steadiness to his forearms and shoulders. Another 2 months, and he'd be back to his old NYPD condition. Proctor flitted about in the background, presenting and whisking away plates with the least amount of warning gentility would allow. Pendergast sat at the head of the table, Constance to his left. She looked a little less pale than before, some sun perhaps from yesterday's outing. But the dining room of the ancient Riverside Drive mansion remained a dreary place, with its dark green wallpaper and equally dark oil paintings. The windows that once must have looked out over the Hudson had been boarded up a long time ago, and it appeared Pendergast was going to leave them that way. No wonder the guy was so white, living in the dark like some cave creature. D'Agosta decided he'd trade the whole dinner and its procession of mysterious dishes for barbecued ribs and a cooler full of Frosties in his sunny Suffolk County backyard. Even Fosco's exotic picnic basket of the day before had been preferable. He gave the dish an exploratory poke. "Don't you like the cod roe?" Pendergast asked him. "It's an old Italian recipe, My grandmother was from Naples, and she never cooked anything like this in her life. I believe this dish comes from Liguria. But never mind, cod roe is not to everyone's taste. He signaled to Proctor, who whisked the plate away and, a few moments later, returned with a steak and a small silver beaker brimming with wonderful sauce. In his other hand was a can of Budweiser, still dripping chips of ice. D'Agosta tucked in, then glanced up to see Pendergast smiling with amusement. Constance cooks a sublime tournedos bordelaise. I had it waiting in the wings, just in case, along with the, iced beer. That was decent of you. Is the steak to your liking? Constance asked from across the table. I prepared it saignant, as the French prefer. I don't know about saignant, but it's rare, just the way I like it. Constance smiled, pleased. D'Agosta speared another forkful, washed it down with a swig. So what's next? He asked Pendergast. After dinner, Constance will indulge us by playing a few of Bach's partitas. She is a rather accomplished violinist, though I fear I'm a poor judge of such things. And I think you'll find the violin she plays interesting. It was part of my great-uncle's collections, an old Amati, in fairly decent shape, though its tone has gone off somewhat. Sounds great. D'Agosta coughed delicately. But what I meant was, what's next for the investigation? Ah, I see. Our next move actually has two fronts. We track down this Ranier Beckman, and we do more background research on the strange nature of our two deaths. I have somebody already at work on the former, and Constance is about to fill us in on the latter. Constance dabbed primly at her mouth with a napkin. Aloysius has asked me to look into historical precedents for SHC. Spontaneous human combustion? Said D'Agosta. As in the Mary Reeser case you mentioned to the ME at the Cutforth homicide? Exactly. You don't really believe in that, do you? The case of Mary Reeser is only the most famous of many, and it is well documented. Isn't that right, Constance? Famous, impeccably documented, and very curious. She consulted some notes that lay at her elbow. On July 1, 1951, Mrs. Reeser, a widow, went to sleep in an easy chair in her apartment in St. Petersburg, Florida. She was found the next morning by a friend who smelled smoke. When they broke down the door, they found that the chair Mary Reeser had sat in was now just a heap of charred coil springs. As for Mary Reeser herself, her 170 pounds had been reduced to less than 10 pounds of ash and bone. Only her left foot remained intact, still wearing a slipper, burned off at the ankle, but otherwise undamaged. Also found were her liver and her skull, cracked and splintered by the intense heat. And yet the rest of the apartment was intact. The only burning occurred in the small circular area encompassing the remains of Mrs. Reeser, her chair, and a plastic electric wall outlet, which had melted, stopping her clock at 4:20 a.m. When the clock was plugged into another outlet, it worked perfectly. You gotta be kidding! The Bureau was called in immediately, and their documentation was impeccable, said Pendergast. Photographs, tests, analysis, it ran to more than 1,000 pages. Our experts determined that a temperature of at least 3,000 degrees would be necessary to cremate a body that thoroughly. A cigarette igniting her clothing would never have produced that temperature, and besides, Mary Reeser didn't smoke. There were no traces of gasoline or other accelerants, no short circuit. Even lightning was ruled out. The case was never officially closed. D'Agosta shook his head in disbelief. And it's not just a recent phenomenon, Constance said. Dickens wrote an account of spontaneous combustion into his novel Bleak House. He was roundly criticized by reviewers for it, so he later defended himself by recounting a real case of SHC in the preface to the 1853 edition. D'Agosta, who had been about to take another bite of steak, put down his fork. On the evening of April 4, 1731, Dickens tells us, the Countess Cornelia Zangari de Bondi of Cesena in Italy complained of feeling dull and heavy. A maid helped her to bed, and they spent several hours praying and talking together.
The next morning, when the Countess did not arise at her usual time, the maid called at the door. There was no answer, just a foul smell. The maid opened the door to a scene of horror. The air was full of bits of floating soot. The Countess, or what remained of her, was lying on the stone floor about 4 feet from the bed. Her entire torso had burned to ashes, even the bones reduced to crumbled piles. Only her legs remained, from the knees down, a few fragments from her hands, and a piece of forehead with a lock of blonde hair attached. The rest of the body was merely an outline in ash and crumbled bone. It and other early cases, such as Madame Nicole of Rheims, were invariably ascribed to death by the visitation of God. "Excellent research, Constance," Pendergast said. She smiled. "There are several volumes devoted to spontaneous human combustion in the library here. Your great-uncle was fascinated by bizarre forms of death, but of course you know that already. Unfortunately, there are no books here more recent than 1954, but there are still many dozens of earlier accounts. SHC cases all have several elements in common. The torso is completely incinerated, but the extremities are frequently left intact. The blood is quite literally vaporized from the body. Normal fires do not dehydrate body tissue to such a great degree."
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The inferno is extremely localized. Nearby furniture or other items, even inflammable ones, remain untouched. Officials often speak of a circle of death. Everything inside is consumed, while everything outside is spared. Slowly, D'Agosta pushed away his half-eaten steak. This all sounded pretty similar to what happened to Grove and Cutforth, with one crucial difference: the branding of the cloven hoof and face and the stench of brimstone. Just then came a low, hollow knock at the distant front door. "Neighborhood kids, I imagine," said Pendergast after a moment of silence. The hollow knock came again, deliberate, insistent, echoing through the galleries and halls of the ancient mansion. "That's not the knock of a delinquent," Constance murmured. Proctor cast an inquiring glance at Pendergast. "Shall I?" "With the usual precautions."
Within the space of a minute, the servant had ushered a man into the room, a tall man with thin lips and thinner brown hair. He wore a gray suit, and the knot of his tie had been pulled down from the collar of his white shirt. His features were regular, his face perhaps lined more than would be usual for a man his age, yet the lines spoke more of weariness than years. He was neither handsome nor ugly. In every way, the man was remarkable for his lack of expression and individuality. It seemed to Dagosta an almost studied anonymity. He paused in the doorway, and his eyes roamed over the group, coming to rest on Pendergast. "Yes," Pendergast said. "Come with me." "May I ask who you are, and on what errand you come?" "No." A short silence greeted this. "How did you know I lived here?" The man continued gazing at Pendergast with that expressionless face. It wasn't natural. It gave Dagosta the creeps. "Come, please. I'd rather not ask again." "Why should I go with you if you refuse to divulge your name or the nature of your business?" "My name is not important. I have information for you. Information of a sensitive nature." Pendergast looked at the man a moment longer. Then he casually removed his less bare .45 from his suit coat, made sure a round was in the chamber, replaced it in his suit. "Any objections?" The expression never changed. "Won't make any difference either way." "Wait a minute." Dagosta rose. "I don't like this. I'm coming too." The man turned to him. "Not possible. Forget that." The man's only response was to stare at Dagosta. His features, if anything, grew even deader. Pendergast laid an arm on Dagosta's. "I think I'd better go alone." "Forget that. You don't know who this guy is, what he wants, anything. I don't like it." The stranger turned and walked swiftly out of the room. A moment later, Pendergast followed. Dagosta watched him go with a mounting feeling of dismay. The man drove north on the West Side Highway, saying nothing, and Pendergast was content to leave it that way. Rain began to fall, splattering the windshield. The car approached the on-ramp to the George Washington Bridge, its gleaming lights strung across the Hudson. Just before the ramp, the car veered off on a service road and bumped its way down the pitted, half-paved surface to a turnaround hidden in a cluster of poison sumac at the foot of the bridge's enormous eastern tower. Only now did the man speak. "Wired?" "No. I ask only for your sake." "CIA?" The man nodded at the windshield. "I know you could ID me in a minute. I want your word that you won't." "You have it." The man tossed a blue folder into Pendergast's lap. Its label tab bore a single word, Bullard. It was stamped classified, top secret. "Where did this come from?" Pendergast asked. "I've been investigating Bullard for the past 18 months. On what grounds? It's all there, but I'll summarize it for you. Bullard's the founder, CEO, and majority shareholder of Bullard Aerospace Industries. BAI is a medium-sized, privately owned aerospace engineering firm. Mostly they design and test components for military aircraft, drones, and missiles. They're also one of the subcontractors for the space shuttle. Among other things, BAI was involved in developing the anti-radar coating for the stealth bomber and fighter programs. It's a highly profitable company, and they're very good at what they do. Bullard has some of the best engineers money can buy. He is a very, very capable man, if hot-tempered and impulsive. But he's one of the really bad ones. Know what I mean? He doesn't hesitate to hurt or eliminate those who stand in his way, civilian or official. Understood. Good. Now listen. BAI also does research work for foreign governments. Some aren't so friendly. That work is subject to strict export controls and transfer of technology prohibitions. It's watched very closely. So far, BAI has kept within the law, at least as far as its U.S. facilities go. The problem is with a small BAI plant in Italy, in an industrial suburb of Florence called Lastra a Signa. A few years ago, BAI bought a defunct factory there. It was once owned by Alfred Nobel. An ironic smile flickered across the man's face. It's a sprawling, decaying place. They've turned its core into a highly sophisticated R&D facility. Rain continued to drum on the roof. There was the flicker of lightning over the river, a faint roll of thunder. We don't really know what BAI does in this Italian plant, but we have some indirect evidence that they may be working on a project for the Chinese. Last year, we monitored a string of ballistic missile tests over the Lop Nord Desert testing grounds. It seems the missile in question is a new type, specifically designed to penetrate America's planned anti-missile shield. Pendergast nodded. What makes the missile special is a new aerodynamic form, combined with some special surface or coating, which together make it invisible to radar. It doesn't even leave a heat trace or turbulence wake on Doppler. But here's the rub. Whatever it is the Chinese have done, it isn't working. Up to now, all their missiles have broken up on re-entry. That's where BAI comes in. This is right up their alley. We think the Chinese hired BAI to solve the problem, and we think they're solving it at the Florentine plant. How? We don't know. The breakup seemed to have had something to do with a resonant spike that occurs at re-entry. The shape of the missile is so constrained by having to remain invisible that it's almost unflyable. A similar problem occurred with the stealth bomber, but it was solved with some heavy computing power and wind tunnel research. But here the missile is moving a great deal faster, it's ballistic, and it's up against a much more sophisticated radar. The answer lies somewhere in the field of eigenvalue mathematics, Fourier transforms, that sort of thing. You know what I'm talking about? At a basic level, the mathematics of vibrations, resonance, and dampening. It has to be perfectly aerodynamic while having a surface that's black to radar. This missile can't have any curves, hardness, or smoothness. Those would cause reflection or turbulence you could see on the Doppler. And yet it has to be aerodynamic. If anyone can rise to the technical challenge, BAI can. Is this file for me? Yes. Why? The agent looked at Pendergast for the first time.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping grain flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10.
Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. We'll have laid out $100 billion developing an anti-missile system that will be obsolete on deployment. And if that happens, it's the CIA that's going to get hammered. The administration will experience sudden and complete amnesia as to how they deliberately shut down our investigation. The Congress is going to demand an official inquiry on the so-called intelligence failure. We'll be everyone's whipping boy, something we at the FBI know a little about. I spent 18 months investigating Bullard, and I'll be very if I'm going to let it go. I'm a patriotic American. I want you to nail Bullard. I don't want a nuclear missile to take out New York because some American businessmen paid off a few congressmen. Pendergast put the folder to one side. Why me? I've heard you're pretty good, even if you're FBI. The man allowed himself a cynical smile. And I like the way you dragged Bullard down to headquarters like a common criminal. That took guts. You really upset some people off. Big time. Regrettable, but I fear it is not the first time. You better watch your ass. I shall. You won't find any smoking guns in the file. Bullard's covered his tracks well. You've got your work cut out. He started the engine, flicked on the headlights, pulled through the turnaround, and headed back up to the traffic droning southward into lower Manhattan. He said nothing else until turning off the highway at 145th Street, the skyscrapers of Midtown like glowing crystals in the distance. You never heard of me, I never heard of you, and this conversation never took place. That file has been cleaned of intelligence markers, so even if it gets back to the CIA, no one will know where it came from. Won't they suspect you anyway? It was your case. You worry about your ass, I'll worry about mine. He left Pendergast a few blocks north of his house. As Pendergast was exiting the car, the man leaned toward him and spoke once again. Agent Pendergast? Pendergast turned back. If you can't nail the jerk, kill him. The man calling himself Vasquez looked carefully around the little space where he would be spending the next several days of his life. A few minutes earlier he had tensed, preparing for an unexpected opportunity, when the door of the porte cochere opened across the way. A quick check through the scope confirmed the target was leaving. However, another man had been with him. Vasquez had laid aside the rifle and made a note in his log, 2231.04. The two men walked to a car parked a few yards down the street, an unmarked law enforcement Chevy, obviously a government model. As the car had pulled away, there'd been a brief flash of white in the doorway of the porte cochere. Vasquez saw the retreating figure of a man in a tuxedo, shutting the door again. Butler, from the look of it. But who heard of a butler in this part of town? Vasquez refused to allow himself any regret. Finishing a job so prematurely just never happened. Besides, it always paid to be overly cautious. Putting his notebook away, he went back to preparing his kill nest. The abandoned room of the old welfare hotel was a wreck. There were used needles piled in a corner, a torn mattress on the floor with a dark stain in its middle, as if somebody had died on it. As his hooded light moved around the room, cockroaches fled in panic, their greasy brown backs flashing dully, countless legs rustling like leaves. But Vasquez was used to such things, and he was well pleased with his accommodations. He had, in fact, rarely seen a setup quite so ideal. He replaced the small piece of plywood from the boarded-up room's lone window and went back to his preparations. Yes, this would do perfectly. The window faced north, looking out over the great dark bulk of the ruined mansion at 891 Riverside Drive. It was a crazy place for the target to live, but each to his own. 3 stories down and across 137th Street was the porte cochere, its semicircular driveway running under a brick and marble arch. He could just see the edge of the door the target used for ingress and egress, the one he had just come out of. So far, he had used no other door, but then Vasquez had been watching for only 12 hours. Yes, this was a fine setup. In this part of Harlem, there were no inquisitive doormen hanging out in front of their buildings, no hidden video cameras, no old ladies who would call the police at the mere howl of an alley cat. Here, even gunshots didn't necessarily trigger a call to the police. What's more, Vasquez had found this abandoned building directly across from the target residence. It had a basement entrance hidden from the mansion, leading to an alley fronting 136. You couldn't ask for better. The target, an FBI agent, seemed to be a man of regular habits. In the coming days, Vasquez would ascertain just how regular those habits were. As with hunting any animal, success lay in learning the creature's patterns of behavior. Vasquez intended to become an expert in this particular creature. He would learn by what doors he came and left, and when. He would ascertain who lived in the old mansion, who visited, what kind of security was in place. By understanding the movements, he would gain an insight into the man's psychology. Even people who vary their habits out of fear of assassination always vary them in a pattern. From what little he'd observed, he already realized he was dealing with an exceptionally cautious, intelligent target. But then, Vasquez always assumed at the beginning that the target was smarter, craftier, cleverer than he was. Vasquez had stalked and killed them all: federal agents, diplomats, mobsters, minor heads of state, even physicists. He'd been in the business 22 years in as many countries, and he had learned a trick or two. But it was wise to stay humble. Without moving any of the original contents of the room, Vasquez began to unroll thick canvas tarps over the floor and partway up the walls, fixing them in place with gaffing tape. The room filled with the strong, pleasant smell of waterproof duck. Next, he laid out his tools, mentally running through the checklist in his mind. They were all there as he knew they would be, but he double-checked just to make sure. He picked up his Remington M21 bolt-action rifle, removed the box cartridge, made sure its small magazine was filled with the subsonic 7.62 by 51 military cartridges he preferred. The weapon was of an old design, but Vasquez was not interested in the latest frills or gimmicks. What mattered to him was simplicity, accuracy, and reliability. He rammed the magazine home, cranked around into the chamber, examined the permanently fixed tactical telescopic sight. Satisfied, he put the weapon aside and carefully laid out packets of beef jerky and jugs of water sufficient for 5 days. Next, he set up his laptop computer, arranging a dozen freshly charged battery packs beside it. A pair of night vision goggles was inspected and found to be in excellent order. Then, moving to a far corner, the man set up his washstand and toilet by the dim light of his torch. He would not be disturbed. The door had already been locked, screwed shut in the jambs with a battery-operated screwdriver, and light-sealed with the gaffing tape. A small bathroom window in the back provided fresh air. Returning to the front of the room, he switched off the light and removed the piece of plywood from the shooting hole, a hole just large enough.
His kill nest was complete. Vasquez peered out again through the sight. The house was still and dark, the windows boarded up. This was not a normal home. Something illicit must be going on inside. But since it didn't make his target in any way erratic, Vasquez didn't really care. He had a job to do, limited in scope and restricted in time. He didn't care who it was who had hired him or why. He cared about only one thing: the $2 million that had appeared in his numbered account. That was all he needed to know. He returned to his patient observation. Sometimes he liked to think of himself as a kind of naturalist, studying the habits of shy woodland creatures. He had the perfect blend of intelligence, discipline, and disposition for sitting in a blind in the jungle for weeks at a time, observing, taking notes, looking for patterns. Only thing was, there was no money in that. And besides, nothing could compare with the thrill of the kill. It was almost midnight, DaGosta saw from his watch, and Hayward was still at her desk. The rest of the homicide division was quiet as a tomb. Just the night crew, working in their cubicles on the floor below. Hayward was alone.
The only light, the only sound, came from the open door of her office. Funny, considering most New York City murders happened at night. Like any other job, DaGosta thought to himself. The average Joe doesn't want to log any more hours than necessary. He crept up to Hayward's door and listened. He could hear the tapping of her computer keyboard. She had to be the most ambitious cop he'd ever met. It was a little scary. DaGosta knocked. "Come in." The place was a disaster area. Papers piled on every chair. The police band radio squawking, a laser printer in a corner whining out some job. It was remarkably unlike the offices of most police captains, which were kept spotlessly clean and free of any real work. She glanced up. "What brings you to Brasstown so late?" DaGosta cleared his throat. This was going to be difficult. Pendergast, after dropping off the face of the earth for more than an hour, had just shown up in his hotel room 30 minutes before. Although he'd revealed precious few details of what happened, he had seemed almost animated, if such a thing was possible. And then he'd promptly sent DaGosta off on an assignment, this assignment, because he'd known he had no chance at succeeding himself. "It's Bullard again," he said. Hayward sighed. "Move those papers and take a seat." DaGosta shifted a pile off one of the chairs and sat down. Hayward had unbuttoned her collar, taken off her hat, and let her hair down. It was surprisingly long, falling in big, glossy waves below her shoulders. Despite the cluttered office, she looked cool somehow, fresh. She eyed him with a mixture of amusement and, what else, affection? But no, that was his late-night imagination at work. DaGosta took out the folder and laid it on the desk. Pendergast got this, I don't know how. Hayward picked it up, glanced at it, dropped it like it was a piece of hot iron. "Jesus, Vinny, this is classified." "No, gosh, it's classified. No way I'm going to read that. I never even saw it. Put it away." "Let me just summarize what's in there." "God, no." DaGosta sat, wondering just how he was going to do this. Might as well get it over with. "Pendergast wants you to put a tap on Bullard's phones." Hayward stared at him for at least 10 seconds. "Why doesn't he get it through the FBI?" "He can't. Can't Pendergast ever do anything by the book?" "Bullard's too powerful. The FBI's a political creature, and not even Pendergast can change that." "But you could get the U.S. Attorney's Office to issue a Title III, no problem." "I can't use a classified file to get Title III wiretap authority." She was up from the desk, eyes flashing. "No." "But you could use the murder investigation as a hook." "Vincent, are you nuts? There's no evidence against Bullard, no witness to put him at the scene of the crime, no motive, nothing to connect him with either the murders or the victims." "The phone calls." "Phone calls?" She paced behind the desk. "A lot of people make phone calls." His computer was stuffed with encrypted files. Hard encryption, virtually unbreakable. I encrypt emails to my mother. Vincent, that is not evidence. This is just the kind of thing that hits the Times front page, makes us look like we're blowing off people's constitutional rights. Besides, you know what a pain it is to get a wiretap authority. You've got to prove it's your last resort. You should read the file. It seems Bullard's been transferring military technology to the Chinese. I told you not to tell me what's in the file. He's got a company in Italy that's helping the Chinese develop a missile that can penetrate the U.S.'s planned missile shield. That's as far out of my jurisdiction as a pickpocket in Outer Mongolia. Bullard has big-time friends in Washington. He gives money to everyone's campaign. So neither the FBI nor the CIA wants to touch it. She was pacing the room, flushed, her jet hair swaying across her shoulders. "Look, Laura, we're both Americans. Bullard's a bad guy. He's selling our country down the river, and no one's doing anything about it. All you need to do is come up with a good story for the judge. Okay, so maybe it's not strictly by the book. There's a reason for the book, Vincent. Yeah, but there also comes a time when you have to do what's right. What's right is to follow the rules. Not with something like this. New York City is still terrorist target numero uno. God knows who Bullard might sell his services to. Once this technology gets on the black market, we have no idea where it'll end up. Hayward sighed. Look, I'm a detective captain in New York City homicide. The United States has hundreds of thousands of talented people, spooks, scientists, diplomats, employed to handle people like Bullard. Yeah, but right now you're on the spot. The file hints that something big is going down. Listen, Laura, nothing could be simpler than this wiretap. Bullard's in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. We've got his satellite phone number. We've got a pen register of the numbers he's calling. It's all in the file. You can't tap a sat phone. I know. We'd get the taps on the land-based numbers of his cronies, monitor the conversations from their end. That won't help us if he calls a non-recorded number. It's better than nothing. Hayward took a few more turns around the room, then stopped in front of him. This is not our problem. The answer's no. DaGosta tried to smile, found he couldn't. That was it then. You didn't become the youngest female detective captain in New York City history by breaking the rules, being a maverick. He should have known the answer even before he asked the question. He glanced up to find Hayward looking at him intently. I don't like the expression on your face, Vincent. He shrugged. I gotta go. I know what you're thinking. Then I don't need to tell you. Her face was coloring with anger. You think I'm a careerist, don't you? You said it, not me. She stepped around the desk toward him. You're a difficult person, you know that. I had to take a lot of gosh as a TA cop, a lot of harassment from guys who thought I was working too hard. I'm not going to take that gosh anymore. When a man's ambitious, it's called drive. When a woman's ambitious, it's careerism, and she's a difficult person. Now DaGosta flaring as well. Women were always broadening an argument into some kind of male-female thing. That's just a smokescreen. Look, you can either do the right thing or you can do the safe thing. And you're obviously on the side of safe. Fine. I won't stand in your way of becoming Commissioner Hayward. DaGosta rose, picked up the bundle of papers he had put on the floor, put them back on the chair. Then he retrieved the classified folder from the desktop. When he turned, he found she was blocking the door. He stood calmly, waiting for her to step aside. She didn't move. He remained standing. I'm leaving now.
He took a step forward, but she still did not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture.
Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension, rather than outright screaming or crying. He took a step forward, but she still didn't move. She was so close to him he could feel her warmth, smell the fragrance of shampoo in her hair. That was a very thing to say. Her face remained flushed. He tried to go around her, but she shifted and he almost ran up against her. "Listen," she said, "I love this country as much as anyone. I also know I've done a lot of good work in this department, solved a lot of cases, put a lot of bad people behind bars. I'm effective because I play by the rules, so don't lay that nonsense on me." D'Augusta said nothing. He stood where he was, mere inches from her, breathing hard, breathing in her anger, her perfume, the smell of her. He was conscious of her blue eyes, her ivory skin. He took a step toward her, and their bodies touched. It was like a sudden electrical contact. They stood that way a moment, both breathing hard, their anger morphing into something else. He leaned forward, and their lips met, and he could feel her body pressing against him as they slowly kissed. Her hand touched the back of his neck, and she moved closer still, bringing their bodies into full contact. And then, almost without knowing what he was doing, he reached around with both arms, molded his hands to her form, and pulled her in hard against him. He could barely stand the rush of desire that had engulfed him, and he fought for breath as his lips slid lightly to her chin, kissing her, then down her neck, then over her shoulder. She shifted in his grasp, sighing. He could feel her hot breath move across his cheek as she took his earlobe between her teeth, first gently, then more sharply. They came together in passion. Afterwards, breathless, Hayward's lips parted. Then her head sank backward, exposing her neck, and she let out a groan of desire. They came together intimately, connecting deeply. Afterwards, she held him, her dark hair wild, breathing hard. They embraced each other for what seemed a very long time. And yet it was all too soon when she kissed him and gently pulled away. Only then did D'Augusta realize he still didn't understand what had just happened. He covered his confusion by turning from her, putting his clothes into some semblance of order. As he did so, he realized he couldn't even remember what had led to their sudden embrace. They had just come together like magnets. Nothing like this had ever happened to him before. He wasn't sure if he should feel elated, embarrassed, or nervous. Behind him, he could hear her slow laugh. "Not bad," she said, her voice a little husky. "For a broken-down, washed-up loser, I mean. Next time, though, we should probably shut the door." She smiled at him from under a wild mop of black hair, a mottled flush fading below her neck, her breasts rising and falling heavily as she smoothed down her skirt. "You know what I like about you, Vincent? No. You really care about your work, about the case, and most of all, about justice. You care." D'Augusta still felt out there, almost dizzy with what had happened. He ran his hand over his hair, adjusted his pants. He wasn't sure what she meant. "I guess you earned that Title III. With a little thought, I should be able to make something up." He paused. "That wasn't why." She sat up, laid a finger on his lips. "Your integrity just earned you the Title III, not the other thing." Then she smiled again. "I'll tell you what, we kind of got things backwards here. Do what you have to do, then you can take me out for a nice, long, romantic candlelight dinner." The wire room of the Lower Manhattan Federal Building was a nondescript space on the tower's 14th floor. To D'Augusta, it looked just like a typical office. Fluorescent ceiling, neutral carpeting, countless identical cubicles forming a human ant farm. Depressing as gosh.
He looked around guardedly, half hoping, half afraid he'd find Laura Hayward waiting for him. But there was only one of her detectives, Mandrell, the same guy who had called at lunchtime with news they'd obtained a Title III order from the U.S. Attorney's Office. The FBI, with its superior equipment, would execute the Title III in a joint operation with the NYPD. Coming through the NYPD had made it somehow politically acceptable. "Sergeant," Mandrell said, shaking his hand, "everything's set up." "Is Agent, Pendergast here?" said Pendergast, striding into the room. His beautifully cut black suit, pressed to perfection, shimmered under the artificial light. D'Agosta wondered just how many identical black suits the guy owned. Probably had rooms at the Dakota and the Riverside Drive mansion devoted to them. "Agent D'Agosta," said, "this is Detective Sergeant Mandrell of the 21st Precinct." "Delighted." Pendergast briefly shook the proffered hand. "Forgive me for not arriving earlier. I fear I took a wrong turn. This building is most confusing." "The Federal Building? Most confusing?" Pendergast was a Fed himself. He had to have an office in here somewhere, didn't he? It occurred to D'Agosta that he'd never once seen or been asked to visit Pendergast's office. "It's this way," Mandrell said, leading the way through a maze of cubicles. "Excellent," Pendergast murmured to D'Agosta as they fell into step behind the detective. "I'll have to thank Captain Hayward personally." She came through, all right, D'Agosta thought with a private smile. The whole of the night before, Pendergast spirited away by the mysterious caller, his own totally unexpected encounter with Laura Hayward seemed dreamlike, unreal. He had fought the temptation to call her all morning. He hoped she'd still want that long candlelight dinner. He wondered if this would complicate their working relationship, decided it would, realized he didn't much care. "Here we are," Mandrell said, stepping into one of the cubicles. It looked just like all the others. A desk with an overhanging credenza, a computer workstation with attached speakers, a few chairs. A young woman with short blonde hair sat at the workstation. "This is Agent Sanborn," Mandrell said. "She's monitoring the phone of Jimmy Chait, Bullard's right-hand boy here in the States. We have agents in adjoining cubicles logging the phones of another half-dozen of Bullard's associates. Agent Sanborn, this is Sergeant D'Agosta of the Southampton PD and Special Agent Pendergast." Sanborn nodded at them in turn, her eyes widening at the name of Pendergast. "Anything?" Mandrell asked her. "Nothing important," she replied. "There was some traffic a few minutes ago between Chait and another associate. Seems they're expecting a call from Bullard any time now." Mandrell nodded, turned back to D'Agosta. "When was your last tap, Sergeant?" "It's been a while." "Then let me get you up to speed. Everything's done by computer these days, one workstation per phone number being monitored. The phone line goes right through this interface, and the conversation's recorded digitally. No more tapes. Agent Sanborn, who'll be transcribing the line sheets, can work the transport controls either by keyboard or foot pedal." D'Agosta shook his head. It was a far cry from the low-tech setups he'd worked as a New Jack cop in the mid-'80s. "You mentioned Chinese," Mandrell said. "Are we going to need a translator?" "Unlikely," Pendergast replied. "Well, we've got a man standing by, just in case." The cubicle fell silent as Mandrell and Sanborn hovered over the screen. "Vincent," Pendergast murmured, taking him aside, "I've been wanting to tell you. We've made a very important discovery."
Calls coming in, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis.
Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, slightly lower the pitch compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Calls coming in, said Agent Sanborn. A small window appeared on her screen, filled with lines of data. Chait getting an incoming, she said, pointing at the window. See? Who's it from? D'Agasta asked. The number's coming up now. I'll put it on Vox. Jimmy? Came a high-pitched voice over the computer speaker. Jimmy, you there? Sanborn began typing quickly, transcribing the call verbatim. It's his home number, she said, probably his wife. Yeah, answered a deep voice with a thick New Jersey accent. What you want? When you coming home? Something's come up. There was a faint roar in the background, like the rush of wind. No, Jimmy, not again today. We've got the Fingermans coming by this afternoon, remember? About the winter rental in Kissimmee? Really that? You don't need me for that mess. Go ahead, take that tone with me. You're right, I don't need you for that mess. What I need is for you to stop by De Pasquale's and pick up a few trays of sausage and peppers. I don't have a thing to serve. Then get yourself in the kitchen and cook something. Look, I'll be home when I get home. Now get off, I'm expecting a call. And the line went dead. There was a brief silence broken only by the click of keys as Agent Sanborn completed the transcription. Delightful couple, said D'Agasta. He motioned Pendergast aside. How'd you find Beckman anyway? With the help of an acquaintance of mine, an invalid actually, who happens to be extremely good at tracking down troublesome nuggets of information. Extremely good sounds like an understatement. Nobody's been able to locate this guy. So, where's this Beckman at? But they were again interrupted by another beep from the computer. We've got another one, said Sanborn. Incoming or outgoing? Asked Mandrell. Incoming. But the number must be blocked. I'm not getting any data on it. There was a brief squeal over the speaker. Yeah? Said Chait. Chait, a voice responded. D'Agasta immediately recognized the gruff tone. It sent a thrill of hatred coursing through him. Chait recognized it too. Yes, Mr. Bullard, sir, he said, his tone abruptly growing servile. Bullard will be using a satellite phone, D'Agasta said. That's why you can't get a fix. Doesn't matter. Mandrell pointed to a string of numbers on the screen. See that? It's the cell site of Chait's phone. It's the cellular node his phone signal's coming from lets us determine his present location. He reached into the credenza, pulled out a thick manual, began leafing through it. Everything set? Bullard asked. Yes, sir. The men have all been briefed. Remember what I said. I don't want any apologizing. Just do as I say. Walk it through. By the numbers. You got it, Mr. Bullard. Mandrell looked up from the cell site manual. Chait's in Hoboken, New York, New Jersey. Everything's go, Bullard said. The Chinese will be there on time. Location? Chait asked. The primary, as discussed. The park. Mandrell grasped D'Agasta by the arm. Chait just changed cell sites, he said. What's that mean? He's moving. Mandrell thumbed through the manual, looking up the new site. Now he's in the middle of Union City. Mass transit wouldn't move that quickly, said Pendergast. He must be in a car. Bullard was speaking again. Remember, they'll be expecting a progress report in exchange for the payment. You know what to give them, right? Right.
Pendergast pulled out his own phone, dialing quickly. "Chate's on his way to a meeting. We've got to get a unit dispatched. Triangulate on his location. I'll be expecting a report immediately after the meeting," said Bullard. "I'll be back to you within 90 minutes. And Chate? No mistakes, you hear?" "No, sir." There was a click, a hiss of static, and the computer beeped once again to signal the connection had been broken. "Cell sites changed again," Mandrell said, looking at the screen. D'Agasta turned to Pendergast. "Within 90 minutes?" he said. "What in gosh's name does that mean?" Pendergast closed his phone, slipped it back into his pocket. "It means their meeting will take place before then. Come on, Vincent, we haven't a moment to lose." D'Agasta blew past the exit helixes of the George Washington Bridge and merged onto the express lanes, driving like gosh. As the New Jersey Turnpike divided and the traffic began to thin a little, he seated the emergency bubble onto the dash, turned on its flasher, and began cranking the siren. Veering west onto I-80, he stumped hard on the pedal. The big engine of the pool sedan responded, and they were soon rocketing along at 100 miles an hour. "Refreshing," murmured Pendergast. The secure car-to-car frequency crackled into life. "This is 602. We've got a visual on the target. It's a TV van with a satellite dish, call letters WPMP Hackensack, moving west on 80 near exit 65. D'Agasta pushed his speed to 120. Pendergast unhooked the mic. "We're just a few miles behind you. Hang back in another lane and keep out of sight. Over." Everything had come together with remarkable speed. Pendergast had initiated a federal tail on Chate's cell signal, requisitioned a government vehicle, and put D'Agasta behind its wheel. The West Side Highway had been mercifully free of traffic, and it had taken them only 10 minutes to clear Manhattan. "Where do you think we're headed?" D'Agasta asked. Bullard mentioned a park. "For now, that's all we know." Out of the corner of his eye, D'Agasta noticed that, despite the speed, Pendergast had unbuckled his seatbelt and was crouching forward. Now the agent was scratching his nails on the floor mat, rubbing his palms rapidly against it. D'Agasta had seen the man do strange things before, but this beat all. He wondered if he should ask, decided against it. "Target leaving freeway at exit 60, the radio squawked. "Following." D'Agasta slowed. Another minute, and he peeled off at the same exit. "Target proceeding north on McLean. They're heading into Patterson," D'Agasta said. He'd never actually set foot in the city, though he'd passed it on the freeway countless times. A red-brick working town whose best days were probably about 100 years gone. It seemed like a strange destination. "Patterson," Pendergast repeated speculatively, wiping his dirty hands on his face and neck. "Birthplace of the American Industrial Revolution." Birthplace looks more like death's door to me. It's a city with a vigorous history, Vincent. Some of the historical neighborhoods are still quite beautiful. However, I'm banking on the fact that those are not where we're headed. "Target leaving McLean," the voice on the radio said, "heading left onto Broadway." D'Agasta tore up McLean Highway, using the siren to punch his way through 2 red lights. To their right lay the Passaic River, brown and sullen in the autumn light. As he turned onto Broadway, shabby-looking and decrepit, he killed the siren and snapped off the flasher. They were close now, very close. "Sergeant," Pendergast said abruptly, "head into this strip mall on our right, please. We need to make a quick stop." D'Agasta glanced at him in surprise. "We don't have time." "Trust me, we do." D'Agasta shrugged. The operation was nominally FBI, and Pendergast was in charge. Hayward had made sure of that. The lead car was FBI, and he himself was Southampton PD, which would offend nobody. Interstate police rivalries would be kept at a minimum. At the appropriate moment, when it was too late for a bunch of unbriefed town cops to mess things up, Pendergast would call in the locals. The mall was a collection of dingy, glass-fronted stores set back from a parking lot heaved and cracked by time. It was half abandoned, and D'Agasta wondered just what in gosh's name Pendergast was up to. Here he'd made good time, and now the agent was squandering it. "There," Pendergast said, at the far end. D'Agasta sped up to the last storefront. A yellow dumpster stood out front, pitted and scarred with age. Even before the car had stopped, Pendergast was out, running into the store. D'Agasta swore, punched the steering wheel. They were going to lose 5 minutes at least.
He was used to Pendergast's inexplicable behavior, but this was too much. Heading into East Side Park came the cool voice from the lead car. "There's some kind of event going on. Looks like model rockets or something." D'Agosta heard shouting and saw Pendergast trotting out of the shop, a bundle of clothes slung over one arm and a couple of pairs of shoes clutched in the other. Moments later, a fat woman came bursting out. "Help!" she bellowed. "Police! I hope you're proud of yourself, robbing the Salvation Army, jerk!" "Obliged, ma'am," Pendergast said, crumpling a $100 bill and tossing it over his shoulder as he jumped into the back seat. D'Agosta laid on the gas, leaving a streak of rubber and a cloud of smoke. "I dare say that was no more than a 2-minute detour," Pendergast said from the rear of the car. Looking into the mirror, D'Agosta saw he was peeling off his jacket and tie. 2 minutes is a long time in this business. I'll have to send the Salvation Army people a little something to make up for my lack of manners. They're heading into East Side Park. Very good. Drive around the park, if you please, and enter from the south. I need a few more moments. D'Agosta drove past the Parker wall of greenery to his left, rising above a concrete retaining wall, and made a left onto Durham Avenue. Despite their proximity to seedy, sorry-looking Broadway, the houses here were remarkably large and well-tended, relics of the days when Patterson had been a model city of industry. Pendergast intoned from the back. "Eternally asleep, his dreams walk about the city where he persists incognito." D'Agosta glanced again in the rearview mirror, almost jamming on the brakes in surprise when he saw a stranger staring back at him. But of course, it was no stranger. It was Pendergast, transformed by some almost miraculous process of disguise. "Have you ever read Patterson by William Carlos Williams?" the vagrant in the back seat asked. "Never heard of it. Pity. Immortal he neither moves nor rouses, and is seldom seen, though he breathes, and the subtleties of his machinations, drawing their substance from the noise of the pouring river, animate 1,000 automatons." D'Agosta shook his head and muttered to himself. He drove a few blocks, made another left, and entered the park beside a statue of Christopher Columbus. East Side Park was an overgrown hillock of grass and the occasional shade tree, closely hemmed in on all 4 sides by houses. A lane wandered around its periphery, and D'Agosta eased the car onto it, passing a variety of pudding stone outbuildings in various stages of disrepair. Concrete benches with green-painted wooden slats lined the roadway. Farther along, the lane veered in toward a height of land, which was crowned by a fountain surrounded by a black wrought iron fence. Several cars were parked along the curb here, including their own lead vehicle, making the already narrow road almost impassable. Ahead, D'Agosta could see the TV van. It had pulled onto the grass between a brace of tennis courts and a baseball field. On the field itself, a small knot of kids was shooting off model rockets, supervised by half a dozen parents. A man with a television camera was standing by the van, filming the event. "This is an exceptionally well-planned meeting, Vincent," Pendergast said as they drove slowly past. "They're meeting in the middle of a park, no chance of being ambushed. And they're surrounded by noisy children and the roar of rockets, which will defeat any long-range electronic surveillance. That man with the camera is their lookout, with a perfect reason to be staring every which way through a telephoto lens. Bullard has clearly trained his men well. Ah, pull over a minute, please, Vincent. Here come the Chinese." In the rearview mirror, D'Agosta could make out a long black Mercedes, absurdly out of place, cruising slowly up the park drive behind them. It pulled onto the grass across the tennis courts from the van. 2 big men with shaved heads and dark glasses got out, looking around carefully. Then a third, smaller man exited and began walking across the grass toward the van. "What dreadful lack of subtlety," said Pendergast. "It appears these gentlemen have been watching too much television."
D'Agasta eased the car forward, coming to a stop near the exit back onto Broadway. The hill fell away here, and the trees were more numerous, blocking their car from view. "Too bad I'm in uniform," he said. "On the contrary, being in uniform, you will be the last one they suspect. I'm going to get as close as I can, see if I can learn more particulars about the meeting. You buy a donut and coffee over there," he nodded to a dingy coffee shop across Broadway, "then wander into the park. Take a seat on one of the benches by the baseball diamond, where you'll have a clear line of fire should anything untoward occur. Let us hope, with these children around, that nothing of the sort occurs, but be ready for action regardless." D'Agasta nodded. Pendergast gave his eyes a vigorous rubbing. When his grubby hands fell away again, his eyes had lost their clear silvery hue. Now they belonged to a tippler, uncertain, watery, red-rimmed. D'Agasta watched Pendergast get out of the car and amble back up the rise. The agent was wearing a brown sport coat of dubious material, a faded stain between the shoulders, double-knit slacks a size too large, a pair of shabby hush-puppies. His hair was several shades darker than usual. Just how the hell had he managed that? And his face was in need of a wash. He looked exactly like a man who was down, but not quite out, clinging to a few shreds of respectability. And it wasn't just the clothes. His very gait had changed, his body language tentative, his eyes darting this way and that, as if prepared to ward off an unexpected blow. D'Agasta stared another moment, marveling. Then he exited the car, bought a coffee and a glazed donut in the coffee shop across the street, and headed back into the park. As he crested the little rise and approached the diamond, he could see the shorter Chinese man getting into the back of the television van. His large companions were hanging back about 40 paces, arms crossed. There was a whoosh as a model rocket went off to scattered cheers and clapping. All eyes turned skyward. There was a pop, and the rocket came drifting back, floating beneath a red and white striped miniature parachute. D'Agasta eased himself onto a bench across the diamond from the van. He slipped the lid off his coffee, pretending to watch the rockets go off. This was strange. The would-be cameraman was now calling the kids together, apparently to film them. D'Agasta wondered if the cameraman was Chait, Bullard's main man in New York. He decided otherwise. Chait was no doubt inside the van with the Chinese honcho. He turned his attention back to Pendergast. The agent was strolling along the walkway near the van. He paused, fished a racing form out of the trash, shook it clear of debris, then stopped to chat with the cameraman. It looked like he might be asking him for money. The man scowled and shook his head, motioning Pendergast to move on. Then the man turned back toward the children, gesturing for them to line up with their rockets. D'Agasta felt a knot tighten in his stomach. Why the hell was the man organizing the kids like that anyway? Something did not feel right at all. Meanwhile, Pendergast had seated himself on the bench next to the van, so close he could almost touch it, and was going through the racing form with a pencil stub, circling various horses and making notes. Then, inexplicably, Pendergast stood up, went to the back door of the van, and knocked. The cameraman came striding over immediately, gesticulating furiously, shoving Pendergast aside. D'Agasta resisted the impulse to reach for his gun. The back doors of the van opened. There was some loud talk. The door slammed shut.
The cameraman gestured and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly, compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The cameraman gestured angrily for Pendergast to move off, but instead, the agent shrugged and seated himself back down on the bench, returning to his study of the racing form, perusing it with languid ease, just as if he had all the money in the world to blow on the horses. D'Agosta looked around. The two plainclothes FBI agents were strolling along the far side of the baseball diamond, talking. The Chinese goons didn't seem to have noticed them. Their attention was riveted on the van and what was going on inside. They seemed ready for something, too ready. And there was the cameraman, still lining up the kids, as if he too was expecting something to happen at any moment. D'Agosta felt an almost unbearable sense of apprehension. He asked himself why Bullard's men had gone to such trouble to place themselves in the midst of these kids. They had no inkling they were under surveillance. The tension was between them and their customers, the Chinese. He'd gathered as much from the wiretap, and now it was playing out here. He started to calculate what would happen if the Chinese thugs pulled out weapons and opened fire on the van. The kids would be caught in crossfire. That's what it was all about. The kids were protection. Bullard's men were expecting a firefight. The cameraman was lining up the kids as a human shield. D'Agosta dropped his coffee and donut and rose from the bench, hand on his piece. At the same moment, the back doors of the van flew open, and the little Chinese man got out as quickly and lightly as a bird. He began striding across the baseball diamond. He flicked his hand toward the two thugs, just the barest gesture, and broke into a run. D'Agosta saw the two reach for their weapons. Immediately he dropped to one knee, steadied his grip on his handgun, and aimed. As soon as a weapon appeared, an Uzi by the look of it, he squeezed off a round and just missed. Abruptly, all hell broke loose. There was the pop, pop, pop of semi-automatic weapons fire. Kids scattering, grown-ups yelling, grabbing their kids and running in terror or throwing themselves to the ground. An Uzi appeared in the cameraman's hand too, but before he could fire, he was struck in the chest by a hail of gunfire and flew backward, slamming against the side of the van. D'Agosta fired a second time at the goon he'd missed, stopping him with a well-placed round to the knee. The other turned toward the unexpected fire, swinging his Uzi and spraying automatic fire across the outfield. Pendergast, shielding two children with his own body, coolly dropped the man with a shot to the head. As the man went down, his Uzi swung wildly, still firing. Small clouds of dirt erupted in the grass before Pendergast. Then the agent fell sharply back, pushing the children out of harm's way as a spray of blood suddenly darkened his arm. Pendergast! D'Agosta screamed. The goon D'Agosta hit refused to stay down. Now the man had rolled over and was firing on the van.
the rounds whanging its side and sending chips of paint flying. A burst of fire came from its front seat. The Chinese goon went down again, and the van pulled away with a squeal of tires. "Stop them!" D'Agosta yelled at the two agents. They were already up and running, firing futilely, their shots ringing off the van's armored sides. Now the head Chinese had reached the black Mercedes. As it roared to life, the two agents turned their fire toward it, blowing out the back tires as the car swerved into the lane. A round hit the gas tank, and the vehicle went up with a muffled thump, a ball of fire roiling skyward as the car left the lane and rolled gently into a grove of trees. The door flew open, and a burning man got out, took a few halting steps, paused, and slowly toppled forward. In the distance, the television van was careening out of the park, vanishing into the warren of streets to the west. The park was bedlam. Kids and adults scattered across the ground, cowering and screaming. D'Agosta rushed to where Pendergast had fallen, relieved beyond measure when he saw the FBI agent was sitting up. The two Chinese were dead, and the cameraman, who'd practically been torn in half, was obviously on his way out, too. But no civilians had been so much as scratched. It seemed a miracle. D'Agosta knelt in the grass. "Pendergast, you all right?" Pendergast waved, face ashen, temporarily unable to speak. One of the other FBI agents came running up. "Wounded? We got wounded?" "Agent Pendergast." "The cameraman's beyond help. Backup and medical are on the way." And, in fact, D'Agosta could now hear sirens converging on the park. Pendergast helped one of the children he'd protected, a boy of about 8, to a standing position. His father rushed over and clasped the child in his arms. "You saved his life," he said. "You saved his life." D'Agosta helped Pendergast up. Blood was soaking through one side of his dirty shirt. "That fellow winged me," Pendergast said. "It's nothing, a flesh wound. I lost my wind, that's all." Slowly, hesitantly, people began converging on the park from the surrounding houses, crowding around the burning hulk of the Mercedes and the nearby corpse. Newly arrived cops were shouting, covering the corners, setting up a cordon, yelling at the gathering crowd to keep back. "Very," said D'Agosta. "Those difficult people from BAI were expecting a firefight. Indeed they were, and no wonder. What do you mean?" "I overheard just enough to learn Bullard's men were calling the deal off." "Calling the deal off? On the very eve of success, apparently. Now you can see the reason for the elaborate setup. The park, the children. They knew the Chinese would not be pleased. This was their attempt to avoid being shot to pieces." D'Agosta glanced around at the carnage. "Hayward's gonna love this." "She should. If we hadn't run that wiretap and been here to take down those shooters, I hate to think what might have happened." D'Agosta shook his head and looked at the burning Mercedes, now being hosed down by a fire truck. "You know what? This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder." The Reverend Wayne P. Buck, Jr. sat at the counter of the Last Gasp truck stop in Yuma, Arizona, stirring skim milk into his coffee. Before him lay the remains of his usual breakfast: white toast with a little marmalade, oatmeal without milk or sugar. Outside, beyond the fly-specked window, there was a grinding of gears. A large semi pulled off the apron, its steel tank flashing in the brilliant sun, heading west toward Barstow. Reverend Buck, the title was honorary, took a sip of the coffee. Then, methodical in everything he did, he finished his breakfast, carefully cleaning the bowl with the edge of his spoon before setting it aside. He took another sip of coffee, replaced the cup gently in its saucer. And then at last he turned to his morning reading, the 10-inch stack of periodicals that lay tied in heavy twine on the far end of the counter. As Buck cut the twine with a pocket knife, he was aware of a sense of anticipation. His morning reading was always a high point of the day. A trucker, whom he'd cured of fits at a camp revival several months before, always left a bundle of outdated newspapers for him outside the truck stop every morning. The papers varied from day to day, and Buck never knew what he'd find. Yesterday there'd been a copy of the New Orleans Times-Picayune in among the more common Phoenix Sun and Los Angeles Times. But his tingle of anticipation, he knew, extended beyond the selection of reading material. Reverend Buck had been in the vicinity of Yuma almost a year now, ministering to the truckers, the waitresses and busboys, the migrant workers.
Read to people from the good book. Let them know how to prepare for what was coming and coming soon. He'd talk to the drivers, one at a time here at the counter. Long-haul truckers just stopping in for a leak and a sandwich. He'd talk to groups of 2 or 3 regulars in the evenings, out back by the picnic tables. On Sunday mornings, 15, maybe 20, at the old Elks Lodge. When he could get a ride to the reservation, he'd preach there. Most people were receptive. Nobody had explained the nature of sin to them, the terrifying, implacable promise of the end days. When people were sick, he'd pray over them. When people were grieving, he'd listen to their problems, recite a parable or some words of Jesus. They paid him in pocket change, a few hot meals, a bed for the night. It was enough. But he'd been here in Yuma a long spell now. There were other places, so many others, that needed to hear. Every day that went by meant there would be less time. For truly I tell you, you will not have gone through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. Buck was a firm believer in signs. Nothing that happened on this earth happened by accident. It was a sign that carried him from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, to Borrego Springs, California last year. Another sign that had brought him from Borrego Springs here to Yuma a few months later. One of these days, maybe next week, maybe next month, there would be another sign. He might find it here in these stacks of newspapers, or he might find it in the story of a passing trucker. But the sign would come and he'd be gone, gone to some other remote spot with its full share of those in need of the balm of salvation. Reverend Buck plucked the first newspaper from the pile, the previous Sunday's Sacramento Bee. He leafed rather quickly through the national and local pages. Big cities like Sacramento could always be counted on for stories of murder, rape, corruption, vice, corporate greed. Buck had read enough such stories for 1,000 cautionary sermons. He was more interested in the squibs and sidebars, the news bites taken off the wire feeds and recounted in odd corners of the paper for reader amusement. The tiny town where 2 brothers hadn't spoken to each other in 40 years. The trailer park where every single child had left, a runaway. These were the stories that spoke to him. These were the signs that impelled him and his message. The Bee completed, Buck turned to the next, USA Today. Laverne, the waitress, came over with coffee pot in hand. "Another cup, Reverend?" "Just one more, thank you kindly." Buck practiced moderation in all things. 1 cup of coffee was a blessing, 2 cups was an indulgence, 3 cups a sin. He perused the paper, put it aside, and picked up a third, a day-old copy of the New York Post. Buck came across this tabloid only rarely, and he had nothing but scorn for it. The brazen mouthpiece of the world's most dissipated, sin-ridden city held no interest for him. He was about to put it aside when the headline caught his attention. Destruction. Renowned scientist claims recent deaths signal end of days by Bryce Harriman. More slowly, Buck turned the page and began to read. October 25, 2004. A respected scientist yesterday predicted imminent destruction for New York City and possibly much of the world. Dr. Friedrich von Menck, Harvard scientist and Emmy Award-winning documentary filmmaker, says the recent deaths of Jeremy Grove and Nigel Cutforth are merely the harbingers of the coming catastrophe. For 15 years, Dr. von Menck has been studying mathematical patterns in the famous disasters of the past. And no matter how he cuts the data, one number shows up. The year 2004. Von Menck's theory is based on a fundamental ratio known as the golden ratio.
a ratio that is found throughout nature, as well as in such classical architecture as the Parthenon and the paintings of Leonardo da Vinci. Von Menck is the first to apply it to history, with sinister implications. Von Menck's research has revealed that many of the worst disasters that have befallen mankind fit the same ratio. 79 A.D., Pompeii. 426 A.D., the sack of Rome. 877 A.D., destruction of Beijing by the Mongols. 1348 A.D., the Black Death. 1666 A.D., the Great Fire of London. 1906 A.D., the San Francisco earthquake. These and many more dates line up in ratios of uncanny precision. And what do these natural disasters have in common? They have always struck an important world city, a city notable for its wealth, power, technology, and, Dr. von Menck adds, neglect of the spiritual. Each of these disasters was preceded by small but specific signs. Von Menck sees the mysterious deaths of Grove and Cutforth as precisely the signs one would expect preceding the destruction of New York City by fire. What kind of fire? Not any kind of normal fire, says von Menck. It will be something sudden and destructive, a fire from within. As further evidence, he cites passages from Revelation, the prophet Nostradamus, and more recent clairvoyants such as Edgar Cayce and Madame Blavatsky. Dr. von Menck left today for the Galapagos Islands, taking with him, he said, only his manuscripts and a few books. Buck lowered the paper. The rest of the pile sat at his elbow, forgotten. He felt a strange sensation rise up his spine, spread down his arms and legs. If von Menck was right, the man was a fool to believe he could take refuge on some faraway island. It put in mind some lines from Revelation, his favorite book of the Bible, which Buck frequently quoted to his flock. And the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich men, hid themselves in the dens and in the rocks of the mountains. For the great day of his wrath is come, and who shall be able to stand? He raised his cup of coffee, but it no longer seemed to have any flavor, and he replaced it in its saucer. Buck had long believed he would see the end days in his lifetime, and he had always believed in signs. Perhaps this sign was just larger than the others. Perhaps it was very large indeed. Revelation chapter 22. Behold, I come quickly. Could this be what he'd been waiting for all these years? Did it not also say in Revelation that the wicked, the men with the mark of the beast on their foreheads, were taken first in successive waves of slaughter? Just a few here and there would be taken. That's how it would start. He read the article a second time. New York City. This was where it would begin. Of course, this was where it would begin. Two, just two. It was God's way of getting the word out to his chosen people, so they in turn could spread the message of repentance and atonement while there was still time. The wrath of God would never descend without warning. Let he with ears hear. Behold, I come quickly. Surely I come quickly. But New York City? Buck had never set foot beyond the Mississippi River, never been in a town much larger than Tucson. To him, the East Coast was Babylon, a foreign, dangerous, soulless region to be avoided at all costs, no place more so than New York. Was it meant to be? Was it, in fact, a sign? And more to the point, was he being called? Was this the great call from God he had been waiting for? And did he have the courage to follow it? There was a chuff of air brakes outside the diner. Buck looked up, in time to see the morning Greyhound cross-country express traveling on I-10 stop outside. The sign above the driver's window read, New York City. Buck walked up just as the bus driver was about to close the door. "Excuse me," he said. The driver looked at him. "What is it, mister?" "How much for a one-way ticket to New York?" $320, cash. Buck fished in his wallet and pulled out all the money he had in the world. He counted it while the bus driver tapped his finger on the wheel and frowned. It amounted to precisely $320.
As the bus pulled away from Yuma, Reverend Buck was sitting in the back, his only luggage the day-old copy of the New York Post. Vasquez eased away from the window, snugged the piece of wood back in place, turned on the hooded lantern, then stood and stretched. It was just past midnight. He rotated his head on his shoulders, first one way, then another, working out the kinks. Then he took a long drink of water, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Despite a few surprises, the operation was going well. The target kept exceedingly irregular hours, coming and going at unpredictable times, except that every night at 1 o'clock in the morning he exited the house, crossed Riverside Drive at 137th Street, and took a stroll through Riverside Park. He always returned within 20 minutes. It seemed to be an evening constitutional, a turn around the block, so to speak, before going to bed. Over the past 48 hours, Vasquez had come to realize he was dealing with a man of intelligence and ability, and yet a man who was also ineffably strange. As usual, Vasquez wasn't sure quite how he arrived at his conclusions, but he was rarely wrong about people and trusted his instincts. This man was something else. Even on the surface he was odd, with his black suit, marble-like complexion, and his quick, noiseless walk, more like that of a cat than a man. Something about the way he moved spoke to Vasquez of utter self-confidence. Further, anyone who would go strolling in Riverside Park in the middle of the night had to be either crazy or packing heat, and he had no doubt the man possessed an excellent weapon and knew how to use it. Twice he had seen gang members who'd staked out the block quietly disappear when the target emerged. They knew a bad deal when they saw it. Vasquez wrenched off a piece of teriyaki beef jerky and chewed it slowly, reviewing his notes. There seemed to be 4 inhabitants in the house. Pendergast, a butler, an elderly housekeeper he'd viewed only once, and a young woman who wore long, old-fashioned dresses. She wasn't his daughter or his squeeze, they were too formal with each other. Perhaps she was an assistant of some kind. The house had only one regular visitor, a balding, slightly overweight policeman with a Southampton PD patch on his arm. Using his computer and wireless modem, Vasquez had easily discovered the man was Sergeant Vincent D'Agosta. He looked like a straight-ahead, no-nonsense type, solid and dependable, offering few surprises. Then there had been a very strange old man with a wild head of white hair, who had come by only once, late at night, scurrying along almost like a crab, clutching a book. Probably some kind of functionary, an Igor, a man of no importance. The 1 o'clock walk was, of course, the time to do it. Hit him as he emerged from the semicircular drive. Vasquez had gone over it again and again, figuring out the geometry of death. If the first round entered the man's head obliquely, the round would be deflected slightly by the inside curve of the skull and exit at an angle. The torque generated by the off-centered hit would spin the target. As a result, the angle and pattern of the exit spray would suggest a shooter from a window somewhere down the street. The second round would strike him on the way down, spinning him further. The position of the body would help throw off the initial response, deflecting it down the block. In any case, he himself would be out the back and onto 136th Street practically before the body hit the ground, 5 minutes to the Broadway IRT train and gone. Nobody would notice him, a seedily dressed Puerto Rican runner heading home after a day of dubious employment.
Vasquez bit off another hunk of the dry meat. He wasn't sure just what it was that brought on a feeling of readiness, but he always knew when the time had come for the kill. It was now 40 minutes to 1, and it felt to him like that time had come. For 2 nights running, Pendergast had emerged at exactly 1 a.m. Vasquez felt certain he would do it again. This would be the night. He took off his clothes and put on his getaway costume, warm-up suit open at the chest, heavy gold, puffy sneakers, thin mustache, cell phone, turning himself into just another cheap hustler from Spanish Harlem. Vasquez extinguished the light, removed the small piece of wood from the corner of the boarded-up window, and got into position. Snugging his cheek against the composite stock, a stock that would never warp or swell in adverse weather, he carefully aligned the match-grade barrel to the spot where the target's head would appear, right beyond the marble and brick wall that supported the porte-cochere. There the target always paused to speak to the butler, waiting to make sure the man shut and locked the door. It was a 10 or 20-second pause, an eternity of opportunity for a shooter like Vasquez. As he readied his equipment, Vasquez felt a faint twinge of uneasiness. Not for the first time, he wondered if the whole setup was just a little too easy. The 1 o'clock stroll, the little pause, everything seemed a little too perfect. Was he being set up? Did the target know he was there? Vasquez shook his head, smiling ruefully. He always had an attack of paranoia just before the kill. There was no way the subject could have detected his presence. What's more, the target had already exposed himself on a number of occasions. If he had known a shooter was tracking him, those deliberate exposures would take a level of sang-froid few human beings possessed. Vasquez had already had half a dozen chances to kill him cleanly. It was just that he'd never felt ready. Now he did. Slowly and carefully, he fitted his eye to the scope. The scope had a built-in compensator for bullet drop and had already been properly zeroed for windage. Everything was ready. He sighted through the crosshair grid. The central crosshairs were positioned just where the target would pause. It would be quick and clean as always. The butler would witness it and call the police, but by then Vasquez would be gone. They would find his kill nest, of course, but it would do them no good. They already have his DNA, for all the good it did them. Vasquez would be back home by then, sipping lemonade on the beach. He waited, gazing at the doorway through the scope. The minutes ticked off. 5 minutes to 1. 3 to 1. 1 o'clock. The door opened and the target emerged, right on schedule. He took a few steps, turned, began speaking with the butler. The rifle was already sighted in. Gently and evenly, Vasquez's finger began to apply increasing pressure to the trigger. There was a sudden faint pop and flash of light from down the block, followed by a tinkle of glass. Vasquez hesitated, taking his eye from the sight. But it was just a streetlight failing, as they always did in that neighborhood, or perhaps some young hoodlum in training with a BB gun. But the moment had passed, and the man was now walking across the street toward the park. Vasquez leaned back from the rifle, feeling the tension drain away. He had missed his opportunity. Should he catch him coming back? No, the man walked so swiftly back into the porte-cochere that he could not be sure of that perfect off-center shot. No matter, it just wasn't in the cards. So much for his paranoia, for everything seeming a little too easy. So he would be in his little nest for another 24 hours. But he wasn't complaining. $2 million was just as acceptable for 3 days' work as it was for 2. D'Agosta rode in the back of the Rolls in silence. Proctor was driving, and Pendergast sat beside him in the front passenger seat, chatting about the Boston Red Sox, which appeared to be the only topic of interest to Proctor, and which Pendergast, in his mysterious way, seemed to know all about. They were debating some statistical nuance of the 1916 pennant race that stupefied even D'Agosta, who considered himself a baseball fan.
"Where is it we're meeting this Beckman again?" D'Agosta interrupted. Pendergast glanced into the back seat. "He's in Yonkers." "You think he'll talk to us?"
I mean, Cutforth and Bullard weren't exactly forthcoming. I imagine he'll be most eloquent." Pendergast resumed his discussion, and Augusta turned his attention to the passing scenery, wondering if he'd completed all the necessary paperwork on yesterday's dust-up with the Chinese. This case was generating more paperwork than any he'd been involved with before. Or was it just all the new nonsense regulations that were keeping him hog-tied? Pendergast never seemed to do any paperwork. D'Agosta wondered if the agent somehow still managed to keep above such mundane details, or if he simply worked all night filling out forms. The Rolls had left Manhattan via the Willis Avenue Bridge and was now heading north through late Saturday morning traffic along the major Deegan Expressway. Soon it left the Deegan for the Mosholu Parkway and made its way into the hardcore inner ring of suburbs that comprised the lower fringe of Westchester County. Pendergast had been his usual reticent self about where they were going. Dun-colored housing projects, aging industrial complexes, and strings of gas stations passed by in a blur. After a mile or two, they exited onto Yonkers Avenue. D'Agosta sat back with a sigh. Yonkers, the city with the ugliest name in America. What was Beckman doing here? Maybe he had some nice place overlooking the Hudson. D'Agosta had heard talk of the city's waterfront revitalization. But the waterfront was not their destination. Instead, the Rolls turned east, toward Nodine Hill. D'Agosta watched the passing road signs with little interest. Prescott Street, Elm Street. Except there didn't seem to be any elms here, only dying ginkgo trees that barely softened the dingy residential lines. As they drove on, the neighborhood grew increasingly seedy. Drunks and addicts now lounged on front stoops, watching the Rolls pass with scant interest. Every square inch of space was covered by illegible graffiti, even the tree trunks. The sky was the color of lead, and the day was becoming chilly. Here and there they passed vacant lots, reclaimed by weeds or sumac, patches of jungle in the middle of the city. "Left here, please." Proctor turned into a dead-end street and glided to a stop in front of the last building. D'Agosta stepped out, Proctor staying with the car. Instead of entering the tenement, Pendergast headed for the end of the cul-de-sac, a 12-foot cinder-block wall covered with still more graffiti. An iron door, studded with old rivets, streaked and scaly with rust, was set into the wall. Pendergast tried the handle, then bent to examine the lock. He removed a pencil-thin flashlight from his pocket and peered into the keyhole, probing with a small metal tool. "Going to pick it?" D'Agosta asked. Pendergast straightened. Naturally. He removed his sidearm and shot into the lock once, twice, the deafening reports rolling like thunder up the alleyway. "Gosh, I thought you said you were going to pick it." "I did, with my pick of last resort." Pendergast holstered the .45. "It's the only way to unlock a solid block of rust. This door hasn't been opened in years." He raised his foot and gave the door a shove. It swung open with a groan of rusted metal. D'Agosta peered through the doorway, astonished. Instead of a small weedy lot, the door opened on a vast overgrown meadow, rising up a hill, covering at least 10 acres, surrounded by decaying tenements. At the top stood a cluster of dead trees circling the ruins of what looked like a Greek temple. 4 Doric columns still standing, roof caved in, the whole structure shrouded in ivy. Directly before them was what once had been a small road. Now it was thick with weeds and poison sumac, rows of dead trees lining either side, their claw-like branches reaching into the gray sky. D'Agosta shivered. "What's this? Some kind of park?" After a fashion. Pendergast began ascending the broken surface of the road, carefully stepping over chunks of frost-heaved asphalt, skirting 4-foot weeds and dodging the poisonous sumac pistils. If he felt any lingering pain from the bullet graze of the day before, it did not show. On either side, beyond the dead trees, the weeds rose into a riot of overgrowth. Ivy run rampant, brambles and bushes. Everything was intensely green, growing with unnatural vigor and health. After a few hundred feet, Pendergast paused, removed a piece of paper from his pocket, consulted it. This way. He started down a path at right angles to the road. D'Agosta scrambled to follow, pushing through the chest-high growth, his uniform becoming covered with pollen dust. Pendergast moved slowly, peering left and right, once in a while consulting the diagram in his hand. He seemed to be counting. D'Agosta gradually became aware just what it was Pendergast was counting. Almost invisible in the undergrowth were rows of low, gray slabs of granite set into the ground, each with a name and a pair of dates. "Gosh, we're in a cemetery," said D'Agosta. "A potter's field, to be exact, where the indigent, the friendless, and the insane were buried. Pine coffin, 6-foot hole, granite tombstone, and a 2-minute eulogy, all courtesy of the state of New York. It filled up close to 10 years ago." D'Agosta gave a whistle. "And Rainier Beckman?" Pendergast said nothing. He was moving through the ragweed, still counting. Suddenly he halted before a low granite stone, no different from any of the others. With a sweep of his foot, he knocked aside the weeds. "Rainier Beckman, 1952-1995. A chill wind swept down from the hill, rippling the weeds like a field of grain. There was a distant rumble of thunder. "Dead!" D'Agosta exclaimed. "Exactly." Pendergast extracted his cell phone and dialed. "Sergeant Baskin, we have located the grave in question, and are ready for the exhumation. I have all the forensics paperwork here. We shall await you." D'Agosta laughed. "You've got quite a sense of theater, you know that, Pendergast." Pendergast shut the cell phone with a snap. "I didn't want to tell you until I was sure myself, and for that I needed to find the grave. There was a sad paucity of records on Mr. Beckman. Those few that we managed to uncover were suspect. As you can see, they even misspelled his name on the tombstone. But you said Beckman would be most eloquent. And so he will. While dead men tell no tales, their corpses often speak volumes. And I think Rainier Beckman's corpse has quite a bit to tell us." Loch Bullard stood on the flying bridge of the storm cloud. The air was crisp and sharp, the ocean flat calm. It was a world reduced to its essentials. The ship throbbed beneath his feet. The cool breeze flowed past him as the ship plowed eastward at flank speed toward Europe. Bullard lowered his cigar and stared forward at the point where the sky met the knife edge of ocean, his knuckles white on the rail. On this clear fall day, it really did look like the edge of the world, from which a ship could sail off into weightless oblivion. A part of him wished it would happen, that he could just drop off the world and be done with it. He could do it now, in fact. He could wander to the back of the ship and slip off into the water. Only his steward would miss him, and probably not for some time. He had spent most of the voyage locked in his cabin, having his meals delivered, seeing no one. Bullard could feel himself trembling, every muscle tense, his whole body in the grip of powerful emotion. A terrible combination of rage, regret, horror, and astonishment. He could hardly believe what had happened, what had brought him to this point, here, in the middle of the Atlantic, heading eastward on such fateful business. Never in a million years of corporate scheming, with all his plotting, counterplotting, and preparation for every eventuality, could he have expected it would come to this.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping, grating flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly, compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension, rather than outright screaming or crying. At least he'd been able to remove the wild card of that FBI agent Pendergast. If Vasquez hadn't finished the job yet, he would soon. And yet this was slight consolation. He caught the glimpse of movement out of the corner of his eye. It was the slim figure of his steward, bobbing deferentially at the hatch. "Sir, the video conference is in 3 minutes." Bullard nodded, turned his eyes once more toward the horizon, hawked up a gobbet of phlegm, and rocketed it into the far blue. The cigar followed. Then he turned and descended. The video conference room was small, built just for him. The technician was there. Why were they all weaselly men with goatees, hunched over the keyboard? He rose when Bullard entered, bumping his head on a bulkhead in his haste. "Everything's set, Mr. Bullard. Just press, 'Get out.'" The man got out, leaving Bullard alone. He locked the door behind him, keyed in the passphrase, waited for the prompt, keyed in another. The screen flickered into life, split down the center into 2 images. The COO of Bullard Aerospace Industries in Italy, Martinetti, and Chait, his head man in the States. "How'd it go yesterday?" Bullard asked. The hesitation told Bullard there'd been a mistake. "The guests came with firecrackers. There was a party." Bullard nodded. He'd half expected it. When they learned there was no cake, the party began. Williams had to leave suddenly. The guests all left with him. So the Chinese had killed Williams and got themselves shot in return. Another thing, the party got crashed. Bullard felt a sudden constriction in his gut. Now, who in the world had done that? Pendergast? Gosh, Vasquez was taking his precious time. Bullard had never met a man quite so dangerous. But if it was Pendergast, how had he learned about it? The files in the seized computer were strongly encrypted. No way they could have been cracked. Everybody else got home safely. Bullard barely heard this. He was still thinking. Either their phones had been tapped, or the feds had an informer in his top 5. Probably the former. "There's a bird in the tree, maybe," Bullard said, speaking the prearranged code that indicated a phone tap. This was greeted with silence. Gosh, he almost didn't care anymore. Bullard turned to the image of his Italian COO. "You have the item ready and packed for traveling?" "Yes, sir." The man spoke with difficulty. "May I ask why?" "No, very much you to heck you may not." Bullard felt rage abruptly take him. It was like a seizure, beyond his control. He glanced over at the image of Chait. The man was listening, face expressionless. "Sir, don't ask me any questions. I'll get the item when I arrive, and that'll be it.
You'll never speak of it again, to me or anyone." The man went pale and swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Mr. Bullard, after all the work we've done and the risks we've taken, I have the right to know why you are killing the project. I speak to you respectfully as your chief operating officer. I have only the good of the company at heart." Bullard felt the rage grow inside him, like a heat, so intense it seemed to powder the very marrow of his bones. "You jerk! What did I just tell you?" Martinetti fell silent. Chate's eyes flickered this way and that, nervously. He was wondering if maybe his boss wasn't going crazy. It seemed a fair enough question. "I am the company," Bullard went on. "I know what's for the good of the company and what isn't. You mention this again, and ti faccio fuori, jerk. I'll kill you, you jerk." He knew no self-respecting Italian would stand for such an insult. He was right. "Sir, I hereby tender my resignation." Resign, difficult person, resign. And good riddance. Bullard brought his fist down on the keyboard, again and again. On the fifth blow, the screen finally winked off. Bullard sat for a long time in the darkened room. So, the feds had been expecting them in Patterson. That meant they knew about the planned transfer of missile technology. Once, that would have been a disaster, but now it seemed almost irrelevant. At the last minute, the crime had been abandoned. The feds had Jack, and it would stay that way. BAI was clean. Not that Bullard cared. He had bigger fish to fry at the moment. Fact was, the feds knew nothing about what was really going on. He had gotten away just in time. Grove and Cutforth, and maybe Beckman too. They had to die. It was inevitable. But he was still alive, and that's what counted. Bullard realized he was hyperventilating. Gosh, he needed air. He stumbled up from the console, unlocked the door, mounted the stairs. In a moment, he was back on the flying bridge, staring eastward into blue nothingness. If only he could just sail off the edge of the world. D'Agosta heard the faint squawking of a radio and looked up through the dense undergrowth. At first, nothing could be seen through the riot of vegetation. But within a few minutes, he began to catch distant flashes of silver, glimpses of blue. Finally, a cop came into view, just a head and shoulders above the dense brush, forcing his way through the bracken. The cop spied him, turned. Behind him were two medics carrying a blue plastic remains locker. They were followed by two other men in jumpsuits, lugging a variety of heavy tools. A photographer came last. The cop shouldered his way through the last of the brush, a local Yonkers sergeant, small and no nonsense, and stopped before them. "You, Pendergast?" "Yes." "Pleased to meet you, Sergeant Baskin." "Right. This the grave?" "It is." Pendergast removed some papers from his jacket. The cop scrutinized them, initialed them, stripped off the copies, and handed the originals back. "Sorry, I need to see ID." Pendergast and D'Agosta showed their badges. "Fine." The policeman turned to the two workers in jumpsuits, who were busily unshouldering their equipment. "He's all yours, guys." The diggers attacked the tombstone with vigor, crowbarring it up and rolling it aside. They cleared an area around the grave with brush hooks, then laid several big, dirty tarps across the clearing. Next, they began cutting out the weedy turf, with turf cutters, popping out squares and stacking them like bricks on one of the tarps. D'Agosta turned to Pendergast. "So how did you find him?" "I knew right away he had to be dead, and I assumed before his death he must have been either homeless or mentally ill. There could be no other reason why he'd prove so elusive in these days of the internet. But learning more than that was a very difficult task, even for my associate Meme, who, as I mentioned, has a rare talent for ferreting out obscure information. Ultimately, we learned Beckman spent the last years of his life on the street, sometimes under assumed names, cycling through various flop houses and homeless shelters in and around Yonkers. The turf was now stacked, and the two workers began digging, their shovels biting alternately into the soil. The medic stood to one side, talking and smoking. There was another faint roll of thunder, and light rain began to fall, pattering onto the thick vegetation around them. It appears
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. You don't think it was lung cancer? Pendergast smiled dryly. I am skeptical. One of the shovels thunked on rotten wood. The men knelt and, picking up mason's trowels, began clearing dirt from the lid of a plain wooden coffin, finding its edges and trimming the sides of the pit. It seemed to D'Agosta the coffin couldn't have been buried more than 3 feet deep. So much for the free 6-foot hole. Typical government, screwing everyone, even the dead. Photo op, said the Yonkers sergeant. The gravediggers climbed out, waiting while the photographer crouched at the edge and snapped a few shots from various angles. Then they climbed back in, uncoiled a set of nylon straps, slipped them under the coffin, and gathered them together on top. Okay, lift. The medics pitched in. Soon the 4 had hoisted the coffin out of the hole and set it on the free tarp. There was a powerful smell of earth. Open it, said the cop, a man of few words. Here? D'Agosta asked. Those are the rules. Just to check and make sure. Make sure of what? Age, sex, general condition, and most importantly, if there's a body in there at all. Right. One of the workers turned to D'Agosta. It happens. Last year we dug up a stiff over in Pelham, and you know what we found? What? D'Agosta was fairly sure he didn't want to know. 2 stiffs and a dead monkey? We said it must have been an organ grinder who got mixed up with the mafia. He barked with laughter and nudged his friend, who laughed in turn. The workers now began to attack the lid of the coffin, tapping around it with chisels. The wood was so rotten it quickly broke loose. As the lid was set aside, a stench of rot, mold, and formaldehyde welled up. D'Agosta peered forward, morbid curiosity struggling with the queasiness he never seemed fully able to shake. Gray light, softened by the misting rain, penetrated the coffin and illuminated the corpse.
It lay, hands folded on its chest, upon a bed of rotting fabric, stuffing coming up, with a huge stain of congealed liquid, dark as old coffee, covering the bottom. The body had collapsed from rot and had a deflated appearance, as if all the air had escaped along with life, leaving nothing but a skin lying over bones. Various bony protuberances stuck through the rotting black suit, knees, elbows, pelvis. The hands were brown and slimy, shedding their nails, the finger bones poking through the rotting ends. The eyes were sunken holes, the lips lopsided and drawn back in a kind of snarl. Beckman had been a wet corpse, and the rain was making him wetter. The cop bent down, scanning the body. Male, Caucasian, about 50. He opened a tape measure. 6 feet even, brown hair. He straightened up again. Gross, match seems okay. Gross is right, D'Agasta thought as he looked at Pendergast. Despite the appalling decay, one thing was immediately clear. This corpse had not suffered the ghastly, violent fate that met Grove and Cutforth. "Take him to the morgue," Pendergast murmured. "I want a complete autopsy," Pendergast said. "I want to know how this man really died." Bryce Harriman entered the office of Rupert Ritz, managing editor of the Post, to find the mean, rodent-like editor standing behind his enormous desk, a rare smile splitting his blade-like face. "Bryce, my man, take a seat." Ritz never talked quietly. His voice was high, and it cut right through a person. You might think he was deaf, except that his ferret-like ears seemed to pick up the faintest whisper from the farthest corner, especially when it concerned him. More than one editor had been fired for whispering Ritz's nickname from 200 yards across a busy newsroom. It was an obvious nickname, just the substitution of one vowel for another, but it really got Ritz going. Harriman figured it was because he'd probably been called that as a child on the playground every day and never forgot it. Harriman disliked Ritz, as he disliked almost everything about the New York Post. It was embarrassing, physically embarrassing, to be working here. He adjusted his tie as he tried to make himself comfortable in the hard wooden chair Ritz tortured his reporters with. The editor came around and seated himself on the edge of the desk, lighting up a lucky strike. He no doubt thought of himself as a tough guy of the old school, hard drinking, tough talking, cigarette hanging off the lip kind of guy. The fact that smoking on the job was now illegal seemed to make him enjoy it all the more. Harriman suspected he also kept a cheap bottle of whiskey and a shot glass in a desk drawer. Black polyester pants, scuffed brown shoes, blue socks, Flatbush accent. Ritz was everything that Harriman's family had trained him all his life. Sent him to private school, given him an Ivy League education, never to be. And here he was, Harriman's boss. "This mink story is fabulous, Harriman, really fabulous." "Thank you, sir." "It was a real stroke of genius, Harriman, finding this guy the day before he left for the Virgin Islands, Galapagos, whatever. I have to tell you, when I first read your piece, I had my doubts. It struck me as a lot of New Age gosh, but it really hit a chord with our readers. Newsstand circs up 8%. That's great. Here at the Post, it was all about circulation. In the newsroom of the Times where he used to work, circulation had been a dirty word. Great? It's really fabulous. That's what reporting is all about. Readers. I wish some of these other jokers around here would realize that." The piercing voice was cutting a wide swath across the newsroom beyond. Harriman squirmed uncomfortably in the wooden seat. "Just when the devil-killing story was flagging, you find this guy Mink. I have to hand it to you. Every other paper in town was sitting around with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for the next killing. But you went out and made the news." "Thank you, sir." Ritz sucked in a few quarts of smoke and dropped the cigarette on the floor of his office, grounding it in with his toe, where about 20 others lay, all nicely flattened. He exhaled with a noisy emphysemic whistle. He lit another, looked up at Harriman, eyed him up and down. Harriman shifted again in his chair. Was there something wrong with the way he was dressed? Of course not. It was one of those things he'd been schooled in from day one. He knew just when to break out the madras, when to put away the seersucker, knew the acceptable shade of cordovan for tasseled loafers. And anyway, Ritz was the last person who could criticize anyone else's taste in clothes. The National Enquirer's picked up the story, USA Today, Regis, Good Day New York. I like the feel of this, Harriman. You've done well. In fact, well enough to make you a special correspondent at the crime desk. Harriman was astonished. He hadn't expected this. He tried to control his facial muscles. He didn't want to be seen grinning like an idiot, especially to Ritz. He nodded his head. Thank you very much, Mr. Ritz. I really appreciate it. Any reporter that pushes the circ up 8% in a week is gonna get noticed. It comes with a $10,000 raise, effective immediately. Thank you again. The managing editor seemed to be observing Harriman with ill-concealed amusement, looking him up and down again, eyes lingering on his tie, his striped shirt, his shoes. Listen, Harriman, as I said, your story touched a chord. Thanks to you, a bunch of New Agers and...
See what I'm getting at? Like I said, here at the Post, we don't sit around waiting for news to happen. We go out and make it happen. Yes, Mr. Ritz. Ritz lit up again. Can I give you some friendly advice, just between you and me? Sure. Lose the rep ties and the penny loafers. You look like a very Times reporter. This is the Post. This is where the excitement is. You sure as hell don't want to be back with those unpleasant types over there, do you? Now go on out and talk to every nut who's shaken a Bible. You've touched a nerve. Now you've got to keep the pressure on, keep the story building, and bring in a couple of colorful personalities. Find the leader of this rabble. What if there isn't a leader? Then make one. Set him up on a pedestal. Pin a very medal on him. I smell something big here. And you know what? In 30 years, I've never called a bad one. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Ritz. Harriman tried to keep the contempt out of his voice. He would do what Ritz wanted, but he would do it in his own way. Ritz sucked deep on his cigarette, tobacco hissing and spitting. Then he tossed the butt onto the floor and ground it out again with his foot. He coughed and smiled, displaying a rack of uneven teeth as yellowed as the stem of a corncob pipe. "Go get 'em, Harriman," he cackled. Vasquez worked off a piece of green chili beef jerky, chewed it meditatively, swallowed, and took a swig of bottled water. He went back to the cryptic crossword from the Times of London, pondered, made another entry, erased an earlier one, then set the puzzle aside. He sighed. He always felt a little nostalgic at the close of an operation, knowing he would have to leave, that all his preparations and deliberations and the cozy little world he had created would quickly become ancient history, pawed over by police officers and photographers. At the same time, he looked forward to seeing sunlight again, breathing fresh air, and listening to the thunder of surf. Funny, though, how he never felt quite so free and alive outside as he did within a cramped kill nest on the brink of a kill. He checked his equipment yet again. He looked through the scope, made an infinitesimal correction with the windage adjuster, then raised his eye to examine the flash hider. Just a few minutes now. The box magazine held 4 rounds, with another in the chamber. All he'd need was 2. Once again, he shed his clothes and put on his disguise. 5 minutes to 1. He glanced regretfully around his nest, at everything he would have to leave behind. How many times had he actually had the opportunity to finish a Times cryptic? He rested his eye against the scope and watched. The minutes ticked past. Once again, the door to the porte-cochere opened. Vasquez slowed his breathing, slowed his heart rate. Once again, Pendergast's head and shoulders appeared in the reticle. This time, Vasquez couldn't make out the butler, who must have been standing too far inside the door to be seen. But he was clearly there, because Pendergast was faced back toward the doorway, obviously talking to somebody. So much the better. An off-center shot to the back of the head would be just as hard to analyze later. His breath suspended, Timing his shots between heartbeats, Vasquez pressed his cheek against the pebbled stock and squeezed the trigger slowly. The weapon bucked in his hands. In a flash, he'd drawn the bolt, resighted, and fired again. The first shot had been perfectly placed. It spun the target in exactly the right way, the next shot coming a split second later, entering just above the ear, the head exploding in all directions. Pendergast fell back into the shadows of the doorframe and disappeared. Vasquez now moved with a swiftness born of years of practice. Leaving the lights out, he threw the gun and laptop into a duffel, slung it over his shoulder, and snugged on the night vision goggles that would help him to get out the back of the darkened building. He plugged the shooting hole, strode to the door, and with the battery-powered screwdriver backed out the 4 screws that held the door shut. Then he stripped off the gaffing tape sealing the jambs and quietly opened the door, stepping noiselessly into the hall. A flash of light overloaded his goggles, blinding him. He tore them off, reaching down to pull out a sidearm, but a figure in the hallway moved too fast. He was slammed into the wall, still blinded, and the gun went skittering down the passage. Vasquez swung wildly at his attacker, barely connecting, and received a tremendous blow to the ribs in return. He swung again, this time connecting solidly, dropping his assailant. It was the Southampton cop. In a fury, Vasquez yanked out his knife and leapt on him, aiming for the heart. A foot lashed out from one side. He felt it connect with his forearm, heard the snap, fell to the floor, and was immediately pinned. The cop was on him. And there, beyond the brilliant glow of the lamp, he stood. Pendergast, the man he had just killed. Vasquez stared, his mind instantly rearranging the facts. It had been a setup. They must have known almost from the start what was going on. Pendergast had played his part perfectly. Vasquez had shot some dummy, some special effects dummy. Mother of God! He had failed. Failed. Vasquez couldn't quite believe it. Pendergast was staring at him closely, frowning. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if in understanding. "His mouth," he said sharply. D'Agosta shoved something wooden between his teeth, as he would for a dog or a epileptic. But it wouldn't do any good, Vasquez thought, as the pain began to build in his broken arm. That wasn't where he carried his cyanide. The needle had been in the tip of his pinky finger, shot off many years ago, and now harnessed to another purpose. He pressed the prosthetic fingertip hard into his palm, felt the ampule break, pressed the needle into his skin. The pain died away as numbness began stealing up his arm. The day I fail is the day I die. The cab pulled up at the grand courtyard of the Helmsley Palace. D'Agosta hastened around the cab and opened the door for Hayward, who got out, looking around at the fanciful topiaries covered with lights, the Baroque facade of the Helmsley Palace rising around her. "This is where we're having dinner?" D'Agosta nodded. "Le Circus d'Omille. Oh my God! When I said a nice dinner, I didn't mean this." D'Agosta took her arm and led her to the door. "Why not? If we're going to start something, let's start it right." Hayward knew that Le Circus d'Omille was possibly the most expensive restaurant in New York City. She had always felt uncomfortable when men spent a pile on her, as if money was somehow the way to her heart. But this time, it felt different. It said something about Vinny D'Agosta, about how he looked at their relationship, that boded well for the future. Future? She wondered why that word had even entered her mind. This was a first date, sort of. D'Agosta wasn't even divorced, had a wife and kid in Canada. True, he was interesting, and he was a very good cop. Take it easy and see where it goes, that's all. They entered the restaurant, jammed, even on a Sunday night, and were met by one of those maitre d's who managed to convey an outward expression of groveling subservience while simultaneously projecting inner contempt. He regretted to inform them that, despite their reservation, the table wasn't ready. If they would care to make themselves comfortable in the bar, it shouldn't be more than 30 minutes, 40 at the outside.
Excuse me? Did you say 40 minutes? D'Agosta spoke in a quiet yet menacing way. There's a large party. I'll see what I can do. You'll see what you can do? D'Agosta smiled and took a step closer. Or you'll do it? I'll do what I can, sir. I have no doubt that what you can do is get us a table in 15 minutes, and that is what you will do. Of course, naturally, sir. Now the maitre d' was in full retreat.
And in the meantime, he went on, voice artificially high and bright, "I'll have a bottle of champagne sent to your table, compliments of the house." D'Agosta took her arm, and they went into the bar, which was decorated with a confusion of neon lights. Hayward figured must somehow represent the circus theme of the restaurant. It was fun if you didn't have to spend too long in there. They sat down at a table, and a waiter soon appeared unbidden with menus, 2 glasses, and a chilled bottle of Veuve Clicquot. She laughed. "That was pretty effective, the way you handled that maitre d'. If I can't intimidate a waiter, what kind of a cop am I?" I think he was expecting a tip. D'Agosta glanced at her quickly. "You do? But you managed it all right and saved yourself some money." D'Agosta grunted. "Next time I'll give him a $5. That would be worse than nothing at all. The going rate is at least 20. Jesus, life is complicated at the top." He raised his glass. "Toast?" She raised hers. "To," he hesitated, "to New York's finest." She felt relieved he hadn't said what she expected. They clinked glasses. She sipped, looking at him while he studied the menu the waiter had left. It seemed he'd slimmed down a bit since she first ran into him at Cuthbert's apartment. He'd mentioned something about working out every day, and it was pretty evident he wasn't kidding. Working out and shooting at the 27th Precinct range. She took in his hard, clean jawline, jet black hair, soft brown eyes. He had a nice face, a really nice face. He seemed to be that rarest of finds in New York, a genuinely decent guy, with strong, old-fashioned values, solid, kind, steady, but no wimp, as proved by his surprising intensity 3 nights before in her office. She found herself blushing and tingling at the same time, and she covered it by raising her own menu. She glanced over the list of main courses and was horrified to see that the cheapest, the paupiette of Black Sea bass, was $39. The cheapest appetizer was $23 for the braised pig's feet and cheeks. No, thank you. Her eye looked in vain for anything under $20, finally coming to rest on the dessert menu, where the first item that caught her eye, a donut, was $10. Well, there was no help for it. She swallowed and began picking out her dishes, trying to avoid adding up the sums in her head. Vincent was looking over the wine list, and she had to admit he hadn't lost any color, at least not yet. In fact, he seemed positively expansive. "Red or white?" he asked. "I think I'm going to have fish. White, then. The cake-bread Chardonnay." He shut the menu and smiled at her. "This is fun, don't you think? I've never been in a restaurant like this in my life." "Me neither, to tell you the truth." By the time their table was ready, 15 minutes later, the bottle of champagne was half gone, and Hayward was feeling no pain. The maitre d' seated them in the first dining room, a spacious chamber done in opulent Second Empire style, with gilded moldings, high windows with silk brocade draperies, and crystal chandeliers. The effect curiously enhanced by suspended neon lighting and several floral arrangements as large as small elephants. The only drawback was the large party next to them, a table of loud people from one of the outer boroughs, Queens by the accent. Well, you can't bar people at the door because they have the wrong accent, she thought. D'Agosta ordered for them, and Hayward was once again impressed with his self-assurance, which she hadn't expected, especially in a place like this. "Where'd you learn so much about hot cuisine?" she asked. "Are you kidding?" D'Agosta grinned. "I recognized about half the words on the menu. I was just winging it." "Well, you could have fooled me. Maybe it's all the time I'm spending with Pendergast. He's rubbing off on me." She nudged him. "Isn't that Michael Douglas in the corner?" He turned. "So it is." Turned back, unimpressed.
She nodded. And look who's over there. A woman sat in a quiet corner by herself, eating a plate of French fries, dipping each one in a large dish of ketchup and pushing them into her mouth with evident satisfaction. D'Agosta stared. She kinda looks familiar. Who is she? You've been living under a rock. Madonna. Really? Must have dyed her hair or something. This would make a great scene in a novel. Maybe you're next. There won't be a next. Why not? I love those 2 books you wrote. You've got real talent. He shook his head. Talent, maybe. My problem is, I don't have the touch. What touch? He rubbed his fingers together. The money touch. A lot of people never get 1 novel published. You got 2, and they were good. You can't give it up totally, Vinny. He shook his head. Did I ever tell you this isn't my favorite subject? I'll drop it if you want. For now. I actually wanted to ask you a question. I know we shouldn't be talking shop, but how in the world did Pendergast know that guy, what's his name, Vasquez, was gunning for him? Interpol's been chasing that killer for 10 years, and he's a pro if ever there was one. I could hardly believe it myself, but when he explained, it made perfect sense. Bullard, who was no doubt behind it, felt threatened enough to set 2 goons on me after our first interview. Pendergast figured Bullard was desperate to leave the country and wouldn't let anybody stand in his way. He also figured Bullard would try again, this time against him. So he asked himself how a professional killer would do it. The answer was obvious. Set yourself up in the vacant building across the street from his house. So right after we took Bullard downtown, Pendergast began watching the boarded-up windows of that building with a telescope. Soon enough, he noticed a fresh hole cut in the plywood. Bingo! That's when he let me in on it, told me what he was planning to do. Next, Pendergast established a routine so he could control when the man would strike. But how did he have the guts to walk in and out of his house, leaving himself exposed? Whenever he stepped out of the building, he had Proctor train the telescope on the peephole. At one point, he had me shoot out a bulb on the street at a critical moment. That's when he tagged the man's weapon, knew the killer had missed his opportunity for the day. Figured he'd therefore act the next. So last night we had the dummy all ready for him. Proctor handled it perfectly, wheeled it out so just the upper part was visible. But why not just go in and take the guy out beforehand? Why run the risk? No proof, for one thing. On top of that, the guy was barricaded in there. He might have slipped through our fingers. As you said, he was a real pro. And for sure he would have put up resistance. His vulnerable moment was while he was escaping. We just waited for him to run into our trap. Hayward nodded. That explains a lot. Too bad the guy took the suicide route. Their first courses arrived, whisked to their table by no less than 3 waiters, with the sommelier hard on their heels to fill their wine glasses and another functionary to top off their water glasses. "Now I've got a question for you," said D'Agosta. "How'd you make captain? So fast, I mean." "There's no great mystery. I saw how things were going, so I went and got my MS from NYU in forensic psychology. A degree really helps these days, and of course, it didn't hurt that I'm a woman. Affirmative action? More like belated action. Once the lid of oppression was lifted off the force by Commissioner Rocker, naturally some of us rose to the surface. They looked around in a panic and realized there weren't any high-level women on the force because they'd been discriminating against us forever, and began promoting. I was in the right place at the right time with the right test scores and credentials. Ambition and talent had nothing to do with it? I wouldn't say that. She smiled. Neither would I. Vincent sipped his wine. Where'd you grow up? Macon, Georgia. My dad was a welder, my mom a homemaker. I had an older brother killed in Vietnam.
Friendly fire. I was 8. I'm sorry. Hayward shook her head. My parents never recovered. Dad died a year later. Mom the year after that. Cancer, both of them. But I think it was more from grief. He was their pride and joy. That's really hard. That was a long time ago, and I had a wonderful grandmother in Islip who raised me.
It helped me realize I was pretty much alone in this world and that nobody would kick ass for me. I'd have to do the kicking myself. You've done a good job of it. It's a game. He paused. You really shooting for commissioner? She smiled, saying nothing, then raised her glass. Nice to have you back in the Big Apple where you belong, Vinny. I'll drink to that. You don't know how I've missed this town. Best place in the world to be a cop. When I was a lieutenant, back during the museum murders, I never really appreciated it. I thought it would be great to get out of the city, live in the country, breathe fresh air for a change, listen to the birds chirping, watch the leaves turn color. I wanted to go fishing every Sunday. But you know what? Fishing is boring. The birds wake you up in the morning, and instead of Lyceric, up in Radium Hot Springs, you've got Betty Day's family-style restaurant, where you can feed a family of 4 for what it costs here to buy a donut. Yeah, but who wants chicken fried steak at $4.99 when you can have duck magret dusted with Espelette pimento for only 41 bucks? Hayward laughed. That's what I love about New York. Nothing's normal. Everything's totally over the top. Here we are having dinner in the same room with Madonna and Michael Douglas. New York'll drive you crazy, but it's never boring. She took a sip of wine, and the waiter rushed over to refill her glass. Is there really a town called Radium Hot Springs up there? It sounds like a joke. I've been there. I'm pretty sure it's real. What was it like? I kid about it, but it wasn't a bad place. Small town, good values. Canadians are a friendly bunch. But it wasn't home. I always felt like an exile, you know what I mean? And it was too very quiet. I thought I'd go crazy. I couldn't concentrate with all those chirping birds. Give me the roar of rock-solid Friday afternoon midtown gridlock, stretching from river to river. Man, that's the voice of life itself. Hayward laughed as their main courses arrived with a flurry of white-gloved waiters. I could definitely get used to this, said D'Agasta, leaning back and tucking into his duck magret, following it with a swig of Chardonnay. Hayward placed a sea scallop étouffée in her mouth and savored it. She didn't believe she had ever tasted anything quite so good in her life. You did well, Vinny, she said with a smile. You really did well. D'Agasta had never been in the place before, but everything about it was dismally familiar. At least the sharp tang of alcohol and formaldehyde, and God only knew what other chemicals, helped chase away a lingering hangover. He and Laura Hayward hadn't left the restaurant until 11:30 the night before. At the sommelier's suggestion, he'd splurged on a demi-bottle of dessert wine, Chateau de Yacoume 1990. It had cost him a week's pay at least, and it had proved to be the most wonderful wine he'd ever tasted. The whole evening had proved wonderful, in fact. What a tragedy that it had to be followed up by this. The mingled smell of formalin, bodily fluids, and decomposition, the overly clean stainless steel surfaces, the bank of refrigerating units, the sinister-looking diner lurking in the background, the attending pathologist, and, of course, the cadaver, star of the show, lying in the middle of the room on an old marble autopsy table, illuminated by its very own spotlight. It had been autopsied. Disassembled was more like it, and a bunch of withered, sliced, and diced organs lay arrayed around the corpse, each in its own plastic container. Brain, heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, and a bunch of other dark lumps D'Agasta did not care to guess at. Still, this wasn't as bad as some. Maybe it was because the parade of insects had come and gone, and the corpse had decayed to the point where it was as much skeleton as flesh. Or perhaps it was because the smell of suppulation had almost been replaced by a smell of earth. Or maybe, D'Agasta hoped, maybe he was finally getting used to it. Or was he? He felt that familiar tightening in his throat. At least he'd been smart enough to skip breakfast.
He watched the doctor standing at the head of the corpse, round black glasses pulled down on his nose, thumbing through a clipboard. He was a laconic type, with salt and pepper hair and a slow, economical way of talking. He looked irritated. "Well, well," he said, flipping over papers. "Well, well." Pendergast was restlessly circling the corpse. "The death certificate listed lung cancer as the cause of death," he said. "I am aware of that," the doctor replied. "I was the attending physician then, and at your request I have been hauled back here to be the attending pathologist now." The man's voice was brittle with grievance. "I thank you." The doctor nodded tersely, then went back to the clipboard. "I've performed a complete autopsy on the cadaver, and the lab results have come back. Now, what is it exactly that you would like to know? First things first, I'm assuming you confirmed this is indeed the body of Renier Beckman." "Without question. I checked dental records." "Excellent. Please proceed." "I'll summarize my original records and diagnosis." The doctor flipped over some pages. On March 4th, 1995, the patient, Renier Beckman, was brought to the ER by ambulance. The symptoms indicated advanced stages of cancer. Tests confirmed an extensive-stage small-cell lung carcinoma with distant metastases. Essentially a hopeless case. The cancer had spread throughout the body, and general organ failure was imminent. Mr. Beckman never left the hospital and died 2 weeks later. "You're sure he died in the hospital?" "Yes, I saw him every day on my rounds until he died." "And your recollection, going back over a decade, is still clear?" "Absolutely." The doctor stared at Pendergast over the tops of his glasses. "Proceed." "I conducted this autopsy in 2 stages. The first was to test my original determination of cause of death. There had been no autopsy. Standard procedure. The cause of death was evident, there was no family request, and no suspicion of foul play. The state obviously doesn't pay for an autopsy just for the hell of it." Pendergast nodded. "The second stage of my autopsy, as per your request, was to identify any unusual pathologies, conditions, wounds, toxins, or other irregularities associated with the body." "And the results?" "I confirmed Beckman died of general organ failure associated with cancer." Pendergast quickly fixed his silvery eyes again on the doctor. He said nothing. The skeptical look said it all. The doctor returned the look steadily. Then he continued, voice calm. "The primary was a tumor in his left lung the size of a grapefruit. There were gross secondary metastatic tumors in the kidneys, liver, and brain. The only surprising thing about this man's death is that he hadn't showed up in the emergency room earlier. He must have been in tremendous pain, barely able to function." "Go on," Pendergast said in a low voice. "Aside from the cancer, the patient showed advanced cirrhosis of the liver, heart disease, and a suite of other chronic but not yet acute symptoms associated with alcohol and poor nutrition. And that's all. No toxins or drugs present in the blood or tissues. No unusual wounds or pathologies, at least none detectable after embalming and almost 10 years in the ground. No sign of heat." "Heat? What do you mean?" "No indication that the body had experienced the peri-mortem application of heat?" "Absolutely not. Heat would have caused a host of obvious cell changes. I've looked at 40, maybe 50 sections of tissue from this cadaver, and not one showed changes associated with heat. What an extraordinary question, Mr. Pendergast."
Pendergast spoke again, his voice still low. "Small cell lung cancer is caused almost exclusively by smoking. Am I correct, doctor?" "You are correct." "That he died of cancer is beyond a reasonable doubt, then, doctor." Pendergast allowed a skeptical tone to tinge his voice. Exasperated, the pathologist reached down, grabbed 2 halves of a shriveled brown lump, and shoved them in Pendergast's face. "There it is, Mr. Pendergast. If you don't believe me, believe this. Take it. Feel the malignancy of this tumor.
As sure as I'm standing here, that's what killed Beckman." It was a long, silent walk back to the car. Pendergast slipped behind the wheel. Today he'd driven himself to Yonkers, and they exited the parking lot. As they left the gray huddle of downtown behind, Pendergast spoke at last. "Beckman spoke to us quite eloquently, wouldn't you say, Vincent?" "Yeah, and he stank, too." What he said, however, was, I must confess, something of a surprise. I shall have to write the good doctor a letter of thanks. He swung the wheel sharply, and the rolls turned onto Executive Boulevard, passing the on-ramp for the Sawmill River Parkway. The Gosta looked over in surprise. "Aren't we heading back to New York City?" Pendergast shook his head. "Jeremy Grove died exactly 2 weeks ago. Cutforth 1 week ago. We came to Yonkers to get some answers. I'm not leaving until we have them." The bus inched through a long, white-tiled tunnel in stop-and-go traffic and emerged from an underpass, a long ramp amidst steel girders in semi-darkness. New York City, thought the Reverend Wayne P. Buck. Beyond the web of steel, he could see limpid sunlight, sooty tenements, a brief glimpse of skyscrapers. The bus lurched back into darkness, the brakes chuffing as the line of traffic stopped again. Buck felt an indescribable mix of emotions: excitement, fear, destiny, a sense of confronting the unknown. It was the same thing he had felt a couple of years ago, the day he'd been released from prison after serving 9 years for murder, too. It had been a long, slow slide for Buck. Delinquency, failed jobs, booze, stealing cars, bank robbery, and then the fateful day when everything went wrong and had ended up shooting a convenience store clerk, killing a poor, innocent man. As the bus crept forward again, his mind went back over the arrest, trial, sentence of 25 to life, the manacled walk into the bowels of the prison. A period of darkness, best forgotten. And then conversion, born again in prison. Just as Jesus raised up the whore, Mary Magdalene, he raised up the alcoholic, the murderer, the man who had been cast away by all others, even his own family. After his salvation, Buck began reading the Bible, again and again, cover to cover, Old Testament and New. He started preaching a little, a few words here, a helping hand there. He formed a study group. Gradually, he'd built up the respect and trust of the prisoners who had ears for the good word. He was soon spending most of his time assisting in the salvation of others, that and playing chess. There wasn't much else to do. Magazines were showcases of materialism. Television was worse. And books other than the Bible seemed full of profanity, violence, and sex. As parole grew near, Buck began to feel that his ministry in prison was preparation for something else, that God had a greater purpose for him, which would be revealed in time. After he got out, he drifted from one small town to another, mostly along the border between California and Arizona, preaching the word, letting God clothe and feed him. His reading began to expand, first Bunyan, then St. Augustine, then Dante in translation. And always, always, he waited for the call. And now, when he least expected it, the call had come. God's purpose for him stood revealed. Who would have thought that his call would take him to New York City, the greatest concentration of spiritual bankruptcy and evil in all America? Vegas, L.A., and other such places were merely sideshows to New York. But that was the beauty of doing God's will. Just as God had sent St. Paul to Rome, into the black heart of paganism, so had he sent Wayne P. Buck to New York. The bus stopped, lurched again, everyone's head swaying in unison with the movements. They were now on some kind of concrete ramp, climbing a rising spiral between crisscross girders. It put Buck in mind of Dante's circles of hell. In a moment, the bus plunged back into darkness and the stench of diesel, the sound of air brakes hissing demonically.
It seemed they were at the depot, but a depot such as Buck had never seen or imagined in all his born days. The bus ground to a halt. The driver said something unintelligible over the public address system, and there was a great sigh of air as the door opened. Buck exited. The others all had to wait for their baggage, but he was a free man, without possessions or money, just as it had been 6 years ago when he walked out into the bright sunlight of Joliet. Without knowing where he was going, he followed a crush of people down a series of escalators and through an immense terminal. Moments later, he found himself outdoors, on the pavement of a great street. He stopped and looked around, feeling a rush of dread mingling with the spiritual vigor. As I walked through the wilderness of this world. Jesus had spent 40 days and nights in the desert, tempted by the devil. And verily, this was the desert of the 21st century, this wasteland of human souls. He began walking, letting Jesus take him where he would. Despite the crowded sidewalks, nobody seemed to notice him. The streams of humanity parted around him, then flowed together again behind him, like a river embracing a rock. He crossed a broad thoroughfare, walked down a canyon-like street thrown into deep shadow by buildings that rose on both sides. Within a few minutes, he arrived at another intersection, even wider than before, with roads coming in from all sides. Huge billboards and garish 40-foot neon marquees announced he was standing in Times Square. He looked skyward. It was a heady experience, surrounded by the mighty works of man, the modern-day glass and steel towers. It was all too easy to see how one could be seduced by such a place, how quickly one could lose first one's conviction, then one's soul. He lowered his eyes again to the traffic, the noise, the great rush and press of humanity. The words of John Bunyan came to him again. "You dwell in the city of destruction. I see it to be so. And, dying there, sooner or later, you will sink lower than the grave, into a place that burns with fire and brimstone. Be content, good neighbors, and go along with me." Lost, all lost. But perhaps not all. Here and there, Buck knew, walked those who could still be saved. The righteous people, with the grace of God in their souls. He did not yet know who they were, and it was likely even they didn't know. Be content, good neighbors, and go along with me. It was for them he had come to New York City. These were the ones he would pull back from the brink. The rest would be swept away in the blink of an eye. For hours Buck walked. He could sense the siren-like call of the city tugging at him, its urban window displays, its unbelievable opulence, its stretched limousines. Buck's nostrils filled with the stench of rotting garbage one moment, and the next with the scent of expensive perfume from some lynx-eyed temptress in a tight dress. He was in the belly of the beast, for sure. God had entrusted him with a mission. God had given him his own 40 days in the desert, and he would not fail. He had spent his last nickel on the bus ticket, and had not eaten at all during the ride. Somehow, the hunger, the fasting, had sharpened his mind. But if he was to do God's will, he had to seek nourishment for his body. His wanderings took him to a Salvation Army soup kitchen.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He went in, waited in line, sat silently with the derelicts, and ate a bowl of macaroni and cheese with a couple slices of unbuttered Wonder Bread and a cup of coffee. As he ate, he slipped the shabby paper out of his pocket and perused the soiled article yet again. It was God's message to him, and every time he read it, he felt fortified, refreshed, determined. After his simple meal, he left and began walking again, a new spring in his step. He passed a newsstand and paused, his eye catching the headline of the New York Post. "The end is nigh. Satanists, Pentecostals, and prophets of doom continue to converge at sight of devil killing." He instinctively shoved his hand in his pocket before remembering he had no money. He paused. What to do? This headline was, without a doubt, another message from God. Nothing happened in this world without significance. Not even the slightest sparrow could fall from the tree. He needed money. He needed a bed for the night. He needed a change of clothes. God clothed the lilies of the field. Would he not clothe him? That had always been Buck's philosophy. But sometimes God liked to see a little initiative. Buck looked up. He was in front of a huge building, guarded by two massive stone lions. The New York Public Library, the legend said. A temple to Mammon, no doubt filled with pornography and immoral books. He hastened around the corner. There, beside a small but nicely manicured park, were a number of people with chessboards set up and ready for play. They weren't playing each other. They seemed to be waiting for passers-by. He approached, curious. "Play?" one of them asked. Buck paused. $5, the man said. "For what?" "Game of 10-second chess." $5. Buck almost walked on. It might be considered a form of gambling. But then he paused. Was this, too, a little help from God? Buck sensed these players were good. They had to be. But what did he have to lose? He sat down. The man immediately moved his queen's pawn, and Buck countered, 10 seconds for each move. 10 minutes later, Buck was sitting on a bench in the park behind the library, reading the Post. The article told of small gatherings of people in front of the building where the devil had taken the man named Cutforth. It even gave the address, 842 Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue, the legendary Fifth Avenue, the Mephistophelian heart of New York City. It all fit together. He tore out the article and folded it up with the other, carefully slipping them into his shirt pocket. He would not go there now. That could wait. Like David, he needed to gird his loins, prepare himself spiritually. He had not come to preach. He had come to do battle for the world. He checked his pocket. $4.50. Not nearly enough to find a bed for the night. He wondered just how God might help him multiply that money, as Jesus had multiplied the loaves and the fishes.
There were still a few hours before sunset. Jesus would help him, Buck knew. Jesus would surely help him. Beckman's last known place of residence, as listed on the death certificate, was not far from the potter's field in which he was buried. Pendergast drove slowly past the decrepit building and parked before a package store a few doors down. 3 old alcoholics sat on the front stoop, watching as they got out of the car. "Nice neighborhood," said D'Agasta, looking around at the 6-story brick tenements festooned with rusting fire escapes. "Indeed," D'Agasta nodded in the direction of the 3 rummies, who had gone back to passing around a bottle of night train. "Wonder if those 3 know anything." Pendergast gestured for him to proceed. "What? Me? Of course. You are a man of the street. You speak their language." "If you say so." D'Agasta glanced around again, then headed into the package store. He returned a few minutes later with a bottle in a brown paper bag. "A gift for the natives? I'm just taking a page from your book." Pendergast raised his eyebrows. "Remember our little journey underground during the subway massacre case? You brought a bottle along as currency." "Ah, yes, our tea party with Mephisto." Bottle in hand, D'Agasta ambled up to the stoop, pausing before the men. "How are you boys today?" Silence. "I'm Sergeant D'Agasta, and this is my associate, Special Agent Pendergast, FBI." Silence. "We're not here to cause trouble, gentlemen. I'm not even going to ask your names. We're just looking for any information on one Rainier Beckman, who lived here several years back." 3 pairs of rheumy eyes continued staring at him. One of the men hawked up a gobbet of phlegm and deposited it gently between his badly scuffed shoes. With a rustle, D'Agasta removed the bottle from the paper bag. He held it up. The light shone through it, illuminating pieces of fruit floating in an amber-colored liquid. The oldest wino turned to the others. "Rockin' rye. The cop has class. Beware of cops bearing gifts." Pendergast glanced at Pendergast, who was looking on from a few paces back, hands in his pockets. He turned back. "Look, guys, don't make a fool out of me in front of the feds, okay? Please." The oldest man shifted. "Now that you've said the magic word, have a seat." D'Agasta perched gingerly on the sticky steps. The man reached out a hand for the bottle, took a swig, spat out a piece of fruit, passed it on. "You too, friend," he said to Pendergast. "I would prefer to stand, thank you." There were some chuckles. "My name's Jedediah," said the oldest drunk. "Call me Jed." "You're looking for who again?" "Rainier Beckman," said Pendergast. 2 of the drunks shrugged, but after a moment Jed nodded slowly. "Beckman. Name rings a bell. He lived in room 4C, died of cancer almost 10 years ago." Jed thought another moment, took a swig of the rockin' rye to lubricate the brain cells. "I remember now. He's the guy who used to play gin rummy with Willie. Willie's gone too. Man, did they argue. Cancer, you say?" He shook his head. "Did you know anything about his life, marriage, former addresses, that sort of thing? He was a college-educated fellow, smart. Nobody ever came to visit him, didn't seem to have any kids or family. He might have been married, I suppose. For a while I thought he had a girl named Kay." "Kay? Yeah. He'd say her name now and then, usually when he was mad at himself, like when he lost at rummy. 'Kay Biscaro,' he'd say, as if he wouldn't have been in such a fix if she were there to look after him." Pendergast nodded. "Any friends of his still here we could talk to?" "Can't think of anybody. Beckman mostly kept to himself. He was sort of depressed." "I see." D'Agasta shifted on the uncomfortable stoop. "When someone dies here, what usually happens to his stuff?" "They clean out his room and throw it away. Except that John sometimes saves a few things." "John?" "Yeah, he saves dead people's gosh. He's a little strange." "Did John save any of Beckman's possessions?" Pendergast asked. "Maybe. His room's full of junk. Why don't you go on up there? It's 6A, top floor, head of the stairs." Pendergast thanked the man, then led the way into the dim lobby and up the wooden staircase. The treads creaked alarmingly under their feet. As they reached the 6th floor, Pendergast laid a hand on D'Agasta's arm. "I compliment you on your adroitness back there," he said. "Thinking to ask about his belongings was a clever move. Care to handle John, too?" "Sure thing. D'Agosta rapped on the door marked 6A, but it was already ajar and creaked inward at his knock. It opened a little.
A white-haired man lay on the filthy bed, fully clothed. He looked at them but did not rise or move. "John?" D'Agosta asked. He gave a faint nod. D'Agosta went over to the bed, showed his badge. The man's face was creased and sunken, and his eyes were yellow. "We just want a little bit of information, and then we'll be gone." "Yes," the man said. His voice was quiet, slow, and sad. "Jed, downstairs, said you might have saved some personal effects belonging to Rainier Beckman, who lived here several years back." There was a long pause. The yellowed eyes glanced over toward one of the piles. In the corner, second box from the bottom, Beck written on it. D'Agosta laboriously made his way to the tottering stack and found the box in question, stained, moldy, and half flattened from the weight of the boxes on top. "May I take a look?" The man nodded. D'Agosta shifted the boxes and retrieved Beckman's. It was small. Inside were a few books and an old cigar box wrapped in rubber bands. Pendergast came up and looked over his shoulder. "James, letters from Florence," he murmured, glancing at the spines of the books. "Berenson, Italian painters of the Renaissance. Vasari, lives of the painters. Cellini, autobiography. I see our Mr. Beckman was interested in Renaissance art history." D'Agosta picked up the cigar box and began to remove the rubber bands, which were so old and rotten they snapped at his touch. He opened the lid. The box exuded a perfume of dust, old cigars, and paper. Inside, he could see a moth-eaten rabbit's foot, a gold cross, a picture of Padre Pio, an old postcard of Moosehead Lake in Maine, a greasy pack of cards, a toy corgi car, some coins, a couple of matchbooks, and a few other mementos. "Looks like we found Beckman's little chest of treasures," he said. Pendergast nodded. He reached over and picked up the matchbook. "Trattatoria del Carmine," he read aloud. His slender white fingers drifted over the coins and other mementos. Next he reached for the books, plucking the Vasari from the box and leafing through it. "Required reading for anyone wishing to understand the Renaissance," he said. "And look at this." He handed the book to D'Agosta. Scrawled on the flyleaf was a dedication. "To Rainier, my favorite student, Charles F. Ponsonby, Jr." D'Agosta took out a book himself. There was no inscription in this one, but as he rifled through it, a photograph dropped from between the pages. He picked it off the floor. It was a faded color snapshot of 4 youths, all male, arms draped around each other's necks, before what looked like a blurry marble fountain. D'Agosta heard a sharp intake of breath from Pendergast. "May I?" the agent asked. D'Agosta handed him the photograph. He stared at it intently, then handed it back. "The one on the far right, I believe, is Beckman. And do you recognize his friends?" D'Agosta looked. Almost instantly he recognized the massive head and jutting brows of Loch Bullard. The others took a moment longer, but once recognized were unmistakable: Nigel Cutforth and Jeremy Grove. He glanced over at Pendergast. The man's silvery eyes were positively glittering. "There it is, Vincent, the connection we've been looking for." He turned to the man lying on the bed. D'Agosta had almost forgotten him, he had been so silent. "John, may we take these items?" "It's what I've been saving them for." "How so?" D'Agosta asked. "That's what I do. I keep the things, they treasured, in trust for their families." "Who's they?" "The ones that die." "Do the families ever come?" The question hung in the air. "Everybody has a family," John finally said. It looked to D'Agosta like some of the boxes were so rotten and discolored they'd been sitting around for 20 years. It was a long time to wait for a family member to come calling. "Did you know Beckman well?" The man shook his head. He kept to himself. "Did he ever have visitors?" "No." The man sighed.
His hair was brittle and his eyes were watering. It seemed to D'Agosta that he was dying, that he knew it, and that he welcomed it. Pendergast picked up the small box of memorabilia and tucked it under his arm. "Is there anything we can do for you, John?" he asked quietly. The man shook his head and turned to the wall. They left the room without speaking. At the stoop, they passed the three drunks again. "Find what you were looking for?" Jed asked. "Yes," said D'Agosta. "Thanks." The man touched his brow with his finger. D'Agosta turned. "What will happen to all the stuff in John's room when he dies?" The drunk shrugged. "They'll toss it." "That was a most valuable visit," Pendergast said as they got into the car. "We now know that Rainier Beckman lived in Italy, probably in 1974, that he spoke Italian, perhaps fluently." D'Agosta looked at him, astonished. "How did you figure that out?" "It's what he said when he lost at Rummy. Che Biscaro. It's not a name, it's an expression. Che Biscaro. It's Italian, a Florentine dialect expostulation meaning, 'What a jerk.' Only someone who had lived in Florence would know it. The coins in that cigar box are all Italian lira, dated 1974 and before. The fountain behind the Four Friends, although I don't recognize it, is clearly Italianate." D'Agosta shook his head. "You figured all that out just from that little box of things?" "Sometimes the small things speak the loudest." And as the rolls shot from the curb and accelerated down the street, Pendergast glanced over. "Would you slide my laptop out of the dash there, Vincent? Let us find out what light Professor Charles F. Ponsonby, Jr. can shed on things." As Pendergast drove south, D'Agosta booted the laptop, accessed the internet via a wireless cellular connection, and initiated a search on Charles F. Ponsonby, Jr. Within a few minutes, he had more information than he knew what to do with, starting with the fact that Ponsonby was Lyman Professor of Art History at Princeton University. "I thought the name was familiar," Pendergast said. "A specialist in the Italian Renaissance, I believe. Lucky for us he's still teaching, no doubt as Professor Emeritus by now. Bring up his curriculum vitae, if you will, Vincent." As Pendergast merged onto the New Jersey Turnpike and smoothly accelerated into the afternoon traffic, D'Agosta read off the professor's appointments, awards, and publications. It was a lengthy process, made lengthier by the numerous abstracts Pendergast insisted on hearing recited verbatim. At last he was done. Pendergast thanked him, then slipped out his cell phone, dialed, spoke to directory information, redialed, spoke again briefly. "Ponsonby will see us," he said, accented Pendergast. "We're very close, Vincent. The photograph proves that all four of them were together at least once. Now we need to know exactly where they met, and, even more important, just what happened during that fateful encounter to somehow bind them together for the rest of their lives." Pendergast pushed the car still faster. D'Agosta shot a surreptitious glance in his direction. The man looked positively eager, like a hound on a scent. 90 minutes later, the Rolls was cruising down Nassau Street, quaint shops on the left and the Princeton campus on the right, Gothic buildings rising from manicured lawns. Pendergast slid the Rolls into a parking space and fed the meter, nodding to a crowd of students who stopped to gawk. They crossed the street, passed through the great iron gates, and approached the enormous facade of Firestone Library, the largest open-stack library in the world. A small man with a thatch of untidy white hair stood before the glass doors. He was exactly what D'Agosta imagined a Professor Ponsonby would look like, fussy, tweedy, and pedantic. The only thing missing was a briar pipe. "Professor Ponsonby?" Pendergast asked. "You're the FBI agent," the man replied, in a reedy voice, making a show of examining his watch. 3 minutes late, D'Agosta thought. Pendergast shook his hand. "Indeed I am. You didn't say anything about bringing a policeman." D'Agosta felt himself bristling at the way he pronounced the word.
"May I present my associate, Sergeant Vincent D'Agosta?" The professor shook his hand with obvious reluctance. I have to tell you, Agent Pendergast, that I don't much like being questioned by the FBI. I will not be bullied into giving out information on former students. Of course. Now, Professor, where may we chat? We can talk right there, on that bench. I would rather not bring an FBI agent and a policeman back to my office, if you don't mind. Of course. The professor marched stiffly over to a bench beneath ancient sycamores and sat down, fussily cocking one knee over the other. Pendergast strolled over and took a seat beside him. There wasn't room for Dagosta, so he stood to one side, arms folded. Ponsonby removed a briar pipe from his pocket, knocked out the dottle, began packing it. Now it's perfect, thought Dagosta. You aren't the Charles Ponsonby who just won the Berenson Medal in Art History, are you? Asked Pendergast. I am. He removed a box of wooden matches from his pocket, extracted one, and lit the pipe, sucking in the flame with a low gurgle. Ah, then you are the author of that new catalogue raisonné of Pontormo. Correct. A splendid book. Thank you. I shall never forget seeing the Visitation in the little church in Carmignano, the most perfect orange in all of art history. In your book. May we get to the point, Mr. Pendergast? There was a silence. Ponsonby apparently had no interest in discussing academic subjects with gumshoes, no matter how cultivated. For once, Pendergast's usual charm offensive had failed. I believe you had a student named Ranier Beckman, Pendergast went on. You mentioned that on the phone. I was his thesis advisor. I wonder if I could ask you a few questions. Why don't you ask him directly? I have no intention of becoming an FBI informant, thank you. Dagosta had run into this type before. Deeply suspicious of law enforcement, treating every question as a personal challenge. They refused to be flattered into compliance and fought you every step of the way, citing all kinds of spurious legalisms about the right to privacy, the Fifth Amendment, the usual nonsense. Oh, you didn't know, Pendergast said, his voice smooth as honey. Mr. Beckman died, tragically. Silence. No, I didn't know. More silence. How? Now it was Pendergast's turn to be unforthcoming. Instead, he dropped another tantalizing nugget. I've just come from the exhumation of his body. But perhaps this isn't an appropriate topic of conversation, seeing as how you two weren't close. Whoever told you that was misinformed. Ranier was one of my best students. Then how is it you didn't hear about his death? The professor shifted uneasily. We lost touch after he graduated. I see. Then perhaps you won't be able to help us after all, and Pendergast made a show of preparing to stand. He was a brilliant student, one of the best I've ever had. I was very disappointed he didn't want to go on to graduate school. He wanted to go to Europe, do a grand tour on his own, a sort of wandering journey without any kind of academic structure. I didn't approve. Ponsonby paused. May I ask how he died and why the body was exhumed? I'm sorry, but that information can be disclosed only to Mr. Beckman's family and friends. I tell you, we were very close. I gave him a book at parting. I've only done that with half a dozen students in my 40 years of teaching. And this was in 1976? No, it was in 1974. The professor was very glad to offer the correction. Then a new thought seemed to strike him. He looked at Pendergast afresh. It wasn't homicide, was it? Really, Professor, unless you can get the permission of a family member to release this information, you do know someone in his family, I dare say. The professor's face fell. No, no one. Pendergast arched his eyebrows in surprise. He wasn't close to his family? I can't recall him ever mentioning them. Pity. And so, you say that Beckman left for Europe in 1974, right after graduation, and that was the last you heard of him? No, I got a note from Scotland at the end of August of that year. He was preparing to leave some farming commune he'd joined and head to Italy. I felt it was just some stage he had to go through. To tell you the truth, these past dozen years, I'd been half expecting to see his name turn up in one of the journals, or perhaps to hear of an art opening of his. I've often thought of him over the years. Really, Mr. Pendergast, I would appreciate hearing anything you might be able to tell me about him. Pendergast paused.
It would be highly irregular. He let his voice trail off. Dagosta had to smile. Flattery hadn't worked, so Pendergast had taken another tack, and now he had the professor begging him for information. Surely you can at least tell me how he died. His pipe had gone out, and Pendergast wetted while the professor drew out another match. As Ponsonby struck it, Pendergast spoke. He died an alcoholic in a flophouse in Yonkers and was buried in the local potter's field. The professor dropped the burning match, his face a mask of horror. Good God, I had no idea. Very tragic. The professor tried to cover up his shock by opening the matchbox again, but his shaking hand spilled them over the bench. Pendergast helped pick them up. The professor poked them back one by one into the trembling box. He put his pipe away, unlit. Dagosta was surprised to see the old man's eyes film over. "Such a fine student," he said, almost to himself. Pendergast let the silence grow. Then he slipped Beckman's copy of Lives of the Painters out from his suit coat and held it out to Ponsonby. For a moment, the old man didn't appear to recognize it. Then he started violently. "Where did you get this?" he asked, grasping it quickly. It was with Mr. Beckman's effects. "This is the book I gave him." As he opened the flyleaf to the dedication page, the photograph slipped out. "What's this?" he asked as he picked it up. Pendergast said nothing, asked no questions. "There he is," Ponsonby said, pointing at the photo. "That's just how I remember him. This must have been taken in Florence in the fall." "Florence?" said Pendergast. "It could have been taken anywhere in Italy. No, I recognize that fountain behind them. It's the one in Piazza Santo Spirito, always a big hangout for students. And there, behind, you can just see the portone of the Palazzo Guadagni, which is a shabby student pensione. I say the fall because they're dressed that way, although I suppose it could have also been in spring." Pendergast retrieved the picture, then asked offhandedly, "The other students in the photograph were also from Princeton? I've never seen any of them before." He must have met them in Florence. Like I said, the Piazza Santo Spirito was a gathering place for foreign students, still is. He closed the book. His face looked very tired, and his voice cracked. Ranier had such promise. We are all born with promise, Professor." Pendergast stood up, then hesitated. "You may keep the book, if you wish." But Ponsonby didn't seem to hear. His shoulders were bent, and he caressed the spine with a trembling hand. As they drove back to New York in the gathering dusk, Dagosta stirred restlessly in the front passenger seat. "Amazing how you extracted all that information from the professor without his even knowing it." And it was amazing, though also a little sad. Despite the professor's arrogance and high-handedness, he'd seemed terribly moved by the death of a favorite student, even one not seen for 3 decades. Pendergast nodded. "One rule, Vincent. The more unwilling the subject is to release information, the better the information is once released. And Dr. Ponsonby's information was as good as gold." His eyes gleamed in the dark. "It looks like they met up in Florence in the fall of '74. "Exactly. Something happened to them there, something so extraordinary it resulted at least 2 murders 30 years later." He turned to Dagosta. "Do you know the saying, Vincent? All roads lead to Rome? Shakespeare? Very good."
In this case, however, it appears all roads lead to Florence, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing, tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. In this case, however, it appears all roads lead to Florence. And that is precisely where our road should lead. To Florence? Precisely. No doubt Bullard himself is on his way there if he's not there already. I'm glad there's not going to be any argument about my coming along, DaGosta said. I wouldn't have it any other way, Vincent. Your police instincts are first-rate. Your marksmanship is astonishing. I know I can trust you in a tight spot. And the chances of ourselves ending up in just such a spot are rather good, I'm afraid. So if you wouldn't mind sliding out the laptop again, we'll book our tickets now. First class if you don't mind. Open return. Leaving when? Tomorrow morning. DaGosta let the cab drop him off at 136th Street and Riverside. After what happened on his first visit to Pendergast's crumbling old mansion, there was no way in hell he was going to trust public transportation. Still, caution prompted him to get off a block early. Somehow he felt Pendergast would prefer it that way. He dragged the lone suitcase out of the back seat, handed $15 to the driver. "Keep the change," he said. "Whatever," and the cabbie sped away. Seeing DaGosta and his luggage outside the hotel, he'd clearly been hoping for an airport fare, and he hadn't been at all pleased to find out the actual destination was Harlem. DaGosta watched the cab kick the next corner at speed and vanish from sight.